doors be opened. Que l'on ouvre les portes. Tabling of documents. I have the honor to lay upon the table the annual reports on the Access to Information and the Privacy Acts of the Commissioner of Lobbying for the year 2016-2017. Pursuant to Standing Order 1083H, these reports are deemed permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics. J'ai l'honneur de déposer sur le...
I have the honor to lay upon the table, pursuant to Article 38, the report of the Public Sector Integrity Commissioner, case report on wrongdoing at Fisheries and Oceans Canada. This report is deemed sent to the Standing Committee on Government Operations.
The honor, pursuant to Section 38 of the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act, to lay upon the table the report of the Public Sector Integrity Commissioner for the fiscal year ended March 31, 2017. This report is deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 4 petitions.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of government bills.
Mr.
Leblanc.
Philpott, or
rather, Ms. Philpott for Ms. Leblanc, seconded by Ms. Wilson-Raybould, request permission to table an act entitled An Act to Amend the Oceans Act and the Canada Petroleum Resources Act. This motion is deemed adopted. Ms. Philpott, standing in for Mr. Leblanc, seconded by Ms. Wilson-Raybould, move that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
The projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
Quand ce projet de loi...
When shall this bill be read a second time?
À la prochaine séance.
At the next sitting of the House.
Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to table in both official languages the report of the Canadian NATO Parliamentary Association, a report of the respecting its participation in the meeting of the Defense and Security Committee in Washington, D.C. from January 20th to 23rd, 2017.
For Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present the House in both official languages the report of the Canadian NATO Parliamentary Association delegation respecting its participation at the joint visit of the Subcommittee on Transatlantic Defence and Security Cooperation, Subcommittee on the Transatlantic Economic Relations, and the officers of the Subcommittee on the Transatlantic Relations in Svalbard, Norway, May 9 to 11, 2017. Thank you.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 6th report of the Standing Committee on National Defence in relation to its study of North American defence entitled The Readiness of Canada's Naval Forces. I'd like to thank our clerk, Elizabeth Kingston, our analysts, Melissa Radford and Martin Auger. This is a unanimous report.
The Honourable Member for Sydney, Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 7th report of the Standing Committee of International Trade entitled Canadian Steel Industry's Ability to Compete Internationally. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. And I'd like to also thank our clerk and our analysts, and especially our committee. We have a hard-working committee. We do a lot of travel across the country internationally. We do well for this country when we do our business. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I don't disagree with what the chair of the committee said, but I just wanted to underscore a couple of points that we put in our attached report to maintain the access we have with our great trading partner, the U.S. The problem we have is, as these Liberals move forward with a China free trade agreement at some point, the first thing China always asks for as a precondition is market economy status. And what that does is change the whole atmosphere around countervail and dumping and so on, as they're doing with steel. The other thing is, too, we need a study on the cost of carbon tax and how that will keep us out of the American market, simply because we're adding that $50 a ton on a number of different aspects of steel production. So those two things need to be underscored in this report, and I would hope that the government will respond to those, especially when they do.
The honourable member for King Vaughan.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 8th report of the Standing Committee on the Environment and Sustainable Development, entitled Healthy Environment, Healthy Canadians, Healthy Economy, Strengthening the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999. I want to thank all the witnesses that came before the committee and those that sent in briefs to share their expertise with us. I also want to do special thanks to the clerk and the analysts that helped us to sort through all the advice, write the report, and bring forward recommendations. We had many thoughtful discussions engaging all members of the committee, and I'm glad to report we did agree on many of the recommendations despite not being able to develop a unanimous report. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you.
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative members of the Environment and Sustainable Development Committee have filed a dissenting report on the Canadian Environment Protection Act study. The Conservative members believe, had the study been more focused and more time been allowed to receive critical testimony, the report could have represented another step forward in improving the rigour of Canada's environmental protection regime. Sadly, the majority's recommendations are in many cases not adequately borne out by supporting testimony and evidence before the committee. They appear to reflect an ideological bias in favour of wholesale remake of Canada's environment protection regime that could have profoundly chilling effects on Canada's economic competitiveness. And Mr. Speaker, in closing, I'd like to also thank the clerk and analysts for working. I'd like to thank all the committee members. We actually worked quite well together, but we had differences of opinions. Thank you.
The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 6th report of the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage, entitled Disruption, Change and Churning in Canada's Media Landscape. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to say that this committee, and I want to thank the committee for working so well together. We had very important debates. We really were passionate about this, and I want to thank the clerk and the analysts for trying to translate that into some kind of coherent sense. There was a difference of opinion, however, Mr. Speaker. Anyway, pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you.
The honourable member for York Simcoe.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative members of the Heritage Committee wish to present a supplementary report, as our view is very much in contrast with that of the Liberal majority. Overwhelmingly, the recommendations of the majority on the committee have embraced an effort to turn back the clock in the media world and keep things the way they were, to try and replicate the ways of the analog world in a new digital world. This is a fool's errand. The world is changing. Change brings disruption. Some see this disruption as a problem, but higher taxes and government control of the news is not the answer to the problem. Efforts to turn back the clock to an earlier age are doomed to meet with failure. With the transformations of the digital world, the media is genuinely democratizing for the first time. No longer is a citizen's influence limited to choosing which newspaper to read or which television news to watch. Now every citizen can use online digital world to report news and opinion and distribute it. This is a welcome environment. The committee is seeking new ways to tax Canadians to pay for efforts by the government to involve itself in the production of news for Canadians. Canadians do not need more and new taxes. The Conservative members of the committee strongly oppose any proposal to implement a Netflix tax, internet tax, or any other news tax on Canadians.
Introduction of private members' bills. Ms. Jolibois, seconded by Ms. Kwan, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Bills of Exchange Act, the Interpretation Act, and the Canada Labour Code, National Aboriginal Day. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Desnethi, Mississippi, Churchill River.
I'm honored to introduce a bill that seeks to turn National Aboriginal Day into a statutory holiday. When this day was first declared a holiday, the National Indian Brotherhood, today's Assembly of First Nations, wanted a day to honour Indigenous peoples of this land. Designating this as a national holiday is an important step, an opportunity to celebrate cultures, languages, and contributions of the First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples in Canada. This timely bill answers no to one of the TRC calls to action that Canada creates a statutory holiday to honor residential school survivors, their families and communities. In the spirit of reconciliation, I introduce this bill to render June 21st a national statutory holiday, a day to reflect treaty relationships, Indigenous languages, legacy of residential schools. I look forward to getting my bill passed in this House. Thank you.
Ms. Jolibois, seconded by Ms. Kwan, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Mrs. Philpott, seconded by Ms. Wilson-Raybould, moves that S5, an act to amend the Tobacco Act and the Non-Smokers Health Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a first time. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Motions. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Renfrew and Nipissing Pender.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to present a petition signed by campers who stayed at the Booth Landing Camping and Cottages in Chisholm, Ontario, on the peaceful and quiet Lake Wazee in the riding of Nipissing-Temiskaming. The petitioners call on the government to ensure that the campgrounds with fewer than 5 full-time, year-round employees be treated as small businesses and taxed as such.
Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, I have a petition from my riding that calls on the House to specifically identify hospice palliative care as a defined medical service covered under the Canada Health Act.
The Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present petitions calling for a national strategy for Canada's seniors. In this petition, they reference the demographic shift that's happening in Canada, that there are more seniors in Canada today than youth under the age of 15, and we have 1 in 6 Canadians that is a senior in 14 years. 1 in 4 will be a senior in Canada. We desperately need this strategy, so I'm proud to present these petitions from residents of my riding and across the country calling for a national strategy for seniors.
Honourable Member for Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present 2 petitions this morning. The first is from constituents within Saanich Gulf Islands who are calling on the government, particularly through its international development assistance, to consider targeting support to small-scale sustainable agriculture to work towards food security and food sovereignty for developing nations. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is also from many constituents in Saanich Gulf Islands, and it calls for a national approach for income security for seniors, particularly calling for an increase in the guaranteed income supplement, strengthening of the Canada Pension Plan and Quebec Pension Plan, developing a national pension insurance program, and creating a national facility to adopt workplace pension plans of companies that have slid into bankruptcy. We all know the tragic stories, Mr. Speaker, of people who have their pension funds in companies and then discover that the pensioners are not protected when the company goes into receivership. So this petition calls for income security for seniors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to present a petition from constituents in my riding who are calling on the government to raise the pension system, CPP, OAS, and GIS, to bring it in line with the cost of living.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege to stand to present my petition to support the eradication of polio. Thank you to Global Citizen, Results Canada, Rotary International, and UNICEF for working with me to sponsor this petition, and that asks for the government to take action in the eradication of polio. Thank you also to the thousands of Canadians from across Canada and from every province and territory that took the time to add their names to this petition. The adoption of this petition can not only help to eradicate polio, but also prevent outbreaks of other illnesses around the world. We are so close to eradicating polio, Mr. Speaker, and as we as Canadians have the opportunity to achieve this final step, which stop anyone from having to suffer from this horrible disease again.
Here. I was almost afraid the honourable member for York Simcoe had run out of petitions here. Honourable member for York Simcoe.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to present petitions from 2 Canadian historical societies. These are, of course, prompted, as many are, by the Liberal war on history, and these historical societies want history to be respected and celebrated during the 150th anniversary of Confederation. The first petition contains signatures from the members of the United Empire Loyalists Association of Canada, and the association is, of course, committed to advancing knowledge of the important role Loyalists contributed to Canada's development. Many fathers of Confederation, in fact, were Loyalists, including Sir Samuel Leonard Tilley and John Hamilton Gray, or were descendants of Loyalists, and those, of course, were people who came to Canada from the United States to demonstrate their desire to have a place in North America separate and apart from the Republic to the south. Members of the Waterford and Townsend Historical Society have also signed this petition. One of their most recent projects was rehabilitating the Heritage train station in Waterford, and that rail station was, of course, part of the important focus on railways to connect the new country in the period following Confederation. The petitioners call on the government to reverse the decision, the very regretful decision, to not have Confederation included as a theme of the 150th anniversary of Confederation, and to indeed celebrate Confederation in this very important 150th birthday.
Presenting petitions, questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Government bills, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-50, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act, political financing.
Debate. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it gives me great pleasure to rise in this House today to speak on Bill C-50, which is an act to amend the Canada Elections Act with respect to political financing. And just to provide a little bit of background on what the bill represents, it provides that fundraising requiring a contribution of over $200 at which party leaders, ministers, or leadership contestants will be in attendance must be advertised online by the party 5 days in advance, regardless of which party or non-party entity is hosting or is benefiting from the event. A report on each individual fundraiser. Fundraisers inside an election period are not subject to pre-reporting. Conventions or leadership debates are not considered fundraising events for this bill's purpose. Donor appreciation events are caught within the bill's provisions, except appreciation events that are held at conventions. Fundraisers at conventions are caught within the bill's provisions. Penalties for contravening these new rules include returning or paying to the Receiver General all contributions received in respect of a regulated fundraising event and a fine of up to $1,000. And the definitions of leadership campaign expense and nomination campaign expense have been harmonized with those already in force respecting election campaign expenses of candidates. Well, on the surface, Mr. Speaker, these may seem like honourable and noble changes to the Elections Act. The reality is that, this is an attempt by the Prime Minister and the Liberals to gain credit for solving a problem, Mr. Speaker, that they created. It's as simple as that. It's effectively smoke and mirrors. It's a red herring to try to provide some cover for something in a situation that they created. And that situation, Mr. Speaker, is cash for access events and fundraisers. And if you'll recall, how did we get here? Well, the Prime Minister, throughout his campaign, spoke about the fact that they were going to do things differently. He said that they were going to be more open, more transparent. Of course, I've said this many times in this House, he held his hand over his heart, which of course makes it so, makes it sincere that he's going to do this. But the reality is that shortly after the election and shortly after he gave his mandate letters to his ministers where he said unequivocally that there should be no perception or no undue influence, no perception, real or otherwise, of any political interference, and that ministers of the Crown, in fact himself, should be held to a high standard when it comes to political interference, political influence, cash for access. And I think the words were very clear Mr. Speaker, when the Prime Minister wrote those mandate letters, that they weren't going to do it. Well, we found out not long after the fact that there was indeed cash for access fundraisers that were occurring. And of course, some of the highly publicized ones included the Justice Minister showing up to a law firm on a Bay Street in Toronto, where presumably there were a bunch of lawyers that paid a certain amount of money to be there, to have the Justice Minister there, which was a complete contradiction, a complete contravention of what the Prime Minister had stated in his mandate letters, in that appendix, talking about perception, real of or otherwise, of undue influence. And it became known publicly, and the media picked up on it. Certainly the opposition parties picked up on it. And again, this House dealt with this issue for several weeks, and it became a bad issue for the Liberals. Publicly, the public perception of what they were doing with respect to cash for access was not playing well, certainly not playing well in the media, not playing well publicly, and not playing well in this House for them. And of course, there were others, that were publicly highlighted only because people were talking to the media who had attended these fundraisers. They were actually saying, Mr. Speaker, that they were talking about government business with the Prime Minister. There were several that were held in Toronto, Vancouver, that we're aware of, Mr. Speaker, and it became a bit of a cash cow for the Liberals. They actually did very well at these cash for access fundraisers, these private events where you could bend the Prime Minister's ear, where you can bend ministers of the Crown's ear. Presumably, if you had business in front of this government, you could, for the price of upwards of $1,500, now I suspect they probably took the max, talk to ministers, talk to the Prime Minister about the business that was in front of the government. And why is this important? You know, oftentimes during this debate, we'll hear the opposition side say, well, the opposition, they did this. The opposition, from my understanding, didn't do anything similar to this, but it's important for this reason, Mr. Speaker, because ministers of the Crown, with one fell swoop of the pen, can allocate millions of dollars in a direction or in an area where a lot of this influence may be going on. That's why this is important. And I think the Prime Minister probably understood that when he wrote those words on his mandate letters to his ministers. But the words were hollow, Mr. Speaker. They meant nothing. And we saw by the action of the ministers and the Prime Ministers that they continued to do something that they said they weren't going to do. Now, I can go through a list of things that the Liberals promised to do that they haven't done. Electoral reform, but I certainly don't want to get my colleagues in the NDP worked up on that. But there are many things that this Prime Minister said he was going to do differently that, in fact, they're not doing differently. And, you know, it's no surprise to any of us from Ontario, Mr. Speaker, why this is going on here in Ottawa. For years, the Ontario Liberals have been doing cash for access fundraisers, and it's worked out really well for them. In fact, ministers were provided with quotas. There were certain amounts of money that they were expected to raise through these cash for access fundraisers. In some cases, it was $250,000 throughout the year. Others, it was $500,000. If you were the Premier, I'm sure it was more. I remember one time, Mr. Speaker, there was a cash for access event in Barrie. There were 12 people there, each one of them paying $5,000 to sit around and have dinner with Premier Dalton McGuinty. And that night, the Liberals raised $60,000. $60,000 in one evening, Mr. Speaker. That's what cash for access meant in Ontario. And so why is it no surprise that this is going on here in Ottawa? Well, we've heard those names many times in this House, Mr. Speaker. Gerald Butts and Katie Telford. The same situation that went on in Ontario, just like the moving van that came here, to Ottawa, that same playbook that the Ontario Liberals used for all those years until, again, there was public backlash, and the opposition highlighted this situation, it ended up where Ontario changed the rules. And so it's no surprise to any of us in Ontario that this is happening, because that same failed playbook, not just cash for access, but other failed policies like debt and deficit, that's literally handcuffed the economy of Ontario, is the same thing that's going on here. And there's a common denominator, Mr. Speaker, throughout this whole thing, and that is Gerald Butts and Katie Telford. So what does this legislation do? It actually, in effect, in spite of the Liberal assertion that it brings it out of the shadows and somehow legitimizes and formalizes this process of cash for access, it actually changes nothing, because cash for access events can still go on. It does nothing in terms of addressing issues of private fundraisers in houses. It does nothing in terms of what the government had committed to as far as holding these in public spaces. It doesn't formalize that at all. And so what we're going to see is more of the same, more of these cash for access events where the Prime Minister and the ministers will be the stars of the show, where for $1,500 you'll get to bend the Prime Minister's ear, presumably because you have business in front of the government. Now, a quick search of the Liberal Party website shows that there's a cash for access event that's happening next Thursday. And I apologize to my colleagues that I was searching the Liberal Party website, but it's important that we stay on top of this stuff. And so when you look at what's happening next Thursday, an evening with the Right Honourable Prime Minister, the price of the event is $1,500. Now, if you're a youth, 25 and under, it's $250. So it doesn't really change anything. They're still having these cash for access events. But, you know, for a government that purports to be all about the middle class and those working hard to join it, how many middle-class Canadians will be able to afford $1,500 at this cash for access event? I'm going to suggest to you not many, Mr. Speaker. I can tell you my friends can't afford $1,500, because if they could afford it, they'd be giving it to our local EDA association so that we can be a lot more powerful heading into the next election against these Liberals. Now, what they do is they give what they can afford, $250, $300, $200, $50 sometimes, right? But here's the Right Honourable Prime Minister next week, a week from tonight, in Mississauga, asking for $1,500 at this event. And if you're a youth, you're going to have to pay $250 to be there. It's a lot of money, Mr. Speaker, and it really doesn't change anything. In fact, what they're trying to do again, and you know, my honourable colleague from York Simcoe, I think, said it best last week. What this does is, to the Liberals, it provides cover for something that they're already doing. It actually legitimizes and formalizes in law these changes. And when you look at the Minister of Democratic Institutions and the mandate letter that she was provided, this is the new Minister of Democratic Institutions, by the way, not the old one. He says, the Prime Minister said in his mandate letter that sunshine is the best disinfectant to concerns about our political process. Sunshine is the best disinfectant. Well, if that's the case, Mr. Speaker, they better have SPF 100 available, because there's a lot of sunshine that's being put on this government. And so again, as I said, this piece of legislation doesn't do anything to change the issue of fundraising in private residences. This will actually continue to go on. The publicly accessible spaces, which the Liberals said that they would do, in fact, doesn't change anything, and media access is still in question. Little will change, Mr. Speaker, with this piece of legislation, because cash for access will still exist. Cash for access, what people pay to bend the ear of the Justice Minister or other ministers of the Crown because they have business in front of them, or the Prime Minister himself, will still go into Liberal Party coffers. Now, some people would be sitting at home saying, well, why are you arguing about $1,500? It seems like a little amount. So how can anybody be influenced by $1,500? Well, I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that it's not just the $1,500, it's the potential of multiples of $1,500 by stakeholders, perhaps with one organization, perhaps with a Chinese investment firm looking to invest in retirement homes, looking for approval from the government for homes that are in BC. And as we heard here recently, that's not working out very well for them, Mr. Speaker. Or perhaps it's the sale of Canadian technology that is impacting our national security. Perhaps it's multiples of those $1,500, Mr. Speaker, that can make a difference in terms of the decision-making of our government and the ministers. And as I said, with one fell swoop of the pen, they can allocate millions and billions of dollars into stakeholders' interest, and they can also sell some of our assets as well by approval mechanisms. Which they're doing. So the $1,500 is one thing, but I think the Minister of Democratic Reform had a real opportunity here, Mr. Speaker, to not just deal with this issue, but also deal with the issue of third-party electoral financing. And that isn't addressed in this piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, and it's a shame that it isn't, because the single biggest threat to democracies around the world and the principle of democratic institutions, I believe, and I know that there are many that are raising their eyebrows on this issue and raising this issue publicly, is the fact that these third parties tend to influence outside the scope of Elections Canada rules on fundraising and financing, Mr. Speaker. In fact, recently a new report alleged significant outside influence in Canada's 2015 federal election. And reading from a newspaper account in the 2015 annual report of the California-based online progressive engagement network, Open, where Ben Bransdell, one of Lead Now's founder, currently works, he said, "We ended the year with a Canadian campaign that moved the needle during the national election, contributing greatly to the ousting of the Conservative Harper government." So that's really the elephant in the room in this place, Mr. Speaker. The fact that there's outside influence from other countries and organizations that can directly have an impact on our democratic process is something that the minister needs to address. Now, I know in the Senate, through private members' legislation, I believe it's Senator Frum that introduced private members' business to look at the issue of third-party financing. But I was also very proud, Mr. Speaker, of my colleague, the member from St. Albert, Edmonton, who recently wrote a letter to the Commissioner of Canada Elections talking about this issue subsequent to that report coming out. And as I said, I know that they're dealing with this in the Senate. And just to give you an example of the impact that this third-party influence can have, the Council of Canadians donated $67,000, and this was money that came from the Tides Foundation. Dogwood Initiative, $238,000. Ecology Ottawa, $36,000. Equiterre, $97,000. Greenpeace Canada, $174,000. Toronto 350, $9,800. West Coast Environmental Law Association, $53,000. And the West Coast Environmental Law Research Foundation, $15,000, a total of $693,000, Mr. Speaker, that wasn't required under election rules and laws to be noted by these campaigns. Now, that's money that can directly be targeted against individual candidates and, in a broader degree, against parties as well. But there's nothing in this piece of legislation that would address that, Mr. Speaker, because, again, what this legislation does is it fixes a problem and it provides cover and it legitimizes and formalizes what the Liberals have been doing. And it just gives them an opportunity to do it legally. And it still doesn't make it right, Mr. Speaker. And so one of the issues that my colleague from Edmonton, St. Albert, Edmonton, put forth in his letter, and several facts taken together with respect to third-party influence on election. Together, the third parties received a substantial amount. I just gave you the amount of foreign money from Tides Foundation in 2015. And none of these funds were reported to Elections Canada, Mr. Speaker. And it's a real threat on Western democracies, and it's a real threat to our democratic institution and our democratic processes. And so just to conclude, as I said, this won't change anything, this piece of legislation. It's actually quite mind-boggling that we're dealing with this because it's a problem, again, that the Liberals created for themselves, so they're trying to provide some cover by legitimizing the process through this piece of legislation. And, you know, what used to be brown envelopes that influenced in the past, and certainly there's a history on that side of that happening, those brown envelopes, yesterday's brown envelopes, Mr. Speaker, are today's cash for access events, where significant influence can be borne on ministers and the Prime Minister to make decisions that are in the best interest of special interest groups, not in the best interest of Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Stina Bulkley Valley.
Excuse me. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my friend for his comments. Oh, the good old days when just brown bags of cash would be handed over, sometimes to former prime ministers by shady businessmen. But a quote from this prime minister when he was merely a candidate for the job said, "There should be no preferential access to government or appearance of preferential access accorded to individuals or organizations because they have made financial contributions to politicians and political parties." Let me underline that for a moment. This is the rule that this current Prime Minister set out for himself and for his cabinet. There should be no preferential access to government or appearance, even the appearance of preferential access, based on donations. My friend outlined that in a week, the Prime Minister will be giving preferential access to those who can afford to pay $1,500 to have some time with him. This is incredible to me. And this bill, by the way, does nothing to affect that. All the names that donate to political parties are published. This changes the timing of the publication. Wow. So pay-to-play continues, cash for access continues. We're just going to speed up when we tell you about how the government was bought and sold. We're going to inform the public online quicker as to how preferential access was given. So just on that rule, Mr. Speaker, my question is to my friend. Just on this one, if we took nothing else about this Prime Minister's credibility and if his word means anything at all, does Bill C-50 do anything to help implement this Prime Minister's own promise to Canadians that no preferential access to government or appearance of preferential access would be given based on financial contributions?
Honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my honourable friend for his question. I also want to thank him for his work on this file. He has done an incredible job exposing the cash for access situation, and I will give him a lot of credit for that. And there's been a lot of work on the part of the opposition. But to his point and his question, this actually does nothing to change cash for access. And I gave the example, and the honourable member reiterated the fact that next week, a week from tonight, the Prime Minister will be in Mississauga. People are going to be paying $1,500 to be there. Now, of course, he's going to get up, he's going to say a speech, he's going to mingle, but presumably those that are going to go are going to be people that have business in front of this government, and they're looking to bend his ear. They're looking for influence. They're looking to put their point forward. This bill does nothing to change that. All it does is it legitimizes and it provides cover for this government to continue doing what the Prime Minister said he wasn't going to do, right? So, you know, around this place, and as a new member of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, one thing, I've sat down with a lot of members with a lot of experience, and there's a common theme that comes back regularly from those conversations, and it is that your word is your worth, right? Your word means everything around here. The Prime Minister put in writing direction to his ministers and himself, I would argue, that there would be no preferential access or the perception of preferential access because of political contributions. Well, it took him literally a couple of weeks to break that word. And as I said during my speech, we could go through a long list, a long laundry list of broken promises that this Prime Minister made to Canadians during the last election campaign. And for a party and a Prime Minister that said they were going to be open, that they were going to be transparent, nothing could be further from the truth. And what this piece of legislation does, again, Mr. Speaker, is it legitimizes and it formalizes cash for access, so that if anybody complains about this, anybody at all, they'll say, we passed legislation, we're doing it by the rules and by the law, Mr. Speaker.
Well, l'honorable député de Bécancour.
The honourable member for Bécancour. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was listening closely to my colleague's speech. When it comes to third-party influence, I agree with him. But the real solution to prevent undue influence on governments when the Conservatives are in office, they're attacked practically by lobbyists. The best way for lobbyists to operate is to attend fundraiser cocktails. And when the Liberals are in office, it's the same thing. But there was a law that said only individuals who are entitled to vote can participate. And secondly, the government has a duty to pay $2 per vote. And that was a way of limiting the influence of lobbyists. And restoring that legislation, wouldn't that be the ideal solution? And I would like that. In the last election, the Conservative Party wouldn't have needed to do all the fundraising it did. If it was a $2 per vote, the parties would not have to raise millions of dollars through fundraisers. I would limit the amount for individual donations to only $400, and that way the interests of big money would there would no longer be any interest in having cocktail parties to try to influence ministers. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable friend for his question. Listen, we can always improve ways of openness and transparency around this place. For political fundraising, there's no question about it. We've seen in the Lobbying Commissioner's report recently that lobbying has gone up significantly with this government, and there's a reason for it. I can tell you, and in all of the discussions that I've had with my colleagues and not being around this place in previous parliaments, I know that in the case of former ministers and prime ministers, anytime they attended these type of events, those lists were vetted to find out who had business in front of the government. And so, and I've been assured of that. In fact, in many cases, ministers would move to strike names if they knew that that person or those groups had business in front of the government to make sure that they weren't attending these fundraising events.
That's exactly right.
So, you know, I'm confident in the fact that the previous government did adopt this practice, but that's not the case here, because as we've heard publicly, it's been reported publicly in the paper, there's been influence in Vancouver where I don't have his name in front of me, but somebody with interest in this country said that he was bending the Prime Minister's ear. He was talking to him about what was going on and what he was trying to do with respect to government business. And so there's certainly ways to improve things. This is not one of them. This does nothing, as I said, Mr. Speaker, to move away from the cash for access. All it does is legitimize and formalize for the Liberal parties to provide them cover for cash for access. Thank you.
Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, and through you, I'd like to put a question to my honourable colleague. Mr. Speaker, what is most troubling about this bill was the timing. This bill was tabled exactly at the point in time to turn the page on the fact that the Prime Minister broke his promise, not just during the election, but in his throne speech and the specific mandate to his Minister of Democratic Reform that they would say that this would be the last election and first past the post. And so, whoa, they come up with this bill that supposedly reforms our electoral process. Mr. Speaker, what is most troubling when we hear the Liberal members speaking to this bill is they say, we're all in this together. Elected members all fundraise. Mr. Speaker, they know that that is not the point we're talking about. We're talking about influence on government, pay for access to government. We're not talking about members of this House raising monies in their constituency. We're talking about pay for access, and it is completely wrong.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil has 30 seconds.
30 seconds? Well, first of all, thank you to my honourable colleague. And look, when you're sitting there with 33 seats, you can promise the stars and hope to hit the moon. And I think what the Prime Minister did with his election promises is he threw out everything he could, including the kitchen sink, to try to get Canadians to vote for them. Electoral reform, and what did he do? He extracted a lot of progressive votes as a result of that promise. And I believe he's going to pay the price for it, because the one thing Canadians don't like is when people don't tell them the truth. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm honoured to rise today to speak about the bill that will continue to continue this government's important work to strengthen Canadian democracy. Bill C-50, an act to amend the Canadian Elections Act, political financing, will foster a new era of openness in Canada's political parties. I'd like to thank my honourable colleagues for sharing their thoughts on how we can strengthen our political financing laws here in Canada, and I look forward to moving ahead with this legislation so that we can create an unprecedented level of openness and transparency for political fundraising events. When I look across our country, I'm deeply impressed by the millions of Canadians who are contributing to our democracy every day. Their creativity and collaboration and commitment is a testament to the vibrant civic culture that thrives across our country. In Canada, we're very proud of our diversity, and this is equally true when it comes to civic engagement. Canadians engage with their communities, their political system, and country as a whole in diverse ways. You may be volunteering at your local community centre. You may be teaching your class about how a bill becomes a law. You may be running your local Scouts group. You may be volunteering in your municipal, provincial, or federal elections. Whatever your form of civic engagement may be, you are furthering Canada's democracy, and I thank you all for that valuable contribution to our country. During my own time in this House, I've had the privilege to speak with and learn from many citizens who are behind these everyday acts of democracy. These many kinds of civic engagement help make our democracy the amazing, lively, and diverse place that it is today. One of the most common ways that Canadians can get involved in our democracy is through political parties. Political parties are a key feature of Canada's political landscape. They encourage new people to enter the political arena. They bring important conversations into the political discourse, and they foster a healthy and rigorous dialogue. Whether you're joining a political party, making a donation, or attending a political fundraiser, you're participating in Canada's democracy. And Canadians have the right to volunteer, to speak up, and to choose to financially support a political party. In fact, Mr. Speaker, many Canadians see contributing to a political party or attending a fundraising event as a significant avenue for them to participate in our democracy. Our desire is to enhance the openness and transparency in Canada's political fundraising and it's grounded in respect for all Canadians' right to democratic expression. Political parties work with others in the political sphere and public sphere to create an important forum for dialogue. One organization that's working to enhance political openness in Canada is openparliament.ca. As many of you will know, this website makes Canadian politics accessible by publishing votes, speeches, and other communications coming from the honourable members of this House. When looking at openparliament.ca this week, I was pleased but not surprised to learn that my own favourite word to use in the House of Commons is change. This government has demonstrated its commitment to positive change in our democratic institutions. It has been an honour for me to work with the Minister of Democratic Institutions, who brings her incredible commitment to democracy to all of her work. In my role as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister, I'm proud to assist her in improving, strengthening, and protecting our democratic institutions. The Minister's mandate letter captures the scope and breadth of the positive change that this government is bringing to our Parliament. We've transformed the process to appoint senators and judges. We're bringing back measures such as vouching to make our elections more accessible and inclusive. And we're moving to better inform Canadians and to protect our democracy from the challenge of cyber threats. Now it's time to update our political financing laws to create the level of openness and transparency that Canadians expect from the political parties that represent them here in the House of Commons. Currently, the Canada Elections Act lays out the legal framework that governs fundraising and campaign financing. This is a framework that applies to all registered federal political parties, no matter what side of the House they may sit on. Under the current regime, donations can only be made by Canadian citizens and permanent residents. A strict upper limit exists for these individual contributions. Every year, an individual can donate up to $1,550 to a national political party. In addition, that individual can also donate up to $1,550 in total to riding associations, candidates, or nomination contestants of a party. And in the case where an individual's preferred party is in a leadership contest, they can donate up to $1,550 combined to all the leadership contestants in a leadership race. In addition, we have robust rules that prevent corporations, industry associations, and trade unions from funding any political parties or politicians, period. The current regime also outlines clear obligations for the recipients of these donations. Political parties, electoral district associations, candidates, leadership contestants, and others are required to report their fundraising activities. Through Elections Canada, all Canadians have the opportunity to view these financial reports. What's more, Elections Canada also publishes the identity and postal codes of those individuals who donate more than $200. All of that information is available on the Elections Canada website, which is an important facet of the openness and transparency that we seek to advance. In Canada, it's clear that we prioritize the strict scrutiny of political fundraising. That's why, under the Canada Elections Act, there are penalties for any violation of these political financing rules, and penalties could include fines of up to $50,000, up to 5 years in prison, or both. This is one of the strongest political financing regimes in the world. Part of the democratic process is looking critically at our own institutions and asking, how can we make them even better? How can we make them even more open and transparent to Canadians? And in answer to this question, our government has introduced Bill C-50. This bill truly is an opportunity to continue making positive change in our political process. In Bill C-50, the government has proposed rules that will contribute to the culture of transparency here in Canada. Under these new rules, Canadians will have even more information about political fundraising events. Making this information accessible will enable Canadians to have trust in our system, a foundation of any healthy democracy. Bravo. The importance of openness and transparency in governance is widely recognized. Mr. Angel Gurria, a longtime Secretary General of the OECD, explained that, quote, openness and transparency are key ingredients to build accountability and trust, which are necessary for the functioning of democracies and market economies, unquote.
On a point of order. The honourable member I thank the honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon for noticing the lack of a quorum at the moment. Calling the I do now see a quorum. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Another key pillar of our democracy is an active media, and I truly appreciate the work that the Canadian press does every day to keep our democracy accountable. We respect the role journalists play in informing and educating Canadians about their leaders, and we respect their role in holding us to account. Openness and transparency enables our press to do their important work in our democracy. Bill C-50 recognizes this and emphasizes providing journalists with the information they need to do this important work. Bill C-50 would usher in a new approach to fundraising events for all parties represented in the House of Commons. It will apply to fundraising events where the ticket price is over $200, where cabinet members, party leaders, or leadership candidates are in attendance. These events will need to be advertised at least 5 days in advance, making them more accessible by providing all interested Canadians, including the media, with information to inquire further into the details of an event. Following the event, parties will have to report the event details, such as names of all attendees, to Elections Canada within 30 days. Mr. Speaker, this legislation comes in a landmark year when we celebrate 35 years of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. At this unique juncture, we can look back on 35 years in which Canadians did not have to stop to ask whether they had the right to vote, or whether they could run in a federal election, or whether they could associate freely. Those rights were enshrined in Section 3 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms by Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau 35 years ago. Canadians and permanent residents have the right to participate in the political process, and being able to contribute financially to a party is an important form of political expression. It's our responsibility to ensure that these rights are protected for future generations of Canadians. Hear, hear. Canadians expect us to work together to find opportunities to strengthen our democratic institutions. By introducing Bill C-50, we're continuing this work with a focus on strengthening the openness and transparency of our political parties. Political parties are a celebration of the diversity and political expression that makes Canada great. As Canadians, we all have the cherished freedom to support the political party that we believe in. We may hold different beliefs, but we all have the right to participate in the political process. I'm honored to be part of this House, where I see my colleagues working diligently to uphold their diverse political beliefs. It's this important work that allows us to continue to strengthen our democracy. Bill C-50 will provide Canadians with more information than ever before about political fundraising events, providing them with the openness and transparency they need to have confidence in our democratic process. I look forward to hearing the opinions of all honourable members in this House on how we can further strengthen our democratic institutions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if the member would see the irony in this whole sorry spectacle that we have over this bill. Mr. Speaker, there is only one party in this House that has conducted itself in a manner necessitating any type of this type of reform. And it's not even really reform. As the earlier speakers have pointed out, Cash for Access will continue business as usual even after this law is adopted. There'll be a little bit quicker reporting required, and they will now have to, they won't be able to conduct Cash for Access quite as secretly as they had formerly done under this new law. Again, the irony being there's only one party here that conducts Cash for Access fundraising. This Prime Minister, unlike the previous Prime Minister, would and does meet with and attends fundraisers paid for by lobbyists with business with the government, something the former Prime Minister did not do. I wonder, Mr. Speaker, if the member would comment on the absurd irony of this whole bill and the circumstances under which it has been brought to this chamber.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. I must say it's very difficult for me and for Canadians to understand the member's concern with the fundraising efforts of my party, given that all the rules and laws have been followed, as the Ethics Commissioner has definitively stated. In fact, the same rules apply currently to the member's party and apply to their party when in government as well. But what I can understand is how the member would be concerned about Bill C-50, because it will expose his own party's fundraising methods to the disinfectant qualities of sunshine. And as we can see in the recent Conservative leadership race, there were high dollar value fundraising events there that Canadians will simply never know who is funding those campaigns. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Sherbrooke. I think that my colleague totally missed the point that his Prime Minister said that he wouldn't provide privileged access or the appearance of privileged access to ministers and to members of the government in return for political donations. So it's all well and good to say that the party respects all the rules, but the party is not respecting their solemn commitment that the Prime Minister made to Canadians. And that is really the key issue, and that's the key thing that my colleague didn't want to address. The Prime Minister set an exceptional standard and rules that are different than the rules that exist under the Elections Act, and higher standards. So could my colleague comment on that standard and that commitment that was solemnly made by the Prime Minister when he said that there would not be any priority access or even the appearance thereof? And does he think that $1,500 to have access to the Prime Minister, does he think that's not privileged access? And if not, why not?
Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank the member for his question, Mr. Speaker, and he's quite right. This is about standards that will apply to all members of this House and all parties. Now, the standards that are being put forth in Bill C-50 will ensure that fundraising events will be advertised ahead of time, that those who attend will have their names and postal codes reported, that dollar amounts will be reported, and so on. And I'm very pleased that the Liberal Party has already voluntarily taken upon themselves to follow these rules, and we would welcome all parties in this House to similarly take on these standards even before they become law. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, and I have to ask my honourable friend, the Parliamentary Secretary, whether given the response to this bill, and it is true that political party leaders do fundraisers. People pay tickets to come to those fundraisers. But when the political party leader becomes a Prime Minister, there is a very large and important distinction to be made that you don't want government policy influenced by those who can get in the room. Doesn't it seem to the Parliamentary Secretary and to the government that it's time to actually face the reality that in order to ensure that politics in this country is not contaminated by those with undue influence through access of all kinds, but particularly for cash, that it's time to have public financial support for political parties at a low level, reduce the amount of spending political parties can make in terms of buying advertising during election campaigns. In other words, overhaul the system to eliminate once and for all the specter of deep pockets influencing government.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member from Saanich Gulf Islands for her excellent question and for her devotion to this place and this work. I guess I'd like to say that, as I dwelt on in the opening part of my earlier speech, this government and I personally feel that political fundraising is a fundamental part of our democracy. Canadians feel that when they support a party of their choice, when they are able to support that party, whether it's through volunteerism or through financial support, they are participating in the grandness of democracy in Canada, and that is something that we're not looking to change. Yet what we are trying to do is to make sure that all sources of fundraising do become clear when they're over $200 to all Canadians, so that Canadians can continue to have confidence in this democracy regardless of which party is raising the funds. Thank you.
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park. I didn't see Nathan there. I didn't see you. It's all good.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my friend's friend's submissions. I just want to ask him about access to the Prime Minister. I know in my riding of Scarborough Rouge Park and around Scarborough and in Toronto, the Prime Minister has come out a number of different times since the election in October 2015. I know he's engaged, I would say, in the thousands of Canadians. I know last year, for example, at Pride, he encountered and talked to hundreds of people, and like that, he's come back over and over again to my region. And I want to know his experience in terms of how an average Canadian can access a Prime Minister without any contribution or any support to the party. As a Canadian, how does one reach our Prime Minister, who I know has come to his area a number of times?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank the member for the question and for his hard work in this place. We currently have a Prime Minister who is the most accessible Prime Minister that we've ever had to the Canadian public. A Prime Minister who repeatedly and tirelessly goes out of his way to connect with Canadians in their own communities, on the sidewalk, in community halls, in grocery stores, in markets, in arenas throughout this country, where, of course, no charges ever made, where it's entirely cost-free. So there are innumerable ways that Canadians can connect with our Prime Minister and, in fact, all of our political leaders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley, questions or comments?
Yeah, a very straightforward question about this remarkable Prime Minister my friend just talked about, because he also said the following: there should be no preferential access given to government or appearance of preferential access accorded to individuals or organizations because they have made financial contributions to politicians or political parties. So the event next week at which you can gain access to this Prime Minister if you donate $1,500, how would he not understand that to be anything other than breaking the Prime Minister's own solemn promise to Canadians? Right here, he says, you can't get access to my government just by making a donation. And next week, in the GTA, he is going to give you special access to him for a donation of $1,500. So for all those middle-class Canadians and those working so hard to join it, how exactly is that not a straight and forward broken promise, another betrayal from this Prime Minister of something he committed to do?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I thank the member for the question, and of course, Bill C-50 is exactly about opening up to transparency and openness, how all parties are undertaking fundraising in Canada right now. Now, I just want to underscore again that this Prime Minister has made himself available at no cost to tens of thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands of Canadians. That is unprecedented access to a Prime Minister in this country. And what's very important here with Bill C-50 is that we're going to be establishing rules that all political parties, including leadership contestants, will have applied to them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today. I just checked the stock market ticker, and there's a run on red Kool-Aid going on right now. The amount being drunk by the other side, believing their own noise, is exceptional when it comes to fundraising and clearly broken promises to the Canadian people. It's most remarkable that we've heard Liberals stand up and say, this makes it transparent. It makes it more transparent that the Prime Minister is breaking his promise to Canadians. It makes it more transparent that you can buy access to the Liberal Party of Canada directly to the Prime Minister and to the Cabinet Ministers. I have a long list that I hope I have the opportunity to read out of all the various special access programs that you can have and all the various ministers, because of course it's not just the Prime Minister you can buy access to. No. You can pay to play with virtually any minister on the front bench about the issue that you are actually engaged in if you have the money to do it. So here we are, Bill C-50. Now, this is an unusual moment for me because this may be the most tepid and conditional support for a bill I've ever given in my parliamentary career, because it does so little, yet in its vagueness and the cloud that it seeks to create, it's borders on nothing, and sometimes it's hard to vote against nothing, right? Because there's just this bit of noise that says, oh, we're gonna follow the law, basically is what the bill says, because the law in Canada requires that if you make a donation to a political party, eventually your name is publicized and how much you donated. Oh, they're going to follow the law. Wow. Breathtaking. Oh, they're going to do it a bit quicker. Well, congratulations. Yet it reminds me a bit of when you ask your kid to clean up their room, and it's a total disaster. There's toys everywhere and clothes, and they walk in and they pick up one sock and they put it in the laundry hamper and they say, done. The Liberals have made an entire mess. This is of their own creation, by the way, Mr. Speaker. These Cash for Access events, these were invented, designed, and executed by the Liberal Party once they formed government. So they've made the mess. And they said, we're going to fix the mess. And they even made the great mistake of over-promising and under-delivering, because they leaked this bill to the Globe and Mail before it came out. And the Globe came out with this breathless headline that said, Liberals to end Cash for Access fundraisers. And I thought, great. Oh, good, because that would be a good thing, because being able to buy access to your government is not only unseemly, it actually breaks a bunch of laws if you happen to have any business with the government, which, again, when I get to the list of all these Cash for Access fundraisers, is happening with the Justice Minister, the Natural Resource Minister, the Finance Minister, the Prime Minister. My goodness. So they were going to end it, said the Globe and Mail, as per a report of a Liberal insider. And then, lo and behold, we get Bill C-50. 16 pages that manages to do virtually nothing. Wow. So we're going through this exercise today and other days debating this most virtuous act that is all sizzle, no steak, as they say back home, and that attempts to do something very, I would suggest quite cynical, because as my colleague from Edmonton pointed out earlier, the timing of this bill was most suspicious. That in the wake of breaking yet another promise to Canadians, that 2015 was going to be the last election under first past the post, suddenly Liberals said, allow us to attempt to change the channel over to Cash for Access, because we don't want you to pay any more attention to the fact that Liberals, when they campaigned in the last election, swore hand on heart that 2015 would be the last election and that they would bring in a more fair and equitable voting system. So let's move it over. And I thought, well, if they're going to change the channel, they have to change it to a better station. So they decided to change the channel over to Cash for Access. This practice, this culture within the Liberal Party that says if you have a lot of money, you can speak directly, personally, intimately to the ministers of the Crown. Now let's clear up one thing. My friend from Saanich Gulf Island, I think, attempted to get the Liberals to say something about this. That when Liberals attempt to say, well, all members of Parliament fundraise, trying to say apples are oranges and night is day, that there is no distinction between someone paying to go to a fundraiser of a minister of the Crown who is pen in hand writing laws as we speak, or to the Prime Minister himself, who under this political system that we have has extraordinary powers, that is equivalent to a backbench member of the House of Commons holding a fundraiser, that the expectation of influence is the same by those that participate in those fundraisers. What planet exactly do the Liberals occupy? Because they know full well what they're selling, this access that they're selling, is influence. You don't pay $1,500 to sit down with the Minister of Justice or Natural Resources or Finance with the expectation that your words are going to have no effect on law and bills and programs that the government is then going to advocate. There's a great quote from the Prime Minister. I hope I can find it here. Oh yes, this is from December 13th of last year, when he admits that lobbyists are showing up to his fundraisers, which probably breaks another law, but okay. So lobbyists are showing up to the Prime Minister's fundraisers. And it's a natural question to say, well, why would a lobbyist pay $1,500 to see the Prime Minister? Let me see. What would a lobbyist want to do? They'd probably want to lobby on behalf of their clients who pay their salary. Oh, I see. So industry, big banks, pharmaceuticals, hire a lobbyist. Lobbyist goes and attends the fundraiser, pays the money to the Liberal Party, and then gets a little one-on-one time with the Prime Minister. So the Prime Minister explains it away this way. Anytime I meet anyone, they will have questions for me, or they will take the opportunity to talk to the Prime Minister about things that are important to them. I love when he uses the third person. It so ingratiates me when someone uses the third person to talk about themselves. Okay, so opportunity to talk to the Prime Minister about things that are important to them. And I can say that in various Liberal Party events, I listen to people, as I will in any given situation. But the decisions I take in government are one based on what is right for Canadians, and not what an individual in a fundraiser might say. Well, that's weird, because when you talk to these lobbyists about why they attended a certain event, they tell you, I was lobbying the government on behalf of my clients, and it was very effective. I got some very good, close personal time with the Prime Minister or various minister, and it felt very effective. Because, you know, business is in the business, of advocating and encouraging the policies that work for them. This is not a charitable exercise for a lobbyist. This is not them, as my friend said earlier. What was the quote? It was so the grandness of democracy. Yeah. Oh, I got a little wispy there for a moment, Mr. Speaker, that when someone drops $1,500 on the table who works for an industry to lobby the natural resource minister, they're participating in the grandness of democracy. Here is my $1,500 on behalf of the mining companies in one case that I represent, to spend time with the Natural Resource Minister, who had promised the Winnipeg Free Press that he would never attend a Cash for Access event, he said. 2 weeks later, where was the Natural Resource Minister? Oh, he was at a Cash for Access event with people from the natural resources industry. Wow, these dots are so hard to connect. Yet for Liberals, it seems that they are, because they just produced a bill that will enshrine the status quo. It will say Cash for Access will continue. It even falls short of their promise that these events couldn't be held in private homes, because the bill allows for that to continue. They say public spaces. That was their speaking notes at the press conference. We're going to ensure that they're public spaces the public can attend. First of all, there is that slight little hitch. The public can attend if they happen to have $1,500. Like when I see a sign for public skating, I know what that means. Public swim, 2 o'clock. That means probably a couple bucks, $4, I can take my kids and we can go swimming or skating. If it says public skating, 4 o'clock, $1,500 to get in, it doesn't feel so much like a public space anymore. It feels very much like a private space, sort of Boulevard Club, Granite Club sort of public space. But again, Liberal interpretation of what public space is. It also has a convenient loophole that has been deemed the Laurier Club loophole, that if you make the $1,550 maximum donation at a Liberal convention, this law doesn't apply to you. Oh, isn't that convenient? Where do many people who have attained status of the Laurier Club make their donation? At a Liberal convention. In fact, a quarter of the donations, yes, in fact, according to Liberal records, a quarter of Liberal donations came from just 4% of their donors. 25% came from 4%. These are according to Liberal records. Liberals can scowl and tut-tut, but either the Liberal Party of Canada is lying, which I would never suggest, because that's never happened, a la sponsorship scandal. But the Liberal Party has reported that this is where their money comes from. So the list of what this bill doesn't do is so much longer than what this bill does, in fact, do. So it says we're going to report who pays to play, who attends Cash for Access quicker. We're going to notify the public a few days in advance that the event is happening, and the public is welcome to attend if they have $1,500. Oh, wait, sorry. There's a special one for youth and those under 25, because a lot of the people I know under 25 do have $250 burning a hole in their pocket. I speak with many people in high school and universities, chat with the pages, and I'm always amazed how they're constantly just leaving hundreds of dollars lying around at the coffee shop or the bar, wherever we're sort of having our chat. It's a funny thing. This reminds me, someone just triggered a name. I made an unparliamentary, I don't know if it was unparliamentary, it was certainly unfortunate comment about a former colleague during question period, about a former Liberal, Joe Volpe, who served many years in this House. And I got a note from his family suggesting that that was an unkind comment, that it caused them some pain. And I think it's only fair for me, certainly because my friend former colleague is no longer here to defend himself in the way that we do, that I apologize for making that comment about Mr. Volpe and by extension to his family. I digress. Now, there are two versions, clearly, of how the Liberals operate. There's the ones that make the promises in the campaign. Sometimes they repeat the promises even when they form government. And then there's the version of what the Liberals actually do when they're in government. We need to bring this into some sort of almost psychological disorder, because Liberals are able to countenance these two alternative realities at the same time, where the Prime Minister says in November 2015, when he's, trying to be Prime Minister, that there should be no, and I'm quoting here, I should put my hand on my heart, there should be no preferential access to government or appearance of preferential access accorded to individuals or organizations because they have made financial contributions to politicians and political parties. That's the promise. You don't get access to the Liberal government simply by making a donation. Even the appearance of access, a very high bar, and I thought, well, that's great. I wonder if they can attain it. Well, let's find out. We found out that Justice Minister attends in April of 2016 a Liberal fundraiser at a Bay Street law firm, Tories LLP. Oh, good old Tories LLP. There they are again. That, oh, by the way, was registered to lobby the Justice Minister. No problem there, right? Justice Minister attending a fundraiser by a lobbyist with lawyers, a registered lobbyist. Then the Finance Minister holds a private Liberal Party fundraiser for business executives at the waterfront mansion of a Halifax mining tycoon. And he's pleased to suggest, this is the Finance Minister, that it was really just a way of holding pre-budget consultations. That's some kind of pre-budget consultation. I've actually attended pre-budget consultations as part of the Finance Committee, and then in my own riding, where we hold a town hall and we say, you are welcome, come talk to us about what you think should be in the budget. Let me see, what did we charge? What did we charge? Nothing. In fact, I bought the coffee, because I thought that was appropriate. If you want to invite the public into informing how the government should construct the federal budget, which is their money anyways, you shouldn't charge them for the privilege of the conversation. The Finance Minister himself thought that was appropriate. Here's what he said. I am pleased to say that we have taken on a consultation process for our budget that allows us to listen to Canadians. We have the most open process ever put in place, and we will continue to listen to Canadians as we craft the next budget on their behalf. Well, if you just walked out of a millionaire's mansion at which people paid $1,500 to have that little bit of time with you, to inform you, that's their behalf. That's the there he's talking about. So for the middle class and those struggling to join it, unless you got the $1,500, you don't get to talk to the Finance Minister the same way. October 21st, 2016, the same Finance Minister assures that these events are in fact, quote unquote, open to the public. Like every member of Parliament, I'm actively involved in fundraising activities for my party. Invitations are sent out to hundreds of people, and they are in fact open. Again, trying to muddy the waters, say that access to the Finance Minister who's writing the federal budget is the same as access to any other member of Parliament. And then when you look at the email that the Liberals sent out inviting people to this event, it was, I don't know a lot about the internet, but I did learn this, that when you use robots.txt, that makes the invitation non-searchable. Oh, why would you send out an invitation that was not searchable? Don't you want people to know about your event? Usually I do. I would never use a sort of sneaky backdoor way to make sure that nobody could actually find it. Now we find that, the government house leader, this is interesting, had a fundraising event at a pharmaceutical billionaire's who's got a lawsuit challenging the federal government's ban on importing two of his company's drugs into Canada. He holds a fundraiser for the Liberal House leader. And she argued that this event is an example of lawful and ethical fundraising. That's her quote. This event at which a billionaire pharmaceutical owner who's fighting the federal government trying to get his drugs into Canada holds an event for the government house leader, and she says this is an example of ethical fundraising. Oh, and lawful. A week later, not the Finance Minister, we move on to the Natural Resource Minister, tells his local paper in Winnipeg that he would never attend a cash for access. He called it a pay for play. Whatever. Later, after he attends a fundraiser by a major law firm that actively lobbies on issues relating to permits regulating the mining and gas sector, why would they want to talk to the Natural Resource Minister? His spokesperson claims because these fundraisers were entirely correct because the term pay to play implies a connection to government business and party fundraising. My God, how thick do you have to be? Why would a law firm who lobbies on behalf of mining and natural resources want to have a special fundraiser for the Minister of Natural Resources? I guess this willful blindness continues, and it goes on and on. The Prime Minister held a secret Liberal fundraiser. This is what they're trying to improve with Chinese Canadian billionaires. That it was the interest, this was in Canada's national interest, this fundraiser, for engaging positively with the world to draw in investment. A headline in the Globe and Mail editorial just this week said, why is the Trudeau government doing, why is this government doing Beijing's work? This is the radical left-wing newspaper, the Globe and Mail, wondering out loud, why is this government, why is this Liberal government doing Beijing's work? And then you find out that there's fundraisers connected to investors in Canada by Chinese Canadians and others. The list is too long. I'm going to run out of time, Speaker. This is unfortunate. It's unfortunate that the list is so long, that Liberal minister after minister, that the Prime Minister himself, who sets the bar initially saying there's going to be no preferential access, he states, loud and clear, in black and white, on Liberal.ca and repeated a bunch of times, that leader who then sets the example for his ministers, who they dutifully follow the lead and hold their own fundraisers, special access events with people directly connected to their ministries, see no problem in this. What didn't they do? Well, they didn't give Elections Canada the investigative powers that Elections Canada has been asking for to go after illegal fundraising. That's weird, isn't it? If you were going to try to clean up fundraising in Canada, and the Chief Electoral Officer of Canada says, I need this tool over here to do my job properly, and the government, when it introduces its bill to clean up fundraising, neglects to put it in. The Ethics Committee, which Liberals sit on and recommended proposal to this government, not a single recommendation from that made its way into Bill C-50. So when you pull back and look at this smokescreen attempt by the government and say, what pattern does this government have when it comes to how it treats Parliament? Well, Chantal Hébert, of all people, wrote a column yesterday wondering out loud again, who is this government? Because it looks so much like Stephen Harper's approach to Parliament. When you see that they can't properly name watchdogs of Parliament, that when we offer them a solution, they say we don't like it, change this. We change one aspect of our proposal, they still vote against us. And they have a nominations problem. They have performance anxiety, Mr. Speaker. That when the Prime Minister 8 months ago promised to clean up nominations and get rid of the backlog went up 60% for nominating important positions around this country, watchdogs of Parliament, judges on the bench, and that we have now Jordan's Law, and that cases, maybe thousands of them, are about to be thrown out because this government can't simply be competent enough to do their job. We say to them on C-50, this is an opportunity to make things better, to give Canadians more confidence, not less. This is an opportunity to follow through on the Prime Minister's own promise itself. Let's not miss this opportunity. We will amend this bill at committee. We'll see where Liberal ethics truly lie.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his excellent assessment of this bill. And I think he would probably agree with me in contemporary terms. If we were to call this bill anything, it would be the Jerry Seinfeld bill, because it's a bill about nothing, and it changes nothing. And my colleagues spoke about the middle class, and I think it's really important to understand this, that when you talk cash for access, you're talking not about the middle class and those working hard to join it, who will end up at these cash for access fundraisers to try to find influence. You're talking about millionaires and billionaires who have business in front of the government and are looking to bend the ear of the Prime Minister and Ministers of the Crown because they make the decisions. This is not about the minivan crowd. This is not about trying to listen to those that hang around the hockey arenas, those that hang around the soccer fields. This is about hanging around the cocktail circuits so that they can fill Liberal Party bank accounts with these donations from these millionaires and billionaires. Would the Honourable member agree with that assessment as well?
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Well, I mean, if everyone remembers, the Prime Minister, when he wasn't Prime Minister, had a real hard time defining middle class. He took several shots at it. At one point he said, well, if you're able to just live on the means of your investments, that means you're not middle class. Well, except for like people who are retired and stuff, you know, scraping by. But anyways, he keeps searching for what middle class is. I'm not sure what is more worrisome in the exposure of quote-unquote liberal ethics here. A, that they know that this is a problem and don't care, or that they don't know that this is a problem. That when actual middle-class Canadians who open up the hydro bill every month, hoping it's not too bad, who look at fees for soccer practice and car payments, trying to do the math to make it work, don't have $1,550 burning a hole in their pocket so they can spend 15 minutes with the Prime Minister or any of his ministers who are their chief fundraisers. The Prime Minister himself has talked about that he comes from means. He's a wealthy family. He talks about the wealth of his family all the time, and that's fine. He was born into it. Yet not being able to fully appreciate and understand the reality for the vast majority of Canadians creates these blind spots. And again, it's a difficult choice for Liberals to make. Either they understand the problem and don't care because the money's too good, and they don't want to fix it, because this is how they're built. This is how we fundraise. Exclusive events, the homes of wealthy Canadians. Or they're just unable to see this as a problem. Both circumstances are worrisome because eventually this always leads to the same place, corruption. It always leads, this special access always leads to the same place. Any student of history will look at this and understand where this goes. We need to stop it. We need to curb it. We need to change it. And this is the opportunity that they had. To this point, they failed.
The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have to say I have the highest level of regard for my colleague across the way. We served on the Environment Committee together, and I appreciate his passion. But at the same time, we've got a Prime Minister in this country who has truly made himself accessible to so many Canadians, from small towns like in my riding in Napanee, where 180 people came out to meet the Prime Minister. He met with each and every single one of them. He actually stopped and had a conversation with them. They had issues, serious issues that they wanted to raise directly with the Prime Minister, and they had the opportunity to do so, and they were so appreciative afterwards of that opportunity. And so many of them came up to me afterwards and said, well, I voted NDP in the last election, or I voted Conservative. I didn't even think I'd be able to get through the door, given how these things are typically have been done in the past. Would the member not agree that level of accessibility is truly what Canadians are looking for, and that fundraising is the reality that exists within our political system?
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I too share a great amount of admiration for my friend from Hastings, Lennox and Addington. I very much like the preface of his question, right up until the butt part. Look, one doesn't preclude the other. The Prime Minister making him or herself available to Canadians, I think, is the job description. I really do. I think that's the bare minimum. This Prime Minister, certainly on social media, has a great following and likes the selfies and the photos and stuff, and that's fine. But the notion is this: to make equivalent the passing by of a line and a picture together to a private fundraiser at a millionaire's home over several hours, where issues are discussed that are effective of the Crown and in that person's self-interest, and that the way they got into that room is because they happen to be wealthy, is an inherent and real problem for a government who said many times, we're different. We're not like the old Liberals, this Prime Minister said. We're not like other politicians. We're different. And that we will not allow privilege and special access if you are wealthy. And it is proven that that was not the case, not just for the Prime Minister, but for his cabinet. And here is an opportunity to stop that, curb it, rein it in, lower the limits, change the rules so that that would make that promise true. And the expectations were raised, saying the Liberals are going to end cash for access. The Liberals are choosing not to end cash for access and are in fact codifying it into law. So my point to my friend is, Stopping cash for access doesn't mean a Prime Minister doesn't go around and meet Canadians. She should always meet Canadians. That's the job description. That's all of our job descriptions. And we both hold fundraisers and meet citizens free of charge. But the special privilege that has been granted to lobbyists and insiders, the wealthy and well-connected, is the problem. It's the elephant in the room. And Liberals are able to say, we just simply don't see the elephant at all.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. It's interesting to hear Liberal members talk about how accessible the Prime Minister is. You know, I'd love to have him come out to my riding to see the energy jobs that are there, to see the impact on the industrial heartland. By the way, Vegreville's not that far away, so we could kill two birds with one stone, talk to the people in Vegreville about the impact of their policies, because they're certainly not going to have $1,500 in order to raise those important issues. It's important for the Prime Minister to be accessible in all parts of the country, and especially to hear from those who are suffering job losses. I want to ask my friend a specific question, though. So often when we have these ethical discussions, we talk about rules. Okay, well, we got to adjust this rule. I'm of the view, though, that it's not just about the rules, because the rules have to be followed, and not every possible contingency can be in the rules. That there has to be something more behind the rules. Call it character, call it virtue, call it, you know, an appreciation of the underlying philosophical concepts that are supposed to inform the rules. We can't just, every time a possible ethical breach exists, try and tighten up the rules, because we'll never get there. There has to be a development of those underlying concepts. I wonder if my friend agrees with that, especially as we approach this legislation, which is on the tightening rules front, but doesn't address the underlying problems.
Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you. And see, here's the thing, is it's not just that the Prime Minister put this marker down and said, you won't get special access to me or to my cabinet if I'm Prime Minister just because you're wealthy. It's not just that they went out and then broke that sacred promise to Canadians immediately. Is you listen to the justifications that get used, that pharmaceutical lobbyists and CEOs get special access while they have pending business with the government. They are in conflict with the government. They have a financial interest in convincing the government of something that will make them potentially millions of dollars. It's the rationalization and the justification we hear from Liberals after the fact that I think speaks to my friend's point. That if you have this promise, and it should be just, you know, bolted into the wall over top of every minister's door, no special access. That's job description number one. Yet the rationalization afterwards is they just see no problem with it. There's this ethical blindness to it. Yeah, sure, I met a pharmaceutical lobbyist who is trying to get their drug into the company. Yes, I met with a legal law firm who hosted a $1,500 a plate fundraiser for me, with lawyers who are trying to get onto the bench. Who controls who gets onto the bench? The Justice Minister. It's the first problem is that it happens. The second problem, and it's just as worrisome if not more so, is that it then gets rationalized. That the Natural Resource Minister meets with lobbyists from the mining and oil and gas sector at a special access event where they had to pay to get in. It doesn't take a genius to realize why they're paying the money. Is they want to help themselves out. That's an investment, and it's cheap as far as they're concerned. If you're able to get a pipeline or a mine or a pharmaceutical drug through, you can make millions. These things are cheap for them. So it's the two. Of course, there's no rule that can definitively end it, but gosh, some ethics on that side would sure help.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I will be splitting my time with the member from Battle River, Crowfoot. And I rise to speak to Bill C-50, an act to amend the Canadian Elections Act, political fundraising. I want to talk about integrity and openness and transparency. And we've heard several speeches this morning and talking about what that means and the ethical aspect of all of those elements that are intrinsic in each, or should be intrinsic in each one of us, and therefore would not have to introduce legislation if we merely had a moral compass. This bill will not stop the cash for access fundraisers. This bill is about formalizing and instituting a system for Cash for Access fundraisers. And when we look at this bill, it is silent on the very issues that the Liberals promised to address. And as well, what is silent in this legislation is around third-party financing. None of that, Mr. Speaker, is addressed. You know, when we talk about integrity and our moral compass as elected officials or as people in our society, it behooves us to understand where that moral compass lies. Now, people attending these fundraisers have clearly stated on numerous occasions that they have discussed and lobbied the ministers and the Prime Minister, and that they have had business before the government, and they were proud to speak openly about doing so. And as my colleague so eloquently laid out, it's the rationalization around why these fundraisers are taking place. It's the rationalization that the ministers believe and the Prime Minister believes that this is the normal course of business. But the $1,500 gets you in the door, and then you have the access to discuss business with the Prime Minister and the ministers. Now, clearly, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that this is wrong. And it's wrong on so many fronts. It's wrong because the Prime Minister was very clear in his comments, and I'll read it out to you, that this was not going to be undertaken, this practice. And that this was sunny ways, things were going to change, we were going to be the most open and accountable government in history. And we were going to make sure that Canadians, we kept our word, we kept our promises, and Canadians would be proud of us for the work that we've undertaken. And that sounded really great. And during the election, the Prime Minister went around the country, and that was his message. That was his message on behalf of the party, that we were going to be open, we were going to be transparent, we were going to make sure that Canadians had access to the government. What he didn't say was that lobbyists would have access to government and ministers for $1,500. But what he said, and these are the general principles, and I'll just read them so we can grasp the context here. Ministers and parliamentary secretaries must ensure that political fundraising activities or considerations do not affect or appear to affect the exercise of their official duties or the access of individuals or organizations to government. There should be no preferential access to government or appearance of preferential access accorded to individuals or organizations because they have made financial contributions to politicians and political parties. There should be no singling out or appearance of singling out of individuals or organizations as targets of political fundraising because they have official dealings with ministers and parliamentary secretaries or their staff or departments. Well, Mr. Speaker, as we have heard over and over again, there is a litany of events where that precisely took place. Not only for the ministers and parliamentary secretaries, but also for the Prime Minister. And when this statement is issued publicly, it is reported on, it is distributed amongst the Liberal members of Parliament. That should be the defining moment where people have their moral compass intact and do not go to these events. However, that did not happen. Those events took place, the Prime Minister went, ministers went, business was talked about, and it was quite astonishing because actually they were very proud of undertaking that practice. But when we talk about openness and transparency as well, and this government, that's another element, we're going to be open, we're going to be transparent, and at every turn, the language continues about openness and transparency. Well, if we look at any of our Freedom of Information requests, the majority of it's redacted. We've got public servants that are not permitted to speak publicly for life. Refusing to answer questions in question period, which I find astonishing because it is question period. Reports that are not forthcoming to the House. The Auditor General has even raised concerns regarding the lack of financial information, and there was an actual refusal to give the AG documents, and that impeded them from doing their job. And then we have to look at the appointments process, where they say it's open, it's transparent, and it's merit-based. Well, that is further from the truth. You know, the Liberals promise one thing during the election and another when they're in government. And Mr. Speaker, the general public deserves better than that. This is about integrity, it's about ethical behavior, and it starts at the top. And if this Prime Minister sees nothing wrong with cash for access fundraising, how possibly can that translate to the Liberal members of Parliament? And I would suggest that it doesn't. And producing this piece of legislation that now really covers them to continue this behavior really speaks to the ethical void in this Prime Minister. And if there was an actual willingness to address this issue, then this bill would certainly be more comprehensive. But furthermore, it's around following the rules. And not every situation can be legislated. But Mr. Speaker, surely I would think that the Prime Minister would know that when there is business before the House, when lobbyists are paying $1,500 to go to a fundraiser, it's wrong. You can't justify it. You can't rationalize it. Plain and simply, Mr. Speaker, it is wrong. And I believe that Canadians across this country deserve far better. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if the member, given who she is, and have had fundraising events, or there were events in the Surrey area, not on 1 year, but on several years, where former Prime Minister Stephen Harper would go and visit that community. And my understanding is that there was a special group that were invited to participate in a tent, not on 1 year or 2 years, but 3, possibly even more. I understand the member across the way also participated in that event. If she could maybe just provide some information to the House on whether or not Stephen Harper attended those events and charged money in order to be able to have access to him inside those tents.
The Honourable Member for South Surrey White-Rock.
Thank the member for the question, and I think we have to be very clear. We're talking about lobbyists that have business before the House that are paying and are proud to publicly state that they're lobbying the Prime Minister and ministers. That is a very different context than the former Prime Minister having a barbecue and having the community members there. I, on a couple of occasions, attended, and most certainly there are people from the community, and those lists were vetted very, very carefully, because on this side of the House, the Conservatives know it's wrong. Doesn't matter how you slice it up, it's wrong. You do not have lobbyists pay money when they have business before the House and lobby you, whether it's in a private residence or anywhere else.
Député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I'd like to revisit one of the points she mentioned a few times, and that is the pointlessness of this bill, C-50, because as we know, as my colleagues know, when people donate more than $200, their names are already publicly reported on the Elections Canada website. So all donations of $200 or more are already made public. And what this bill would do is make public people who attended events that cost $1,500 for access to the Prime Minister or ministers. And those names would anyway be made public sooner or later. So could my colleague comment on that? This bill seems just to be smoke and mirrors. It's window dressing, it's talking points, because everything in the bill is already made public, and that is the names of donors of over $200. The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate my colleague articulating that very point, because through Elections Canada, the names have to be published at any rate. So to put it in this piece of legislation and say we're closing, we're reforming fundraising is absolute nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. I mean, through this legislation, I guess they'll do it quicker, which I guess is something they want to do, and that's fine. But at the end of the day, there's very strict guidelines and rules that have been in place for a very long time. And Elections Canada make sure that all of those names are recorded, the amounts of money that are given to to the party or to the member, and that's how it's been. So I'm really astonished, actually, when I look at this legislation to actually see the relevance, because it is smoke and mirrors, and what they can do is tick a box, go out to the media and say, well, we fixed the problem. No, you didn't fix the problem. The problem is a moral issue. It's a moral compass. It's about ethics and integrity, and that is vacant in this legislation.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise in this place and have the opportunity to speak to this Bill C-50. When I came here this morning, I had no intentions of speaking to this, but I do believe that the topic that we are discussing is relevant, and it's of major concern to most Canadians. And for those who aren't certain if it should be a major concern, I would suggest to you that it should be, and we can give you a couple examples of why. Now, before we get into those examples of why it should be, let me say that this whole question has always been a question here in Canada that we have battled with. I recall back in 2000, between 2000 and 2004, the Liberal Party got into problems again, much the same as we see here today, cash for access, money's rolling in. Out of part of that, we had a sponsorship scandal. Out of part of that, we had Gomery. Out of much of that, we had this access to Liberal fundraisers where huge amounts of money would be raised. And indeed, even after the audits and the Gomery inquiry, there was $40 million left, unaccounted for. I remember LeVar Payne from Medicine Hat used to stand and say, where's the $40 million? Where's the $40 million? And Mr. Speaker, out of that, we made some changes to political fundraising. The way that government responded was not, in our opinion, the right way either. They said that no longer would you have this ability to give these massive amounts of money to the federal government for lobbying and for influence, but we would do it through the public purse. For every vote that would be cast for the Conservative Party, they would receive a certain amount of funding. And for the Liberal Party and the NDP and the Green Party. Mr. Speaker, we realize that, just going to the public purse is not the way to raise funds for political parties. So Parliament said that no, it's up to political parties to raise their own funds. It's up to political parties to go out and call on their membership and call on people who want to support them and raise their funds. And so that is exactly what we have seen. Fundraising letters to membership saying there's an election coming, can you help us out? And that's certainly what the Conservative Party has done. But Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party has fallen back into this trap again of saying, we now have something that we didn't have for 10 years. We have influence. We have a Prime Minister who makes decisions of what's coming into legislation and what may come to Canada. We have cabinet ministers in all these different portfolios that go out and speak to their stakeholders. These are money-making machines to the Liberal Party of Canada. And, we've seen some of it happen already. We've seen, and it's been mentioned a number of times, we've seen the Justice Minister from British Columbia. We have hundreds of openings for appointments to the bench, and she meets with a group of lawyers that would have nothing, their goals would be to someday be a judge on the bench, and they are the ones invited to the fundraiser in a law firm in downtown Toronto. These are the ones that give $1,500 to rub shoulders, to speak, to get their picture taken with the Finance Minister of Canada. Likewise, and it's been brought up with the Finance Minister of Canada, who in budget consultations makes the rounds to all the different groups of stakeholders that want to perhaps invest in jobs or in businesses or such and such. We saw the Prime Minister, and it's been brought up, who attends a meeting in Vancouver with billionaire Chinese investors, paid $1,500 to attend the meeting. One who wanted to have a bank brought to Canada or be involved in a financial institution, gave $1,500 to the Liberal Party of Canada. And then one of the attendees at the same meeting, who paid the $1,500 at that Liberal fundraising, also says, I'd like to give $1 million to the Trudeau Foundation. Well, it's not this Trudeau, it's this Trudeau's father's foundation. And how convenient, cash for access to cabinet ministers and for prime ministers. Mr. Speaker, I had the privilege of serving in the government last Parliament as a minister. I worked closely with Jim Flaherty, worked closely with Joe Oliver, worked closely in budget consultation, as other cabinet position members did, with our Prime Minister, former Prime Minister. And, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that before we went to events, if there was going to be any even thought that there was going to be a speaking to the membership, we weren't even allowed to advertise that we were a minister. I would go out as the Member of Parliament for Crowfoot at that time, but I wouldn't even on any publication, if there was one, be able to say that I was a minister, because we wanted to be above reproach. Now, I appreciated a question that came earlier. The Prime Minister meets with all these people. He meets in my small town. He meets with these individuals. And that is exactly what we're expected to do. But, Mr. Speaker, when we have lobbyists showing up and saying, we're willing to give you $1,000 to be at this meeting, and wink, wink, nudge, nudge, absolutely not. And it didn't happen. And, Mr. Speaker, this government now is trying to put cover on what their common practice is. And it is not being accepted by the Canadian public. Mr. Speaker, I also want to say something that may not be exactly illustrating the point of what we need here, but we have two problems. Another problem that we have in this country, and it's been dealt with in parliaments past, our Elections Canada deals with it, is how do we bring young people into this whole idea of becoming involved politically? How do we engage them? How do we get... this past week, I had a board meeting, and young James from Three Hills, grade 11, going into grade 12, I'd met him at an event. He says, how can I get involved in politics? I'm not sure, if I'm a conservative or what. We invited him out to our board meeting. He was involved in the discussion, and he really started to enjoy the discussion. Mr. Speaker, the way that we engage Canadians, and especially our youth, is not by saying, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, you want access to the Prime Minister? $1,500 is the going rate. Mr. Speaker, it's unethical, and as my former colleague says, it's immoral. It's immoral to say, we will listen, you will have our ear if you provide the $1,500 that goes to the Liberal Party of Canada. One member on the other side says it's up to all parties to decide how they fundraise. Well, Mr. Speaker, what this is giving the Liberal Party of Canada is an avenue of fundraising that not any other party in Parliament has. And, Mr. Speaker, that's why the Liberals are attracted to it. They're attracted to the fact that they have one up on every other political party because they have ministers making decisions. I can tell you, when I leave this place, I want to leave this place saying that in my opinion, there has been nothing that I have done that has in any way infringed on the rules of how conduct should be for an honourable member of Parliament. And I believe with everything I have that the average Canadian says this is not honourable behaviour. You know, this is the way we would expect things to be done in third world countries or other countries, but not our Canada. Our democracy, Mr. Speaker, is worth protecting. Our democracy tells us that even the smallest, even the most uninfluential in someone's mind, whoever that may be, has the same right and the same as the most wealthy. That's what this country stands for. And this government is going out and they're setting a very serious, sad practice of how they're going to conduct and fight the next election. So, Mr. Speaker, we have a problem. This bill is to solve the problem. It's really an admission by the Liberal Party that they have a scandal called Cash for Access, or Your Cash for Access to our Cabinet Minister, our Prime Minister. The Liberals promised that they would deal with this problem, and Bill C-50 is coming along, and that's their response to the problem. The Liberals already said that there are rules set for themselves, and that's what this description of this bill is all about. Mr. Speaker, I could go on. I would just say this, that the member from Barrie Innisfil and the member from York Simcoe gave two speeches here that were amazing speeches, and great story of the history of fundraising problems and scandals that they've had in the Liberal Party, and I would encourage all to read those and to call their members of Parliament about what they believe is.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it really rich when you hear from the other side, talking about, fundraising and, we're just so lily-white about everything that we do. And the previous member from Surrey talking in the same manner. When in actual fact, she would have these barbecues, and yes, the barbecue itself would be open to the public. Sorry, it was a member on the other side would have barbecues that would be open to the...
No, it's a debate. The Honourable Member for...
I want to correct the record. I never hosted any of these barbecues.
I believe we're getting into the area
and I think
of
the
debate.
member's wrong.
The Honourable Member, I'll let him continue.
You retract...
I will correct that. There was barbecues that were hosted at Senator Saint-Germain's ranch. And the original barbecue is open to the public, but then all of a sudden we'd have this special tent that would be set off to the side for these special Conservatives that would pay $1,000 to have the Prime Minister come and meet with them and have all...
Order. If I can just ask the honourable member to... It's nice to get everybody engaged, but it's not the process of the House of Commons. I'd ask everyone to maybe respect each other. I'd ask for respect for myself, too, for the honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge, if he doesn't mind screaming while I'm explaining the process. I'll let the honourable member continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So it's all smoke and mirrors. You know, they like to talk a good game. But essentially, let's face it, you guys created a system that had flaws in it. Sorry, I apologize. The Conservatives in the previous government created a system that was flawed. And Bill C-50 is going to fix those flaws and is going to add the level of transparency where these events in future are actually going to provide a list of individuals that paid to attend a fundraiser for anything that's over $200. So this is going to correct, yes. So anyway, that'll. You have a question? Thank you. So the question is, does the member not agree that Bill C-50 is going to actually correct the issues that existed under the previous system and add transparency and accountability to those fundraising rules?
For Battle River Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, it's not the former government that was selling cash for access. It's this government. Boom. It's this finance minister. It's this cabinet, justice minister. It's this prime minister. You can go right down the front row here. It's the very same as in the Ontario Queen's Park with the Liberal Party in Ontario, where Jerry Butts and Katie Telford brought the fundraising machine to Ontario. They've now brought that very same fundraising machine to Ottawa. And Mr. Speaker, it's unethical. It's unethical. Bill C-50 only is put in place to cover the practices that are common practice amongst the Liberal Party of Canada and becoming much more common practice. If you go to the websites and you start to look at the political parties that receive money, not just public funded money, but fundraising within their memberships, you find that the Conservative Party of Canada can fundraise with 50% more membership giving to it. The average amount of money given by the average member in my riding, I think, is about $75. The average number to our Conservative Party is around $100 or $200. That's the facts. The Liberal Party doesn't have that grassroots. They have the elite groups. They have the elites that say, we will give you the $1,500 at the fundraiser and then $1 million to the Trudeau Foundation. You give us the bank. We'll give you the $1,500. You give us the commissioner. You give us the position. And Mr. Speaker, the member from Surrey was right. It's immoral, it's unethical, and it's a practice that this Liberal government has been caught at and needs to stop.
Political extortion.
Before resuming debate, I'd just like to ask the honourable members if they don't mind not shouting across the floor. If you know, there's a practice where you can actually cross the floor, sit down with the honourable member on the other side, maybe discuss it and talk it, not shout across the floor. And I'm sure the next orator will do a wonderful job, and nobody will shout at him, and he won't shout at anyone. The honourable member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Finishing a tweet here for folks to know that I'm going to be speaking on this issue. I hope that's parliamentary. Yeah, the tweet was posted. That's good. We're all caught up now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great honor to participate in the debate here on Bill C-50. I do have a few comments to make, and I believe I will not be sharing my time actually. So I will be taking the full 20 minutes, Speaker, if that's congenial to you and to my colleagues on this and other sides of the House as well. Mr. Speaker, let me just start by making a comment about the debate as I've heard it this morning so far. And the gist of the defense of the bill from the Liberal side appears to be, well, everybody's been doing it, so what's wrong with us doing it? So I just want to make it clear that is actually not accurate, Mr. Speaker. Everyone isn't doing it. What the Liberals in government have done is created a whole system, a racket of shaking down lobbyists and stakeholders in order to gain access. And I want to be absolutely clear and on the record on this, Mr. Speaker. The previous Harper government didn't do that. Stephen Harper, as Prime Minister, didn't attend these events. Full stop, period. When I was in Cabinet, which I was for the duration of the Harper years, I can tell you that it was absolutely required and understood that if we were to attend a fundraising event, people who were lobbying our department were not allowed to attend. They were forbidden to attend. And it was practice in my office, and I dare say this was the common practice throughout Stephen Harper's ministry, that you would go through a vetting process to go through the names of the attendees who were signed up to attend the event, who had bought a ticket. If there was any hint that a particular individual or the individual's organization were registered or were lobbying me as a minister, they were refunded the money before the event, and they were not allowed to attend the event. That was the practice under the previous Conservative government. As we've learned through the past months, that it was not the practice that was exhibited by the current Liberal government. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, when I use the word racket, I am not trying to convey a criminal enterprise. I want to make that clear. But the racket that I'm trying to convey is a systematic approach to shake down these stakeholders and lobbyists, to enrich the coffers of the Liberal Party of Canada, and thereby to help fund their pre-election and election activities. How did this come about? Where did this come from? Well, as my colleagues have already mentioned, and as my colleague from the NDP has already mentioned, this came about because this was the practice in Dalton McGuinty's and Kathleen Wynne's Liberal Ontario. I mean, I was an Ontario PC cabinet minister as well. And, I want to make it clear. We were given a nominal target. Like if you're a cabinet minister, maybe you could find a way to raise $10,000 for the PC Party of Ontario during the course of a year. What did Wynne and Dalton McGuinty before do? They made it $500,000. They made it for Dwight Duncan, who was the Liberal finance minister. His target was $1 million. And by the way, if I didn't meet my $10,000 target as a PC minister, no sanction. Nobody said anything. It was, gee, if you're raising money for your own riding, you might want to make sure you give a little bit to the central party. That was the suggestion. In Dalton McGuinty's and Kathleen Wynne's Ontario, if the provincial cabinet minister, Liberal cabinet minister, did not make the targets, they were going to be drummed out of cabinet. It was made explicitly clear to these individuals, and indeed Dwight Duncan, I think, wrote in his memoirs or in his commentaries that one of the reasons he left provincial Liberal politics, provincial politics, was because he was so sick and tired as a finance minister of the demands and the obligations to fundraise for the Liberal Party of Ontario. That's how pervasive it was in Liberal Ontario, until finally the public got fed up, and finally the media trained their attention on this, and the laws were changed. The laws were changed. By the way, Eric Hoskins, a successor of mine as Minister of Health, his target was $500,000. I can tell you, due to my contacts in the health sphere, in Ontario, hospital presidents, deliverers of other healthcare services, retirement homes, all felt pressure. If they wanted, the only way they could talk to the minister about a public policy issue was to pony up dough. That's how pervasive the system was in Ontario. And as my colleagues have already outlined, the people that helped set up that system in McGuinty-Wynne, Ontario, set it up for the Liberal federal government once they obtained power across this country. And so if people are wondering, watching, how did this come to be? It came to be because that rot that was part of the McGuinty-Wynne era, which hopefully is drawing to a close, that'll be up to the voters of Ontario to decide, that rot was transferred, holus bolus, to...
Point of order, the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. I'd like to ask you to check the quorum, please, Mr. Speaker. We have no quorum. Bells, please.
I believe we have quorum now. We can resume. The Honourable Member for Parry Scow Muskoka.
Well, I always like to have more of an audience, so thank you. Welcome, members of the House, to hear these bon mots as they are delivered here. So as I was saying, Mr. Speaker, that's where this came from, and it was transferred holus bolus in full form to the governing Liberal ethos once they obtained power here in Ottawa. And so when this came to light, the reaction of the Liberal government was, well, we're going to fix things. We're going to fix things. But what they've done, and this has been, a member for Skeena Valley said the same thing. What they've done in their air quotes fix on this is to actually sanctify the situation where they were shaking down people for money, making sure that stakeholders were contacted, lobbyists were contacted, and said, if you want to see the Prime Minister, if you want to see the Minister of Justice, if you want to see the Natural Resources Minister, you gotta pay to play. So cash for access, I want this to be very clear to those who might be listening or watching. Cash for access isn't going away. What this bill does is actually somehow create a hardened resin of legitimacy over what is essentially a rotten process. Now we've got Amber, not a lady Amber, the actual substance Amber that is hardening on this illegitimate process through this bill. And that's why we are objecting to this. We're not objecting, Mr. Speaker. This is not about us wanting to have more cash for access fundraisers. We want the opposite. We want a bill that works. We want a bill that works. And that's why we were so disappointed to see the reaction of the Prime Minister, his Executive Council, his Cabinet, and indeed the backbench of the Liberal Party, that their solution was to merely say that these cash for access fundraisers will go on, but here's the hoop or two that you've got to jump through. But they're going on. They're continuing. Let me just add to my comments by saying this. Of course, I've been up in this House over the last week talking about this Norsat deal, where in a mystifying way, absolutely baffling, the Liberal government has refused to do a national security review before accepting and allowing an investment from a Chinese company, Hytera, to take over Norsat, a very specialized IT and tech company involved in our own national defense, involved with our friends to the south and the Department of Defense in the USA and elsewhere. And it would be normal practice to have a national security review. I will tie this together to this bill, I assure you, Mr. Speaker. We've been asking the questions. Why are you doing this? Why not just have a review? Just let the security agencies do their jobs. Talk to our allies, not just perfunctorily say we've made our decision. Actually have a dialogue and a discussion with our allies. When the same process with the same company, Hytera, who was taking over a British company, the British government added 5 pages of conditions after a full national security review and prior to that takeover taking place. Nothing of the sort is happening here. And forgive us on this side of the House for connecting the dots, because, of course, many of these cash for access fundraisers involve individuals who have been connected to the official mainland People's Republic of China government. We know that part of the motive here is that this Liberal government is enamored, has a fetish for, if I dare say, use that term, Mr. Speaker, a free trade deal with China. And let me put on the record right now, this will not end well if this government pursues and concludes a free trade deal with China. We will be losing our shirts and more, I dare to predict. But that's why we wanted real reform in political fundraising, so that no one, even if it's not true, and I don't know the facts, I don't know whether there's a connection between these political fundraisers with these Chinese nationals and their surrogates who have these deep connections with the People's Republic of China government. I don't know whether there's a connection. I don't. But you know, Mr. Speaker, that we have to be Caesar's wife in this place. Perhaps an old term, maybe not as appropriate now, but the point is we have to be cleaner than clean. That's what it means. Cleaner than clean. We have to make sure that the public has confidence that public policy decisions are being made for the right reasons, for the reasons of public policy debate having taken place. The government, maybe I would disagree with their decision, but the government making a decision with full legitimacy and full credibility. That's what we want. We're going to disagree, I know that. But it's so important to have the legitimacy of decision-making unquestioned. But I would say to the honourable members opposite, you are not doing yourselves, they are not doing themselves, Mr. Speaker, any favours by creating this regime and continuing this regime of cash for access, because then every decision they make is susceptible to question, to delegitimization, to incredulity, cynicism. You know, this is a government that professed to be the answer to cynicism. You wrote in, the honourable members wrote in, and we're going to slay the dragon of skepticism and cynicism in our polity. And yet now, Mr. Speaker, they're doing this. They created this system of cash for access, imported it from the province of Ontario, from the McGuinty-Wynne era, which again I want to state for the record I'm hoping will be drawing to a close, but that's up to the voters of Ontario. They imported it, they improved upon it, They created a cash for access machine. And I dare say, while we on this side of the House have every right to question any decision that we think is contrary to the Canadian interest, it pains me that part of that dialogue is always going to be about the underlying motive of the Liberal government decision-making because of this cash for access racket, which will continue under this bill. Mr. Speaker, I can say that my friends who have stood up already have talked about some of the details. I can tell you again, I want to state for the record that this is different from the way the previous government raised money in degree as well as function. We just didn't do things this way. And Mr. Speaker, we're proud as a Conservative Party that most of our donations are smaller donations. 10, 20, 30 bucks, 50 bucks, 100 bucks. That's what we rely on overwhelmingly, and the statistics prove that out. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would just encourage honourable members on the other side to think before they vote on this bill. There's still a time to amend. There's still a time to have a better bill that will actually do what you promised it would do. But we are a far, far journey away from seeing that in this bill today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Pierrefonds.
The honourable member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
A number of statements that are designed to mislead the Canadian population. Carefully chosen words such as cash for access, which he used 10 times. Cash for access. Cash speaks to anonymity, criminality, envelopes full of money. They know full well there is no cash for access. There is no cash used. Simple question, Mr. Speaker, which I doubt, simple question, which I doubt will be answered with a yes or no, but does the member have any knowledge of any member here accepting cash, not a check, not a credit card, but cash, cash which he used 9 times to be precise, cash for access? Does he have knowledge of any member accepting cash? Yes or no?
The honourable member for Parry Sound Muskoka.
No, Mr. Speaker, that's a term of art. The honourable member knows that. Please amend the Hansard so that I said pay to play rather than cash for access, if it makes the honourable member feel better. The point is, and what people watching at home should know, is that the Liberal Party created a system where it was expected, in order to get access to high-ranking individuals in the Liberal Party and Liberal government, you had to write a check or use your credit card or whatever. That's pay to play. So that, if the honourable member doesn't want me to use cash for access, I'll use pay to play.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Because my colleague has a good knowledge of the financial system and tax credits, I'd like to ask him the following question. Now, not only when people pay to meet with the minister, there's an ethical issue there, but there's another problem because taxpayers pay for those people to see the Prime Minister ultimately, because these people are sufficiently wealthy, they receive the full tax refund. And someone who maybe earns $15,000 or $20,000 a year, and if they were to take $1,500 to have access to a minister, they wouldn't get any kind of a tax credit from that because they don't earn enough. So it would serve no purpose.
Sound Muskoka.
Oui, je suis d'accord avec...
Yes, I agree with the honourable member. It's not just a question about the efficiency of our democracy. This is an issue for taxpayers as well, of course, Mr. Speaker. we have a system where people who can participate in our system to fund activities for political parties, and they can.
And so the honourable member is quite correct. This is not just a question of the efficiency and efficacy of a democratic process. It's also a question for every taxpayer in this country. Do they want a system created where pay to play is sanctified in this bill?
Point of order, the honourable member for the next.
Made a number of misleading statements around the cash for access.
I'm afraid that we're going into debate unless they have to do with the. Is there a rule that you can access or that you can point to in the procedure?
He's imputing motives that the Liberals are.
I'm afraid that's debate. We're going to have to pass on that. Sorry. Question. No, I'm sorry. We're not. Yeah, questions and comments. Another point of order. I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. Yes.
He's made a statement which is patently untrue. Can we call this out? A patently untrue statement which he has made that the donations to the donations to the Conservative Party are smaller on average than the donations to the Liberal Party. This is patently untrue, and can he retract it, yes or no?
Okay, I will, unless the honourable member wants to retract it, but what I'll do is I can take it on advisement and then come back to the House if necessary.
Is he willing to retract it right now?
I think we're getting into a debate. We're getting into debate here.
Can it be looked at?
We'll take it back on advisement. The honourable questions and comments. The honourable member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Parry Sound Muskoka for adding to the debate. We've had some excellent speeches from both of the parties on the opposition benches this morning. We've heard how attendees at Cash for Access fundraisers have actually boasted publicly about the access they gained and about how that managed to smooth the wheels of getting what they wanted from this government. And I thank the member for his contribution in differentiating and establishing the difference between raising money, which of course all parties do, and trading and exchanging payment for access from people with vested interests in the government. People that have business and are carrying on business with the government, paying secretly to see the government. So now I would like the member to comment on the absurd irony of this debate, where the government has introduced a bill they claim enhances openness and transparency in response to its own secretive and opaque practices, and then claiming virtue for doing so.
Honourable member for Parry Sound Muskoka.
I thank the honourable member for his intervention, and he's hit the nail on the head. Actually, that's what's so bizarre about this debate, Mr. Speaker. That we had a scandal. First of all, we had multiple scandals involving Liberal governments across the land and their cash for access regimes. We had a scandal here. The answer to the scandal was supposed to be this bill, C-50, which actually then just repeats, rinses and repeats what was going on before under the sheen of political legitimacy through an act of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. I would suggest to my friends and honourable members around this House that let's not buy into that logic, because what it actually does is offend the nature of democracy and parliamentary democracy, and indeed means that this kind of behaviour will be sanctified and repeated in the future.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
So I've just listened to the member from Parry Sound, Muskoka, list the virtues of the behaviour of his party. Maybe I'd like him to reflect and answer a couple of questions about the Toronto Port Authority, an agency that the former government and the party opposite has spent no shortage of time prosecuting their case for a business change model. But the Toronto Port Authority is composed of the following people. The outgoing chair, who in the last term of Parliament we raised the issue of a government council appointee made illegal donations to the Conservative Party after getting appointed, and it was dismissed as being a constitutional right. They have a right to make constitutions after getting appointed. That was Mark McQueen, who subsequently threatened to sue us for raising the issue. That person that board was also included Mark Curry, a former advisor to the Harris government and someone who's donated to the Conservative Party. Sean Morley, who also was a policy advisor to the Harris government, but also happened to be the official agent for Jim Flaherty's wife in her leadership campaign bid while he was the minister responsible for Toronto. It also included Jeremy Adams, known here as a tobacco lobbyist, but actually somebody who was also the campaign manager to Jim Flaherty, while Jim Flaherty was the minister responsible for Toronto and the person recommending these appointments. It also included the past president of the Albany Club, Amanda Walton, another Conservative donor. But the most interesting person who got appointed to the Port Authority in the last term was the chair, Robert Poirier, who hosted an $1,100 cash for access event for the member for Parry Sound Muskoka while he was the Minister of Transport. $1,100 per table, per person at the Albany Club while he was the industry minister. All of these Conservative appointees with direct ties to ministers' campaigns, ministers' fundraising campaigns were appointed to the Port Authority. Is that the level of virtue we are supposed to attain as a party?
The honourable member for Parry Sound Muskoka in 60 seconds or less, please.
I don't know. First of all, I live in Port Sydney. That's the port I know the best. I don't know nothing about the Toronto port. But I can tell you this, I never had a fundraiser, $1,100 fundraiser. Maybe he's referring to the time when I was Minister of Transportation because so that was in 1997. I'm not sure how relevant that is in the previous PC government. So, if you want to dredge up stuff from 1997, if the honourable member wants to dredge that up, he can be my guest. But we're talking about Bill C-50 and the fact that the Liberal government is trying to say that everyone is as bad as they are. That's their number one argument for passing the bill, because everyone's as bad as they are, which patently we are not.
Okay, before we go on to the next speaker, I just want to remind them I'm trying to listen because it's very interesting to hear what the honourable members have to say, but it's very difficult to hear with all the shouting going on. And I kind of envy the folks back home because they have the microphone and they just hear the speech. They don't get to hear the clatter back and forth. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to participate in this important debate. We're debating C-50, which is a government bill, which in my judgment aims to whitewash the government's record when it comes to what we've been calling cash for access fundraising, and to put in place a system which sort of regularizes and normalizes this process. And obviously, we in the opposition are very concerned about that. We are very opposed to this this record of cash for access fundraising, the continuing inclination that they have to do this. And I'm proud of our team for repeatedly raising this in question period, for helping to drive the public discussion on it, and certainly the public have responded with significant concerns, which is why we now see this legislative effort on the part of the government to whitewash their record. Now, the idea of cash for access, it's quite simple to understand. It's the idea that people who do business with the government or who have specific interests in lobbying the government would pay to attend a party fundraiser in order to gain access to a minister or the Prime Minister who they're directly involved in lobbying. And it's important that we make clear distinctions here, because yes, fundraising is a part of our political process, but in principle the expectation is that people donate to political parties because or political candidates because they believe in what those parties or candidates stand for, and they wish to support the activities of those parties or those candidates, that they are doing so out of conviction aligned with the objectives of the party, not out of a calculation of personal interest that involves their private lobbying activities and involves them getting access to a minister or a prime minister so that they can lobby, with the implication that they're going to have a greater influence than a member of the public would. Now, when Conservatives were in government, we did fundraise, and we had ministers involved in fundraising, but we were very clear about the fact that ministers should not have fundraisers which include those who are directly involved in lobbying them. That was a distinction that we made, and we were consistent to it. Now, there was one case, and I want to actually talk about this case because I think it's quite revealing. There was one case in which there was a problem with a Conservative fundraiser, and I'll read some of the article. This is from CBC. It was published on January 18th, 2014. It was something involving Shelley Glover, the then Heritage Minister. Now, here's what happened. Quoting from the article, the Federal Heritage Minister attended an event in her St. Boniface riding on Thursday evening, but when she got there, she learned that many of the attendees were members of Winnipeg's arts community who had dealt with her department. Everyone at the event had made a $50 donation to attend. One person had made a $500 donation. The problem is, under federal conflict of interest rules, cabinet ministers cannot solicit donations from anyone who has asked for money or who may ask for money from their department. In a statement released last Friday, Glover's director of communications said the minister wasn't personally involved in organizing the event. Glover refunded the money and has written the conflict of interest and ethics commissioner about it. She said she instructed her electoral district association, which organized the fundraiser, not to hold similar events. So, Mr. Speaker, here's what happened. Accidentally, somebody else organized a fundraiser for then Heritage Minister in which there ended up being members of the arts community who lobbied her department. It was $50 to get in, and immediately the minister acknowledged the problem and refunded every single dollar. These were $50 donations. And this is the one time that this happened, and immediately the error was recognized and the money was refunded. Contrast that with the Liberal Party approach. Consistently, $1,500 events with people who are involved in lobbying the government, and no apologies, no refund, in fact, consistent defense of those activities. So if you compare the record when it comes to the nature of the fundraising activities undertaken under the previous government and under the current government, there really is no comparison. In 10 years, you had one case where a mistake was made, the minister wasn't involved in organizing the event, and the money was refunded, and we were talking about a $50 price of admission. With this government, you have consistent $1,500 events where people are buying access to the Prime Minister, to the ministers. And what's striking here is that these are always defended. It's not a matter of something happening and someone saying, okay, we recognize that this shouldn't have happened, we'll pay the money back, we won't do it again. No, these things are being defended. That's what Cash for Access is, and that is what this government is trying to do. And we take the position that that's not acceptable. The government should go back to something that existed under the Conservatives, which was a real clarity in terms of the guidelines. Yes, you can fundraise. Yes, the minister and prime ministers can attend fundraising events in which people pay to attend. But those people cannot be lobbyists, people who receive money from the government, who are paying for access to a minister who they directly lobby. That's a very clear and easy distinction to make, and it's not one that's being made by this legislation. Interestingly, this legislation completely excludes, even from reporting, events where the cost is less than $200. So that would completely actually cut out the one event under the Conservative government, which I'm sure, of course, members of the then opposition were absolutely apoplectic about and called it the end of the world as we know it. Now, having explained the context here, what Cash for Access is all about, I want to delve a little bit into what I think is kind of an underlying philosophical problem with how we often approach these questions of ethics in politics. We're talking about the questions of corruption, of ethics, of morality in politics. And very often we kind of approach these discussions from the assumptions of what I would call sort of a rule-based moral framework. The idea that we've got to define rules that deal with every possible contingency, and that's the solution. It comes down to the rules. And this bill purportedly is about, okay, well, people were upset about what we did, so we gotta twist and tighten the rules a little bit. Now, this comes out of a sort of a rule-based assumption about the way morality works, and I want to posit that there's a better alternative. And I think that generally a virtue-based framework for thinking about ethics is a better one, and I think will give us the toolkit we need to actually effectively address some of these issues. So just to sort of provide some definition and context for this idea of rule-based morality is most often associated with the Enlightenment philosophical project, which is this idea that we need to, although we recognize that we may have certain aspects of ethics and morality that are a part of our culture where we are, that may come from different kinds of texts, from authority, that actually we need to come up with a way to codify and specifically rationalize in kind of a narrow sense of pure reason, disconnected from authority or sentiment, come up with the basis for morality and the rules that we have. And this was the kind of precursor of then various moral philosophers that came out of that period that were trying to define these very specific kind of narrowly reason-based concepts of morality. And the big debate one will often encounter in philosophical discussions that come out of this tradition is a debate between a utilitarian school, which says it's all about kind of adding up the impacts on people, and a more deontological approach to ethics or morality, which says, okay, it's more about certain lines that you cannot cross and things you cannot do, explained in whatever way. It's not about just adding up to good or bad effects, but it's about saying there are certain things you ought never to do or things you ought to do in general. But in any event, these distinctions all exist within a larger framework, which is where basically it's all about the rules. And through that discussion, you get finer and finer distinctions made trying to say, okay, what does this philosophical lens tell us about this situation? So very often for those who have studied philosophy, you get into these what are often called hard cases, the frequent discussion of a narrowing set of hard cases. And it's the idea that if you can answer these questions about hard cases, and if you don't have a clear rule to answer a hard case, then you've got to invent new rules that help you explain it. One of the classic ways in which these are adjudicated are so-called trolley problems. The idea that, if there's a trolley coming down a hill and it could go on one track or it could go on another track, and you have to decide whether you flip the switch and it would impact different people where it goes. How do you make that decision depending on the situation? But through all this, it's this idea that the sum total of ethical and moral conduct can be defined, should be defined in rule form, and that it can be done by anyone looking at the details in a sort of pure rational sense without reference to sentiment or authority, and then you've got to follow the rules as defined. So there's a number of problems that I think are evident with a purely rule-based approach to ethics or morality. First of all, I think fairly obviously, if the rules are the sole basis of morals or ethics, then what is the basis for the rules? If that's all that matters is following the rules, then what justifies the rules as they exist? Also, a purely rule-based morality doesn't provide a sufficient basis for understanding the roots of moral motivation or for a discussion of moral competency. If you have rules, and it's actually really interesting that there's a member of the opposition that always shouts Ayn Rand at me when I talk about virtue ethics, which shows how philosophically illiterate he is, that he doesn't understand the difference between Ayn Rand and virtue ethics. But I look forward to getting into that further with that member during questions and comments. A purely rule-based morality doesn't give us an adequate account of the difference, of the basis for understanding moral competency. In other words, you might have the rules, but you have people that are failing to live up to the rules. And how do you explain the fact that some people have a greater ability to live up to those rules seemingly than others? I do want to note, as I introduce some possible criticisms of a narrowly rule-based approach to morality, we need to understand that we have a government that is not even able to follow the rules that are in front of it. That this is an issue of, in my view, not just a failure to align with sort of deeper principles of ethics and morality, but a breaking of clear rules as that they're laid out. But I actually think that is often a product of the narrowing of questions of ethics to rules, that without a broader account of moral motivation and moral competency where it comes from, that we often see a loss of even that motivating force to follow the rules. And this government's approach in this legislation is to say, okay, well, people have complained about cash for access, so we're going to change some of the rules. It doesn't really address the fundamental problem, but it also, I think, is fundamentally missing the real problem, which isn't a matter of the rules. It's a matter of the decisions that the government has made and kind of a lack of ethical formation around what they ought and ought not be doing when it comes to how they act towards the public. Now, the alternative, I think, is an emphasis on virtue-based morality. Virtue-based morality highlights, or ethics, as you might want to call it, highlights the importance of qualities of character, that rather than focus exclusively on narrowing sets of harder cases, that you come to a greater understanding of ethics and morality by seeking to develop particular virtues, and that acting out those virtues in different situations, intellectual as well as moral virtues, helps you to understand and know what you should do in different challenging situations. This is an ancient tradition that reaches all the way back to Aristotle and likely before, but it has had a great deal of resonance throughout, all the way up to and through modern moral philosophy. I think Mill's approach to this is very good as well. But the application here is, I mean, the Aristotle identified 4 cardinal virtues: prudence, courage, justice, and temperance. And what's at issue here fundamentally with cash for access isn't just a transgression of rules, but it's a violation of fundamental principles of justice. It is a principle of natural justice, I think, that all people should have an equal, that all people should have a fair and equal opportunity to influence decisions and to see decisions of decision makers made that reflect notions of the common good, that reflect common interest, common values, and the common good. And when some people, because of privileged access, because of their political affiliation, because of their willingness to give money to a political party, have a preferential ability to access the government and influence government policy decision-making, Mr. Speaker, I would say that that's very clearly an offense against justice. Not defining that in a purely legal context, but in a context of justice as a virtue, justice as what should be, I think, a universal value. What the government needs to do, I think, more than try and look for ways of changing rules over and over again to kind of tighten the screw, is they need to actually reflect on what the objective should be, which is a society, which is government ministers, which is a government, which is a society which reflects these principles of justice. And they should endeavor in their fundraising activity, as well as in all of their activity, to ensure that people have the access, have the equal ability to provide input on policies that marshal towards the common good. Virtue is important. It's not just about a set of rules, but it's about the tone. It's about how you shape your actions and how you make decisions. And so this is part of the problem with the bill. Again, the bill doesn't address many of the fundamental issues, but I would say as well, just outside of this bill and outside of the specific context that we're discussing this in, because we're going to have these kinds of discussion about corruption, ethics, ethical fundraising, I think probably over and over again, at least for the immediately foreseeable future. And I think we need to take a step back from just saying, what are the rules? And we need to say, what kind of a country do we want to be in? And what kind of conduct do we expect from our ministers, even when, perhaps, the rules aren't clear? Again, I think the rules are clear in this case, but even when they aren't clear, what kind of conduct would reasonable people, thinking from a framework that emphasizes justice, seek to see acted out? Now, one of the other issues I just want to bring up, because it's been discussed in this debate so far, is the issue of access to the Prime Minister. And repeatedly we're hearing in questions and comments from members of the government, we have the most accessible Prime Minister in human history. I know of people that have met him at events that I've held in my riding. Isn't that great? Well, let me just say that there's first of all, it's not at all true that any Canadian who wants to spend time with the Prime Minister can get that access. I mean, that's ridiculous to even suggest. I mean, I invite anyone watching this speech who thinks it's that easy to call the Prime Minister's office and seek to set up a meeting. But the other point to be made is that there are different kinds of access. You can have a big public town hall in which many people come and some have an opportunity to ask questions. But that is very different from having a small, intimate cocktail reception where you have a small number of people who have that privileged opportunity to have a detailed discussion with the Prime Minister, or in a particular case with a minister about the issues. Those are qualitatively fundamentally different kinds of access. It's not the same being at a $1,500 private fundraiser with the Prime Minister as being able to ask one question in a public setting at a town hall. Those are fundamentally different kinds of access. But on this point of access, I think I'd be remiss if I didn't take this opportunity to invite the Prime Minister, if he wants to be accessible, to come and spend a little bit more time in my constituency. I'm sure the local Liberal Party Association would appreciate it as well, but I would be happy to take him on a tour of our industrial heartland so that without anybody paying $1,500, he can actually meet the workers in the energy sector that he has talked about phasing out. Not the workers, but the energy sector itself. And so that he can understand the importance of, in the case of my riding, the downstream part of the energy sector, the jobs that it creates, the spin-off opportunities that are there and available for work right across the country, and indeed the fact that so many of the products we use come from the energy sector. When we think of energy, when we think of oil sands development, most people think of driving cars, flying in airplanes, things that we all do, but they don't as often think of the fact that plastics, election signs, for example, come from petroleum products, that there are so many things we use on a day-to-day basis that have their basis in energy-related manufacturing, much of which happens in my riding. I said in questions and comments that Vegreville is fairly close to my riding, so if the Prime Minister wants to be accessible to people who are losing their jobs and to a community that's going to be fundamentally damaged as a result of a decision of this government, of the previous immigration minister, but continued by this immigration minister, then he can come to Vegreville and actually meet the people that are impacted. Now, I suspect that won't happen. If the Prime Minister wants to come to my riding this summer, I'd be happy to make all those arrangements. But the reality of access is that I think we know that if you're a wealthy, well-connected Liberal Party donor, you're going to have access to the Prime Minister that the workers in Sherwood Park and Fort Saskatchewan, and that the people in my colleagues riding in nearby Vegreville who are losing work, if you're a wealthy Liberal donor, you're going to have access that those people aren't going to have. And even if there were some big roundtable event, even if you had the opportunity to, yes, like everyone does, send a tweet and hope it's seen by the Prime Minister, you're not going to have qualitatively the same kind of access as someone who is paying for it. And Canadians are frustrated by this, and this bill simply does not at all address the issues that are there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Putting aside the debate about moral ethics and virtue ethics and the sense that you can somehow promote a moral utopia by having no rules and regulations and just imply people to act in an ethical way and the challenges of that philosophical bent. As I said, I still fear the member's parents read too much Ayn Rand to him as a child around bedtime. But the issue is this. I'd like the member to reflect on this. The Port Authority again, because I didn't go through the full list of Tory patronage appointments. We used to call it the Pork Authority in Toronto. But the Port Authority also had the member from Milton run her campaign out of a federal agency using the fax machine to solicit donations until she was caught. That same body, which had the Jim Flaherty's campaign manager, Tim Hudick's spokesperson, the wife of Jim Flaherty's campaign manager, also hosted somebody who hosted a pay-for-play access or cash, whatever the Tories want to call it, a cash for access donation scheme where if you paid $1,100 per person, you got to be appointed to the Port Authority, apparently, under their reasoning. All of this patronage around the Port Authority of Toronto that was it had so many Conservatives. If the member from Parry Sound Muskoka had that many in his campaign, he might have been on the final ballot at the leadership campaign, but he couldn't even raise them a second time. I guess out of power, he couldn't get them back into his fold. But the issue is this. As they run cash for access themselves, as they hand out federal appointments to campaign staff, campaign managers, campaign official agents, advisors to the Harris government, as they conduct all of that, how does that fit into his moral view of the world as being ethical?
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I always find it entertaining listening to my friend from Spadina, Fort York, and I'll have to say his understanding of political financing in this country is about as good as his understanding of political philosophy. He would do well to actually listen to what I said earlier. Of course, I never at any point in my speech advocated the abolition of rules or said that there isn't a place for moral rules alongside a broader framework of virtue ethics. And the fact that, it's interesting the fact that he always refers to Ayn Rand. Maybe he's more familiar with those texts than I am, but Ayn Rand was not an advocate of virtue ethics. I think he should know that, and if he doesn't, maybe he should focus his questions in a bit of a different direction. Now, he said lots of things about apparently things that happened in the Toronto Port Authority, and he repeatedly asserted the word apparently. Well, apparently you just had to pay this money and you got on the Port Authority. Apparently. Well, I don't really think a lot of the assertions of that member are necessarily worth dignifying with a response. I would rather we talk about not his constructed vision of apparently. I would rather actually talk about what we know happened. Now, and I spoke in my speech about what we know happened under the Conservative government. We had one fundraiser where it was $50 a person, done by mistake without the minister's prior knowledge, and all of the money was refunded. And there was proactive engagement with the Ethics Commission. With this government, we have repeated $1,500 cash for access fundraisers, no recognition of how inappropriate that is, no apologies, no pullback from that. They are proudly standing up and defending and now trying to enshrine in legislation cash for access. That's not an apparently, I'll say to the members for Spadina Fort York, that's not apparently. That's something we know happened, that those are events that are on the record, and this government, frankly, should be ashamed of them, and they should be reversing course, not trying to justify them.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I think it's a little bit funny to see the Liberals trying to appear not as bad as the Conservatives. It's almost like a contest about who's the least corrupt. The member was saying that, well, we were bad, but not as bad as the Conservatives when it came to political fundraising. So I think that's interesting to see that debate. But my question for my colleague would be, when it comes to the argument that the Liberals are kind of putting all members in the same basket by saying that the rules are the same for everyone and that all members respect the rules and all members do fundraising in their ridings, and that's just part of the election process. Well, in fact, the Liberals should have a much higher standard for the decision makers who sit in the front row of the House, because they are the true decision makers within the Government of Canada. So there should be codes of conduct, codes of ethics, standards when it comes to fundraising that should apply to those members who have functions that are quite different from the functions that my colleague from for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan have.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague makes an excellent point in general just about the obvious reality that ministers have a different role than members of Parliament. Ministers are part of the government. They are running departments. They are making policy decisions in a way that we as members of the legislature are not. We are here to debate legislation and to propose changes to it, to vote on it, but then to hold the government to account for the decisions that they make with respect to specific files. But I think the point that my friend makes as well is that the government in this argument is always just trying to muddy the waters a little bit. They're trying to, rather than actually responding to the issues of cash for access fundraising, they're trying to insert confusion by saying, well, this event happened over here that might have been similar, was probably actually different, but might have been similar, or looking at things that are far removed from the realities, but just trying to insert confusion into the discussion. And I think when you hear a government that it's trying to, instead of provide clarity and answer questions from their perspective, because they're going to have a different perspective, but instead of trying to provide clarity from their perspective, actually what they're trying to do in this debate is insert confusion, is kind of smudge dirt on the window so you can't really see through as well what the details of it are. And then I think they hope that Canadians kind of give up paying attention because, well, it's confusing, it's a little bit of kind of a pox on all their houses, whatever the case may be. But no, I think in this debate we need to search for that clarity and say what happened, What did the government do? Why are those things inappropriate? And very clearly what this government's done, as I explained in my speech, I think quite directly and specifically, is completely different from practices that went on under the previous Conservative government.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments? Seeing none. Okay, the honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for his speech. One of the things that we've heard all morning during this debate is that it really doesn't change anything. It allows the Liberal Party to continue down the path of cash for access, and I'm wondering if the honourable member can speak to his opinion on whether, in fact, this does change anything or not. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, this legislation is supposed to address these issues, but frankly, it contains loopholes that you could drive an official languages commissioner through. The gaps in here, you know, it asks for disclosure. Yeah, that's right. Maybe not successfully, but you can attempt to drive an official languages commissioner through. The gaps here in terms of what is still allowed, but also, you know, fundamentally, this bill is about reporting, but it's not really about stopping the practice of people paying money for access. That's what we object to. We object to the fact that somebody who is involved in lobbying the government can pay $1,500 in order to get preferential access to the person they're lobbying. And you know, this bill has some mechanisms for the disclosure of that, but it, at the end of the day, continues to fully allow that practice to take place. And we'll ask them simply, instead of proceeding the direction they proposed here, to align themselves with what was the practice under the previous Conservative government. But yes, also look deeper into these questions of what a just approach to this issue looks like. Aside from the rules, what is just and fair vis-a-vis the common good in terms of giving people equal access to government, because that's not what we've seen under this government. We haven't seen a proper set of rules, nor have we seen alignment with the rules, nor have we seen the kind of disposition and character that we would expect to align with the kind of decision-making we want to see in this country.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be able to speak on this, because I think there are a lot of things that are still not entirely understood or still unclear when it comes to fundraising. Yes, it's true that most members of Parliament do fundraising. And I can tell you that most members of Parliament don't enjoy doing fundraising. It's far from being our favorite task. Now, normally what happens with fundraising is that there may be activities organized that bring people together, members of the party, people who support the party's cause, people who share the same values. As well, there are often people who are close friends, family, who come to encourage us with a little bit of money. Often we're very far from the $1,500 that is mentioned in these pay-for-play events. So this is what happens in most local fundraising events. There are people who are there who share the same values, essentially. Now, the problem that we have here is that the Liberal Party is organizing events where the Prime Minister and ministers, so basically everyone sitting in the front row of the House here, are present, and people pay the maximum amount, $1,500, to be able to talk to the Prime Minister and ministers in very close circles where there are, say, just 10 or 15 people max. So it's easy to understand that if you're talking about an event where people had to pay $1,500 and where there are only a dozen people and you have access to the ministers and Prime Minister, well, that's very different from an event where you pay $10 or $30 and there are 600 people present to meet someone. Those are two totally different types of events. So that's the first very important distinction I think we need to understand. Now, one of the things that we should remember is that parties and donors should know that no one is obliged to accept donations. If you're offered money, you can turn it down. So if you believe that someone would really benefit from meeting us and they're not doing it simply because we share the same values or because they want to support us, there's somebody who actually wants privileged access, well, that's when there's a problem. There are ethical problems too. Now, if Sylvie Boucher wanted to give me $50,000, I would say no, clearly. If somebody wanted to give me money and they were directly involved in one of the subjects that was contained in a bill I was dealing with, well, I would say no. So it's very important to understand that it's important to have a limit, and that limit has as much to do with personal ethics as with the law. You need to be able to set limits because in so many cases it really comes down to common sense. And this is the flaw in the Liberal Party's current practice. There are clearly people who have vested interests. So anyone with common sense would say it's totally inappropriate to be having events with these people. But now, well, I think this has been thoroughly criticized. I think that the Liberal Party has been called out for this in a very significant manner. And now what we've realized is that the changes that they made in this bill are purely cosmetic. They will still be able to hold events, it's just that they have to be announced in advance. But, you know, if there are 15 tickets that are already sold out by the time the event is announced, well, okay, it's announced in advance. And yes, it's being held in a public venue, but in the end, somebody's private home could be a public venue. So, and yes, anybody can come, but really the tickets are already sold out. So what I'm saying is that these cosmetic changes won't prevent these events from happening. And this is a quite significant problem because these are people who have vested interests. Now, if you take $1,500 out of your own pocket and you know that by meeting the Prime Minister or Minister, you may be able to move forward with a project that's going to earn you millions of dollars, well, anybody would say, hey, that's worth the risk. If you could potentially earn millions of dollars for your company through dividends and everything else, and you're making a great salary on top of it, why not spend $1,500? And who's going to see $650 on the tax receipt? I mean, like, it's not a big loss. So it's clear that the people who attend these events always want to meet the current government. I know that the Conservatives weren't doing exactly the same thing as the Liberals, but you have to understand that the people who attend these events don't go because they support the party's values. They are interested in meeting with whichever party happens to be in power. So they will give the money to the party that is in power today, and then tomorrow, if there's a new party in power, they'll give money to that party. There's no relationship between the money they give and the values that they have or the belonging they have in a party. It's just a question of business, and that's a real problem. Now, I'd like to talk a little bit about what I've experienced in my riding. I've been lucky enough in my riding to have the Dean of the National Assembly of Quebec. She's been an elected official since before I was born. And she's really like a living encyclopedia about the political history of Quebec and everything that happened in that province. And we regularly have discussions about this. She witnessed all of these fundraising activities, and the fact that people often end up not even doing their work as a representative. They simply collect money and give quotas, so-called quotas, to ministers. And in the end, the goal is simply to raise money rather than doing their job. People consider that if they want to remain minister, they need to raise enough money. That's sort of their main criteria. So that's a real problem. In Quebec, we saw everything that happened before the Charbonneau Commission, which unveiled the degree to which political fundraising was corrupt. So we do think about this question a lot in Quebec. And the decision was made in that province to go back to a publicly funded system where the limit was for political donations was severely limited. There was also a cut between federal and provincial parties so that they couldn't share anything. So these were quite radical changes. But since then, when I spoke to Mr. Gendron, he said that things had changed very much. MPs there no longer spend their time chasing money. They actually focus on their work as representatives. There are still fundraising events, but there are fewer, and it's really not considered the members' main work. So members can focus on their real work. And even though there are still fundraising activities, members really have a lot of time to work effectively on other things, and they don't feel stressed about having to set their values and their ethics aside while they pursue fundraising. Now, there are also rules there about filling out forms to identify donors, so that's much more transparent as well. Things may not be perfect, but there have been radical changes when it comes to political fundraising in Quebec. And I think that it would be a good idea, rather than having this simply cosmetic bill and not particularly useful bill, because it won't change anything when it comes to pay for play. It will just be a little bit more open, but in fact, fundraising will still be allowed. So rather than that, I think it would have been a good idea to propose much deeper changes to political fundraising and to really rethink our way of doing things and to find new ways to get external influence out of politics. And we could look to Quebec for a model, because what led to the bill there was a whole series of discussions, and we could look at those discussions and learn something and make a much more significant bill here. And then we would have already been at a much more advanced stage in committee. What's currently being proposed is not going to change the system. People will still be able to try to buy ministers or even the Prime Minister. And people won't be able to focus more on their work as members, particularly the ministers, who are, as far as I can see, very much solicited at this type of event. So I think that they should be focusing on their work to a much greater degree. When you're a member of Parliament, you're paid by all taxpayers to help Canadians and to work for them. So when there are political fundraising events, that corrupts our work in a sense, because our work is to speak to people, to be available to them, and to do that without asking for anything in exchange, because that's part of our work, and that's part of the reason we earn our salary.
Now, if I may say something, this reminds me about the Prime Minister. There was perhaps legal to be paid lots of money to make speeches when he was a simple member of Parliament, and his travels were paid for by Parliament if it was part of his parliamentary duties, and he didn't charge organizations that were charitable organizations that asked him to speak. But for him, it didn't bother him from an ethical perspective to say, well, not only will I charge my travel costs, but I'll also take an honorarium to speak to them. But that is part of our work from the outset. So there are a number of questions surrounding what needs to be done with that. And I think that the government's approach is insufficient. It should have been more encompassing. We should have attempted to deal with the issue of the influence of money once and for all. And that's not what I see here. I don't see the willingness to do so. And I haven't heard any Liberals so far say that they wanted to delve into the issue and seek out a solution. Now, perhaps the system in Quebec isn't the perfect solution, but at least it's part of a potential solution. But what we're doing here is simply, if you will, limiting the damage to legitimize an activity that makes no sense. Don't forget that the money in those cases follows the governments in power. We saw that in Quebec. When it was the Liberal Party in power, well, coincidentally, the Liberal Party got the most money, gathered up the most money. When it was the PQ, the same happened there. So it's the same thing. We see that it keeps happening with federal parties as well. Now, when the Liberal Party's in power, they gather up more money. And by pure coincidence, when the Conservative Party's in power, they collect more money. So we have to stop sticking our heads in the sand. There are people who are really interested in political parties because it reflects their values. There are people who are interested in political parties and in meeting with members and ministers because it's the party in power and because they have some benefit to derive from it. We need to make a distinction there. We need to stop sticking our heads in the sand. And I'd like to reiterate, Mr. Speaker, that we have no obligation to accept a donation if there's an ethical problem surrounding it. So that is another important fact. Now, we're seeing them gather up money as provided that it fills their coffers, and that too is problematic. So I would like to see us go into solution mode, for us to be rigorous, to look at a system that could satisfy all parties, that would resolve this issue of the influence of money, and will resolve it once and for all. So we will have resolved the problem instead of simply making some cosmetic administrative changes to funding, which won't ultimately change anything. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very eager to take any questions my colleagues may have.
Questions et commentaires. Comments. L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her remarks and for having drawn a parallel between political funding at the federal level and in some provinces. Now, in some provinces, they're more liberal, if I can put it that way. In Quebec, the situation is more strict. They made an attempt to resolve and reform the situation, and they wanted to take money out of the political equation. And we've seen the results of that. They're clear. And I think that that's something that parliamentarians here should draw inspiration from, with a view to eliminating the influence of money in public policy. I don't think that anybody opposes that principle as such. Now, it's important. When the Prime Minister talked about removing any appearance or privileged access or appearance of access to ministers, when the Prime Minister said that, we thought that what he meant that he was going to move in the direction of a reform to political financing at the federal level. So my question to my colleague is, in light of what the Prime Minister said, if Bill C-50 responds, I'd like to know if she thinks that C-50 does that, in fact, and whether it deals with the issue of privileged access. Is this what we really expected when we heard the government initially address the issue, and we thought the government would resolve it? So I'd like to hear my colleague comment on that. I'd like to hear whether or not her expectations were met with this bill. The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Absolutely not. Clearly, on many bills, the government disappointed me. They made promises during the election campaign. They never delivered the goods. So now I'm cautious when the government says it's going to resolve an issue, because I know that, in fact, they don't do it. And it's far from what they promised and what they promised during campaigns. But I expected something with more substance, that the limits would be dealt with, that people with a vested interest would be prevented from contributing, but no. Perhaps there's a bit more openness, but it's cosmetic, and it won't prevent cash for access from taking place where a minister is involved. So this bill isn't up to par. It isn't going to resolve the problem, the underlying problem, which is the influence that people can have over ministers when they agree to pay as part of a cash for access event. And in exchange, after having paid, they get some kind of benefits for the company they represent or the issues that they're fighting for. So that problem remains in its entirety, and unfortunately the government didn't do anything to resolve it.
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've asked a member a question, maybe to comment on an observation. In the Minister of Democratic Institutions mandate letter, it's really connected to this Bill C-50 on political financing. It says to set up an independent commissioner to oversee these future debate forums that will be held between leaders of major political parties. Now, we saw what happened with the appointment, or failed appointment, actually, of Madame Mayer to the Official Languages Commissioner role. So I want to hear some observations from the member, being a member of the New Democratic Party, who had tried to move a reasonable motion in this House to make sure that all of these officers of Parliament would be appointed in an independent, open and actually transparent fashion. Her thoughts on this part of the minister's mandate letter that I don't see here in C-50. And I think it's deeply troubling that government's not moving ahead with this important part of the minister's mandate letter. If I could just have her comments and observations on that.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Clearly, if they want to appoint an independent commissioner to monitor the independence, then all parties need to be consulted. There needs to be a real consultation, not we have made a decision to appoint this person. That's not a real consultation. They need to take the time to sit down and talk to everyone. I think that if we were to take that time and do a serious job, then we could come up with a joint solution with a man or a woman who can fulfill the mandate and be a suitable choice for everyone. But we need to have those consultations, not just bogus or cosmetic consultations, which is what the government is doing in its legislation and in its approach. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her answer earlier. I have another question for her. I'd like to hear her comments on one of the arguments used by the Liberals. With this $1,500 amount, the Liberals are saying, well, it's open to everyone. There's no limit. Anyone can register. If it's a $1,500 cocktail, and they're open events, anyone can sign up. We put it on the website, and we invite everyone to the cocktail. So they say, see, well, we're an open government, open to discussion. Everyone's welcome, everyone's invited, provided they pay $1,500. So I wonder if my colleague, based on her experience in her riding, knows whether there are many people who can afford to pay $1,500 for a cocktail. So when the government says, well, there's no problem, it's open to everyone, we're an open party, these are open cocktails. So what does that represent for her in her riding? What does $1,500 represent? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Well, I can tell you that a mother who has to pay back $2,600 in amounts to the Department of Revenue couldn't afford that. Absolutely not. The Revenue Agency is completely disconnected from reality when they demand papers, when no family benefits were being received, but there was a problem with the Revenue Agency, etc. That kind of person couldn't afford it at all. There are people whose benefits are cut off in my riding, who have no further resources to try to recover them, who are often facing an ongoing problem. Of course they can't afford to pay $1,500 to go and meet the Minister of Revenue to put in place people to resolve the issues when it comes to receiving the benefits that they're entitled to for their children. I'd like to remind the member that she needs to address her comments through the chair and not directly to other members. But we have time for one short question.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And to the Honourable Member, she had spoken about some of the experiences and discussions she had with people from Quebec. And I think when we tie this into the federal Liberal Party, of course, there was the Gomery issue that had taken place. I'm wondering if in her discussions some of that had been presented, and perhaps we can sort of see just that the Liberals perhaps haven't changed that much.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much. We didn't address the issue of the Gomery Commission specifically, but there were some similar cases where there were problems, for example, with funding by sector. So because of the mess that was created in Quebec before that legislation was adopted, I think they realized that they had no choice but to make a shift, to take tangible action, and not just cosmetic action like we're seeing here. And that is what led to the bill that was adopted in Quebec and to their reforms on election financing and political financing. So if we look at the past in Quebec and in Canada, I think that we can no longer afford just to make cosmetic changes. We need to proceed and resolve this matter once and for all, instead of simply patching things up in various places in legislation that doesn't resolve the problem in and of itself when it comes to the influence of money over government.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and certainly I would like to say thank you for the opportunity to stand and address our Commons today. Regarding the political financing rules and changes of those rules here in Canada, political financing has obviously become a hot topic in this government, a topic that is being marred with suggestions of cash for access, of preferential treatment for those who are attending fundraisers. And Mr. Speaker, obviously it's important to the Canadian people that they know that every single Canadian is seen equal under the law. Every single Canadian is seen equal to its government, but that does not seem to be the case as of today. Because what we've seen is minister after minister, including the Prime Minister himself, engage in activities related to fundraising for the Liberal Party of Canada that have caused members of the public, members of the opposition, members of this gallery, members of the media to question whether that is in fact the case. This government has been accused of selling access to ministers who are key decision makers and creating a quid pro quo environment. An environment where if one wants to influence the outcomes of government decision making, all one must do is donate to the Liberal Party
of Canada. That's the same Liberal Party that makes up this government and determines the literal future of our country and its policies. It's seen as a trade. One person can influence if they provide grease to the Liberal wheels through big donations or through many donations or through hosting fundraisers. And the irony here, Mr. Speaker, is that this Prime Minister and his government outlined through several tabled documents the expectations on the conduct of the government, its ministers, and in fact, the Prime Minister himself. The Prime Minister gave out mandate letters to each of his ministers in which he required all of the ministers to maintain relationships with stakeholders related to their portfolios that were not only above reproach, but seen to be above reproach. And the Prime Minister gave mandate letters. Sorry, the Prime Minister also gave a document which was called Open and Accountable Government, which states the following. He went one step further than just outlining this in the mandate letters themselves. And the general principles are these. Ministers and parliamentary secretaries must ensure that political fundraising activities or considerations do not affect or, again, appear to affect the exercise of the official duties or the access of individuals or organizations to government. This just further reiterates that it is not just a question of whether there is influence occurring, but also whether it is perceived that there is undue influence occurring because the individual has preferential access to said minister. A second principle, there should be no preferential access to government or appearance of preferential access accorded to individuals or organizations because they've made financial contributions to politicians or to political parties. Mr. Speaker, again, this just reinforces this principle that the Canadian people need to not only know or see that there is no undue influence, they need the government to provide the same image, that there is no undue influence occurring because of some sort of financial donation to the Liberal Party of Canada. And finally, there should be no singling out or appearance of singling out of individuals or organizations as targets of political fundraising because they have official dealings with ministers and parliamentary secretaries or their staff or departments, Mr. Speaker. Now, if you're looking for examples, perhaps, and I'm not going to say this happened, but perhaps those looking for court appointments buying tickets to a fundraiser with the Minister of Justice would appear to be just that. Perhaps Chinese businessmen who are looking to do business in Canada, meeting directly with the Prime Minister, would appear to be just that. And the Prime Minister's own documents iterate that there needs to be not only no undue influence, but the appearance that there is no undue influence. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to ask that I share my time with the member from Calgary, Rocky Ridge. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister also tabled the throne speech. Now, Mr. Speaker, this throne speech, entitled Making Real Change Happen, went even further because it not only talked about directly fundraising, but it talked about the narrative. It talked about the ideals to which this government would strive. And I'd just like to compare some of the statements within the throne speech to what we're seeing happening with political financing in Canada with the Liberal Party today. Quote, "Let us not forget, however, that Canadians have been clear and unambiguous in their desire for real change. Canadians want their government to do different things and to do things differently." Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure that the Canadian people would agree with the things that this government's doing differently or how they were doing things differently. You see, the previous Conservative government had very high standards for its ministers and its parliamentary secretaries. The Prime Minister demanded that his ministers strictly follow these guidelines for both, again, the ministers and parliamentary secretaries, and that no conflict of interest would result from political donations, that those members would not attend these fundraisers related to their own portfolios. But this government is doing the exact opposite and confirming conflicts of interest by encouraging its ministers to partake in cash for access fundraisers. Now, I could be wrong, Mr. Speaker, but I don't believe this is what the Canadian public had in mind when real change, quote, real change, was offered as the Prime Minister's slogan. The second paragraph or sentence that I'd like to outline from the throne speech is they want to be able to trust their government. How can mom and pops back home trust a government that is selling access to ministers, possible access to decision-making, and access to wealth through that decision-making? The actions of these ministers breeds further distrust between politicians and the public, and sows the seeds of doubt that politicians don't, in fact, have the best interests of Canadians in mind. They have the best interests of their own political fortunes. The third, Mr. Speaker, is, and they want leadership that's focused on the things that matter most to them. Mr. Speaker, I can guarantee that there is not a single Canadian in this country that thinks the most important matter to deal with in Canada today is the fundraising prowess of the Liberal Party of Canada. I know what Canadians are worried about. Canadians are worried about jobs. How am I going to put food on the table? How am I going to take care of my family? What does my future look like? Canadians are worried about a ballooning deficit. How are my children going to be able to afford to live in 10 years, in 15 years? How are they going to be able to repay the debt? How are they going to be able to afford university and college? How are they going to be able to take on the inflation that is likely coming down the line? They're worried about rising real estate prices. How are we going to be able to afford to find a place to live? But you know what the Liberals are worried about? Fundraising. And unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, that is not what the Canadian public is interested in. And it's interesting, just 18 months after this throne speech, how far we've come, because the next paragraph actually says, after saying focusing on the things that matter most, it says things like growing the economy, creating jobs, strengthening the middle class, and helping those working hard to join it. Mr. Speaker, after just 18 months, this throne speech is no longer worth the paper it's written on, because the most important things to the Liberal Party today are where are they going to find the money and how are they going to use it? Who can they go and exploit to encourage more money going to Liberal coffers? Mr. Speaker, this bill does not go the place it needs to go. The government needs to stop what it's doing in terms of providing ministers to cash for access events to stakeholders within their portfolios. And Mr. Speaker, today we as Conservatives are calling on the government to stop this practice and move forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. And he and I understand, being from Ontario, where this all started, and we understand the reasons why it's come to Ottawa. And the common denominator throughout this whole thing is Katie Telford and Jerry Butts. They were doing the exact same thing when they were running Dalton McGuinty and Kathleen Wynne's office, and they're doing the exact same thing now running this country. And so we've experienced cash for access fundraisers in our part of the world. So I want to ask the honourable member how he feels about a very similar practice in Ontario happening now federally.
The honourable member for Barrie Springwater Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the member for the question. I love talking about my feelings in the House of Commons, so I will continue to do that. In terms of what's happening in Ontario and what has happened in Ontario, all you have to look at is the Green Energy Act. All you have to look at is those companies that are reaping the benefits of what I will refer to as corporate welfare, and the donations that are attached to those back to the Liberal Party in Ontario. And yes, Mr. Speaker, it did start under Dalton McGuinty, and it did continue under Kathleen Wynne. And today it is continuing under the Prime Minister of Canada and his staff. And unfortunately, what Canadians expected was a government that was going to put them first, and what Canadians have got is a government that is putting their own coffers first. Enough is enough. Enough of the politicians looking out for politicians. We need a government that's going to look out for Canadians.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened with some interest to my friend's speech. I guess it's one of the indicators we look for when a new government comes in is what their priorities are and what the response is from the larger political ecosystem, if we can call it that. And it was almost like a dinner bell was rung for lobbyists around Ottawa. We just had the lobbyist commissioner issue their report as to what lobbying activity has been like since this government formed, and it's like a hockey stick curve. Like all of a sudden, everybody came running with checks in hand, as it turns out, because when we look through the fundraising activities, and I'll preface this by reminding the House of what the Prime Minister of Canada promised the Canadians way back in November of 2015, harken back to those heady times. He said that there should be no preferential access to government or appearance of preferential access accorded to individuals or organizations because they have made financial contributions to politicians and political parties. Cast forward, April 2016, October 2016, another one in October, a third, a fourth, a fifth fundraising event. They were really busy in October of that year. And then it continues on. Fundraising event after event held by the senior ministers of this cabinet, finance, natural resources, the justice minister, with people directly implicated by their ministries. Lawyers lobbying the Attorney General, the natural resource minister being lobbied by oil and gas and mining companies at liberal fundraising events. The finance minister holding what he called pre-budget consultations at a millionaire's house in Halifax with the wealthy and well-connected. So, holding up that one promise of many about more open and transparent government, which is it that the Liberals don't understand about this problem? The cash for access is the issue that most Canadians see as a fundamental complaint, or the fact that we just published them in 3 weeks rather than in 3 days, the names of those who have bought access to this Prime Minister and his cabinet.
Honourable member for Barrie Springwater, Oro Medonte.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member again for the question. And obviously, it's the cash for access. Obviously, this government doesn't understand that Canadians do not want a government that is going to sell access to its ministers, access to its decision makers, access to all parts of its infrastructure to those who are looking to gain. What Canadians want is a government that is going to do what's best for its people. And they aren't going to find that through consultations at $1,500 fundraisers. They're going to find that through speaking with regular Canadians and working on their behalf. So, Mr. Speaker, I will end with this, as I know my time is coming to an end. Going forward, we are requesting, we are asking, we are demanding that the government put these ethical issues aside and focus on Canadians, not their own coffers.
Resuming debate, le reprise du débat, the honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge. He'll have time for his speech, and the questions will come when we resume the debate afterwards. The honourable member.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is always a pleasure to rise in this place, in this House, and speak on behalf of my constituents in Calgary Rocky Ridge. I have followed the debate on this bill throughout the morning, listened to the various interventions by members of all parties, and we've had some great discussions. Some interesting points have been made. So I think I'd take a minute to review how we got here. In 2015, the Liberal Party ran an ambitious campaign, indeed. They ran an idealistic campaign in an attempt to capture the imagination of Canadians. They were a third party in the House, and when you're a third party in the House, perhaps you put pressure on yourself to promise a great many things to try to regain support of Canadians that they had not enjoyed for some time. So there were many bold and idealistic promises made. They conveyed to Canadians an impression of being different from their former selves in the scandal-ridden governments that they had headed in the past, different from a current government that had been in office for 10 years. And it worked. They managed to get elected on the strength of these idealistic promises. Now, they promised many things. They promised, and to be, among other things, they said the most open and transparent government in history. This was a promise made by these Liberals during their campaign. They also promised many other things. They promised a balanced budget of only, or not a balanced budget, but a deficit of only $10 billion that would be spent explicitly on infrastructure to stimulate the economy and immediately return to balance. We know what has happened with that promise. They promised other things like electoral reform. They promised to change the electoral system. They promised reform to the access to information system. There are many, many promises made that have been thrown out the window fairly closely after the election. So on the business of being the most open and transparent government in history, the Prime Minister, shortly after his election, put out a 90-plus page document titled the Prime Minister's Statement on Open and Accountable Government. And in this document, as has been recounted by others this morning, he promised, among other things, to hold his ministers to the highest possible ethical standards. In his document and in his mandate letters that he made public, he said that there could be no preferential access given to ministers by the wealthy or well-connected. He said that there will not even be the appearance of conflict of interest or preferential access. He said that his ministers were to be held to these standards and that their ethical responsibilities would not be fully discharged by mere compliance with the law. So, what has happened since then, Mr. Speaker? Well, since then, we have almost immediately, the Prime Minister and his party, to raise funds, has been holding cash for access fundraisers. We know that they have held fundraisers with Chinese billionaires. We know that they have held cash for access fundraisers with pharmaceutical lobbyists and firms that are in litigation with the government. We have media reports of lobbyists hosting cash for access fundraisers in private homes in contravention of the Lobbying Act. We have heard that these events not only are not open to the public, but they are actually by invitation only and secretly distributed using internet protocols to bury search results that attempt to look for these events. We have heard of energy lobbyists, the Minister for Natural Resources meeting with energy lobbyists. We've heard of the Finance Minister actually characterizing a cash for access fundraiser as part of his pre-budget consultation process. We have had more or less about a year of this, spent the better part of the first year of this government in office uncovering these events. And so here we are today when it is into the final days of our session, and members are getting ready to spend the summer in their constituents and to spend time with their families, rushing through a new bill. So why do we even have this bill, Mr. Speaker? Many Canadians might be wondering. This bill purports to increase openness and transparency and has been touted by the parliamentary secretary to the minister this morning as a new, much-needed reform. Well, Mr. Speaker, what created the need for this reform? There is only one party, Mr. Speaker, that has an ethical fundraising problem, and it's the Liberal Party. Why do we even need a new bill at all when it's the conduct of one party that could simply choose not to sell access for cash? We wouldn't need to be here debating a bill at all if they would simply say, we won't do this. But, Mr. Speaker, this is the essence of how they raise money. And this bill does not create increased ethics in fundraising, Mr. Speaker. This bill creates a system where conflict of interest is indeed open and transparent, that they're openly and can openly and transparently engage in conflict of interest by shaking down supporters, stakeholders, lobbyists that do business with the government at $15, $100 a pop. So the new minister came to her job in the wake of the unmitigated disaster of her predecessor's failed electoral reform agenda. A broken promise, Mr. Speaker, much like a series of other broken promises that I have mentioned already. But with this reset button being hit on her department, we now have this bill before us, which, as I have said, merely gives cover to their practice of raising cash by selling access.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments? Seeing none, resuming debate. Are we ready for the question? The question is as follows. Madame Gould, appuyée par Madame Bibeau.
Ms. Gould, seconded by Ms. Bibeau, moves that Bill C-50, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act, political financing, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs.
Adopt the motion. All those in favor of the motion, please say yea. Yea. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Accordingly, there we go. Pursuant to order made on Tuesday, May 30th, 2017, the division stands deferred until later this day at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Thank you. The honourable member for, I'm sorry, I'm afraid we're at 2 o'clock. We'll go on to statements by members, and if the honourable member wants to bring it up after question period, that would be fine. Statements by members, déclaration de député, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, there's an elephant in the room here in the House of Commons, and that elephant is the assimilation of francophones and the anglicization of Quebec. All around the world, systems based on institutional bilingualism and individual rights, like the system we have in Canada, promote the assimilation of minority languages. And what has the Minister of Heritage done? Well, just a consultation to promote that same outdated model. This is why I am undertaking a new consultation on French as a common language and an official language, where we will try to promote a model based on collective rights. This is a model that is proven to help ensure the future of national languages. I invite all citizens to participate in these consultations, and we'll be starting in Quebec. Ensuring a strong future for the French language is not only our right, but our responsibility for linguistic and cultural diversity. And the best way to do that is to make Quebec a country.
A member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The lack of mental health services in Nunavut continues to have a profound and tragic effect on Nunavut youth. Years of societal and cultural disruption have led to increased multi-generational trauma among Inuit. As a result, many have turned to alcohol and other substances, and sadly, this reality has led to a suicide rate that is 10 times the national average, a statistic that hasn't changed since it's been declared a crisis in 2015. I don't think there's a family in Nunavut that hasn't been affected by suicide or alcohol and substance abuse. I know mine certainly has. And I know all too well the forceful, lasting impact it can have. Mr. Speaker, and this is unacceptable in Canada in 2017. The government of Nunavut urgently requires adequate federal funding to provide the mental health services needed to break this cycle and ensure a brighter future for Nunavut youth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, as we prepare to return to our home communities this summer, I encourage all members in this House to look how trade supports jobs and growth in their ridings. Thanks to the Canadian softwood lumber industry, North American home and cottage owners will again have the unique pleasure of backyard projects. Building that new deck, staining the fence, building the dock for the cottage, and so many other wood-related projects, all thanks to the Canadian softwood lumber industry. The Canadian softwood lumber industry has been ground zero for the infamous honey-do list. All around this House, we can see many softwood products, Kleenex in the lobby, the labels on the envelopes, and the envelope itself, even the occasional child's diaper. Softwood lumber products can be found everywhere. What else do these products have in common? They are produced in my province of New Brunswick and are shipped across Canada and internationally. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Mr. Speaker, Southern Alberta is home to the foremost unmanned air systems test range. Their foremost test range is 2,400 square kilometers of restricted airspace up to an altitude of 18,000 feet, set aside for drone research and testing. It is the only location in Canada to receive Transport Canada's authorization and is one of only a handful worldwide with comparable capabilities. Although started as an economic development initiative by the Village of Foremost, the test range is now a national asset that benefits Canada's large and small companies alike. It enables the next generation of civil and commercial drone applications in agriculture, forestry, oil and gas, and the environment, where drone use will improve soil and water quality and create low-cost methods for monitoring pipelines and power lines. Their foremost unmanned air systems test range gives Canadian companies a home to develop their technology in order to meet domestic requirements and those of the rapidly expanding global marketplace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Député de Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the devotion and hard work of municipal elected officials is an important basis for the future. I would like to acknowledge the work of the Mayor of Sainte-Anne-de-Sabrevois, Denis Rolland, a former colleague at the Haut-Richelieu Regional District. Mr. Rolland spent 45 years in public life, including over 25 years as mayor of that municipality. Under his guidance, Sainte-Anne-de-Sabrevois became one of the first municipalities in Quebec to create an urban development plan, allowing for the installation of modern infrastructure. He helped the region move forward. He fostered a sense of belonging in the community. The creation of the Honoré Mercier Museum, in the home where that former Quebec premier was born, is a fine example of his work. Mr. Rolland is an example of a great community builder. He's made the riding of Saint-Jean shine. Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, and Kapuskasing. Mr. Speaker, it's almost summer, and I'd like to invite everyone to visit my beautiful riding, Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing. This weekend, we'll be having the biggest Saint-Jean party in Ontario.
21st National Aboriginal Day celebrations are taking place in communities across the riding. To celebrate Canada 150, there are hundreds of activities taking place. Wawa will reveal their new Wawa Goose, the largest landmark of its kind in Canada and one of the most photographed landmarks in North America. Echo Bay celebrates the 30th anniversary of the circulation of the loonie, a coin which has become a national symbol, and the 25th anniversary of the Big Loonie Monument, built to honor the loonies artist Robert Ralph Carmichael. If this isn't enough, on August 10th, Lester B. Pearson's granddaughter will be in Kagawan for the official launch of the Old Mill Heritage Centre Museum's exhibit of the Lester B. Pearson's collection. We hope the Prime Minister will attend to celebrate the life of a close family friend. All this and so much more happening in AMK this summer. Hope to see you all there.
Hey. Honourable Member for Sackville Preston, Chesapeake.
Mr. Speaker, I see Parliament as a stunning tribute to the Canadian values of peace, freedom, equality, respect for cultural differences, and law and order. Mr. Speaker, those are the words of Braden Marshall, a student in grade 8 from Fall River, Nova Scotia in my riding. And he's here with his dad, Mark, today, and 5 other finalists. Of course, in your National Speakers contest, of course, Writers Contest. Brandon, un étudiant en immersion.
Brandon has been a French immersion student since kindergarten. He's one of hundreds of young Canadians who has been studying French since kindergarten.
Ask the House and all members to join me in welcoming Brandon, Marshall, and the 5 other finalists, Charlotte, Lindsay, Armas, Aisha, and Orphalie, to Parliament here today, and thank them for their
je précise beaucoup.
I appreciate the member's intention. I hope that he's listening. But he should know that only the speaker can recognize people in the gallery. Members are not supposed to do that. So in the future, I hope he will remember that and respect that practice.
Member for Simcoe North.
Mr. Speaker, last week Heather and I attended the 70th Annual Stephen Leacock Medal for Humour Awards in Orillia, Ontario. Orillia, after all, is the fictional Mariposa from his famous novel, Sunshine Sketches of a Little Town. The Stephen Leacock Medal is awarded to the best literary work of humour by a Canadian author, and some of Canada's best have received it. Mordecai Richler, W.O. Mitchell, Will Ferguson, and Terry Follis, to name a few. This year, the Leacock Associates have awarded the medal to Gary Barwin of Hamilton, Ontario, for his novel Yiddish for Pirates, the same work that put him on the finalists for last year's Governor General's Literary Award and the Giller Prize. I'd like to thank the Leacock Associates and TD Financial Group for recognizing another outstanding contribution to Canadian literature, and I invite all honourable members to join me in congratulating the 2017 Leacock Medal for Humour Award, Gary Barwin.
The honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, we are in the midst of one of the most significant celebrations in our history, Canada 150. Yeah. Festivities are ramping up in all corners of the country. My riding of Cloverdale, Langley City is no different, with significant celebrations planned for Canada Day and throughout the rest of the summer. As we celebrate 150 years of Canadian Confederation, we must also remember that the history of this land goes back well beyond 1867. Long before Sir John A. Macdonald became our country's first Prime Minister, Indigenous peoples lived on the territory that would one day become Canada. It is this rich history that reminds us that just as this is a time of celebration, it is also a time of reconciliation. I also remind Canadians that all Parks Canada national parks and national historic sites are free throughout 2017. These parks and sites are national treasures set out for the enjoyment of all Canadians. I encourage everyone to take advantage of our country's natural and cultural marvels. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and from everyone in Cloverdale, Langley City to all Canadians and everyone in this House, Happy Canada 150.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, this is a great year for all Canadians. On July 1st, we'll mark 150 years of Canada's Confederation. Canada is known around the world for many things, which makes us such a special country. For the brave soldiers and peacekeepers who protect our values around the world. The image of the maple leaf waved and worn proudly around the world. The Indigenous community with a deep history and multiculturalism that enriches each of our lives. We are a country of open arms, welcoming people from around the world. In Brampton South, we are also celebrating the 150th anniversary of Brampton's Grace United Church Elderly Historic Home and the Palmer Courthouse. Canada Day speaks to all Canadians. I want to encourage all Canadians to connect with neighbours, family and friends and celebration what it means to be Canadian. In Brampton South, that can mean spending time at Gage Park, learning about the heritage at PAMA, enjoying the evening at Rose Theatre or Garden Square downtown. As we approach July 1st, Mr. Speaker, I would like to...
The honourable member for Calgary Confederation.
Mr. Speaker, June is Stroke Month in Canada. More than 400,000 Canadians live with long-term disability from stroke, and that number is expected to double in the next 20 years. Due to increased awareness of the signs of stroke and improvements in early stroke management, most people, 80% in fact, now survive a stroke. Recovery can take months or years, even for milder strokes, and many people never fully recover. It is a long, costly, and difficult road. Acute care has improved dramatically. Unfortunately, the system has not kept pace. There are gaps in rehabilitation, community services, and support. Family caregivers play a critical role in rehabilitation, and it is stressful and exhausting. The Heart and Stroke Foundation is ready to help, but it needs our support for both patients and caregivers. Together with stakeholders, we can raise awareness and improve stroke outcomes for thousands of Canadians.
Honourable Member for Beaches East York.
Mr. Speaker, it is critical that we trust in science and in our scientists. Despite recent challenges, I remain hopeful about global efforts to tackle climate change because of our history of innovation and leadership in science. With that history in mind, I rise to recognize the 25th anniversary of the UV Index, a scale invented here in Canada and adopted by the WHO and the UN Environment Programme internationally. In particular, I want to recognize the 3 Toronto-based Environment Canada scientists who invented the index: Jim Kerr, David Wardle, and Beaches East York constituent Tom McElroy, now a professor at York's Department of Earth and Space Science and Engineering. In a sense, we managed to put a hat on everybody in the world. That's Tom's modest way of describing an incredible accomplishment, an accomplishment that has not only improved public health awareness, but that serves as a reminder of the progress we can achieve when we put our trust in science and give our scientists both freedom and funding to do their work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Orleans.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is no closer friend, partner, and ally than the United States of America. Canadians were deeply concerned to hear about an attack in Alexandria, Virginia yesterday, which targeted a Republican congressional baseball practice. This was a cruel and heinous attack, and we condemn it in the strongest possible terms. Every year, Republican and Democratic Senate and House members get together for the annual congressional baseball game where they solidify friendships and raise money for charity. Following this attack, Democrats and Republicans got together again and called for bipartisan unity. And today, the Congressional Baseball Game for Charity will be played as scheduled. We commend their bravery and their determination not to let this attack cause rifts, and we wish all those injured in the attack a complete and speedy recovery. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of all Canadians who value our friendship with our American friends and neighbours so dearly, we wish the best of luck to both teams as they stand fast against this act of hate and play their annual game. Thank you very much.
Hear, hear. Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in this House of Commons to recognize the life of Rick Plaisir. Rick was a husband, a father, a friend, and a teacher. My heart goes out to his wife Marie, their 3 sons, Kent, Todd, and Sean, and their families. Through his career, he inspired generations of students as a teacher and then later as principal of Verdon Junior High School. After retirement, Rick began evaluating educational programs on First Nations reserves as an effort to improve learning outcomes in these areas. Rick defined what it means to be an advocate for his community through his work, first as Mayor of Rossburn, Mayor of Verdon, as Reeve of the RM of Sifton, and finally as Western Manitoba's region on the Association of Manitoba, representative at the Association of Manitoba Municipalities. He was concerned with regional flooding and the very existence of Oak Lake as a water sport and fishing mecca. As a Lions Club member, he rose to district governor. I am proud to have known this man and to have called him a friend. Thank you, Rick, for your tireless work. Westman is undoubtedly a better place because of you.
The Honourable Member for Miramichi Grand Lakes.
Speaker, today, June 15th, the Golden Hawks, Canada's first national aerobatic team, will be inducted into the Canadian Aviation Hall of Fame. In 1959, Royal Canadian Air Force Base Chatham was chosen to be the home for Canada's first official national aerobatic team. The program was then established as a permanent unit of the RCAF thanks to the tremendous success of the Golden Hawks. In 1967, RCAF Chatham honored the Golden Hawks by dedicating an F-86 Sabre in front of the base recreation center, where it stood until it was moved to the Atlantic Canada Aviation Museum. This monument honored the members of the team, but also all the men who flew that same aircraft during the Cold War. I invite you all to my beautiful riding of Miramichi-Grand Lake this summer, where there will be a community celebration honoring the RCAF Golden Hawks and their significant role in Canada's aviation history. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Churchill Kiiwetinoong-Aski.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to share the sense of frustration and abandonment that many face in our region of northern Manitoba. Frustration that the federal government is nowhere to be found in these tough times. Churchill and the Bayline communities are devastated. The American billionaire that owns the rail line and the port has left them completely stranded. Fishers in Norway House, Oboden, and Fisher River, as well as many others, are fighting the dismantling of freshwater fish. Workers and families in Thompson and Flin Flon are worried as they receive news of major job losses, including the loss of value-added processing jobs. First Nations aren't seeing the commitment to increase funding for education, housing, child welfare, or on-treaty land entitlement. Northern Manitoba has given a great deal to Canada, and it's time for the federal government to step up, to nationalize the port and rail line, to protect FFMC, to stand up for good jobs, and to live up to its commitment to First Nations. We demand that this Prime Minister act. It is time to stand up for our North and our Canada. Thank you.
The honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Mr. Speaker, in my riding earlier this month, I was honoured to attend the Long Table Feast Hope, hosted by Denise Hepner and Brenda Wientz. This event was a fundraiser in support of Freedom Challenge. Freedom Challenge is a movement of passionate women who participate in physical challenges dedicated to raising funds and awareness to combat the injustice of human trafficking, which affects hundreds of thousands of women and children worldwide. Freedom Challenge has led women to climb the Rockies, Alps, Kilimanjaro, and to the Everest Base Camp. More importantly, Freedom Challenge has raised millions of dollars to support the work of combating human trafficking. I want to recognize and thank the hosts and the volunteers of this fundraiser, as well as all those who attended to support the important work of Freedom Challenge. I wish everyone who participates in addressing this struggle all the best as they strive to set women and children on the pathway to freedom.
The Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst.
Member of Parliament for Acadie Bathurst, I would like to rise to congratulate all those receiving their diploma this spring. C'est une grande réussite.
I'm extremely proud of the great accomplishments of the graduates from the 5 secondary schools, 2 colleges, and 1 university in my riding. I hope the new graduates will remember everything they've learned over the course of their studies so that they can set the objectives that will help them succeed in life. I always encourage them to embrace lifelong learning and to find ways to use their unique talents to contribute to our society. We're counting on them to continue making Canada a wonderful, free, and safe place to live.
Of life is about to start for those graduates. Whatever path they choose, I want them to know that each of them will shape the future of tomorrow. Félicitations pour...
Congratulations on this great achievement, and stay safe on graduation night. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions, orales. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Has already misled Canadians once when he said our allies were A-OK with us pulling out of the fight against ISIS. We know now that just wasn't true. It's clear he's doing it again when he says the U.S. was consulted and gave the green light to Canada selling defense technology to the Chinese. Will the Prime Minister just admit the U.S. was not happy about this sale, but he didn't care, so he approved it anyway?
Good. Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, we have enormous confidence in our national security agencies who do their work properly, who examine all the relevant facts, Mr. Speaker, who follow the process and make a thoughtful recommendation. They made a recommendation and we followed that recommendation and we followed their advice, Mr. Speaker. This is exactly the multi-step review process that exists under the Investment in Canada Act, Mr. Speaker. We never have and we never will compromise on national security.
Opposition House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said that the U.S. had been consulted, but if they had been consulted, wouldn't our ambassador on the ground in Washington have known about it? He didn't seem to know about it, and now the Prime Minister has put our ambassador in a very difficult situation. Why is the Prime Minister so intent on appeasing China that he's willing to not only put the safety and security of Canadians at risk, but also jeopardize the important relationship we have with our closest ally, friend, and trading partner, the United States.
Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, we've been very clear that we have followed the process under the Investment in Canada Act, Mr. Speaker. All transactions are subject to a national security review. But more broadly, Mr. Speaker, we're focused on the economy and we're focused on investments coming to Canada. That is why in the first quarter we saw growth up by 3.7%, Mr. Speaker. That is why since we formed government, the unemployment rate has gone from 7.1% to 6.6%. That's 250,000 good quality full-time jobs over the past 6 months.
Well, Opposition House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister says he wants middle-class Canadians and those working hard to join them to pay even more for Internet services. We know the Liberals are proposing a 5% additional tax on everyone's Internet bill. Canadians are hoping that this is the Prime Minister's version of a very late April Fool's joke. Actually, Mr. Speaker, it's ridiculous. Will the Prime Minister commit today that he will not implement an Internet tax on hard-working Canadian families? Yes or no?
Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, let me be clear, our government will not be introducing a tax on the Internet. Since we were elected, we lowered taxes for the middle class and increased them for the wealthiest 1% of Canadians. Canadians of all walks of life rely on Internet service for business and personal use, and we will not be introducing a tax on the Internet that would further burden them. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, so ultimately Canadians won't be getting a Netflix tax, they're going to be getting a streaming tax. We know that Liberals have lost control over public spending, and the only solutions they come up with are taxing Canadians even more. Mr. Speaker, can the government come to its senses and tell Canadians that they won't impose a streaming tax as the NDP and Liberal backbenchers are calling for? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. The government will not be putting on an Internet tax. We have always been clear on that. Since our government took power, we have increased taxes for the wealthiest. We have reduced taxes for the middle class. Canadians from all walks of life use Internet for their businesses and for personal use, and we will not be putting in place a tax that will disadvantage them. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister authorized the sale of a company that makes equipment that is used to ensure our security and that of the Americans without a national security review. Now, we're not the only ones who are concerned. The Americans are too. Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister finally tell us once and for all if he spoke to American elected officials and what he talked to them about when it comes to this transaction? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, national security is an absolute priority for our government. All transactions under the Investment Canada Act are subject to a review and process, which is a multi-step process. We have never compromised national security. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals left Bill C-51, the former Bill C-51, intact for almost 2 years, despite serious concerns about its constitutionality. Nothing on the no-fly list, nothing on the huge powers given to the intelligence services, just to name a few. There are serious violations of Canadians' privacy, and they voted in favour of that bill. So my question is clear. Will they finally repeal Bill C-51 with the legislation that they plan to table next week?
The Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I've been very clear that following the most extensive consultation with Canadians in Canadian history on the issue of national security and intelligence activities, we will be introducing important legislation. That legislation will accomplish two things. It will make sure that our agencies are keeping Canadians safe, and that legislation will also safeguard Canadian rights and freedoms.
Mr. Speaker, the only action we've seen from these Liberals on C-51 is when they supported the Conservative bill in the last Parliament. And Mr. Speaker, it's not very reassuring when you're deciding to table legislation in the dying days of a sitting of Parliament. And Mr. Speaker, it gets worse because we're also looking at warrantless access to the private information of Canadian internet users, something the Supreme Court has judged is unconstitutional. And so when we look at the Minister's office saying, quote, we're developing proposals for what legislation could look like, that's concerning. Can the Minister assure this House that we're not going to be giving police and spy agencies the powers to take Canadians' private internet information?
And the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, it's a frequent opposition tactic to try to spook people with innuendos and questions. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is the legislation will accomplish the two objectives that I mentioned. Number one, keep Canadians safe. And parallel with that, at exactly the same time, safeguard the rights and freedoms of Canadians, which includes their privacy rights.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
The proposed sale of Norsat to China's Hytera has been botched by this government, a company that is accused of stealing intellectual property and is under investigation in the United States. The Liberals continue to mislead Canadians by saying a security review was done. That is simply not true. U.S. officials raised the alarm, experts in the field recommend a review, and this government hasn't said anything about protecting Canadian jobs here. So why is this government misleading Canadians instead of admitting what they should have done in the first place? Order a formal security review. Do your job.
Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, since the member opposite wants to talk about jobs, let's take the opportunity of this government's investment in Windsor. When we were in Windsor through the Strategic Investment Fund and the Automotive Innovation Fund, Ford Motor Company of Canada invested $1 billion, Mr. Speaker. That would help the City of Windsor and create up to 800 jobs in Windsor and in Ottawa at the Connectivity Centre. These are the kind of investments that are coming under the Investment Canada Act as we go out there explaining to the world that we're open for investment, open for trade, and making sure that we're open to people. We're going to focus on growth, we're going to focus on the middle class and those working hard to join it.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Because of a legislative change, thousands, or hundreds rather, of employees at Avios lost their jobs, and because Air Canada waited 11 months before compensating them, those workers now owe thousands of dollars to EI. This is the case of Annie Belmar. Her husband lost his job at Avios. 2 years later, he died of cancer. Today, EI is clawing back $11,500 from Ms. Belmar. If nothing's done, she'll have to dip into the education fund for their 3 kids. More than 700 people are in absurd situations like this. Can the Minister show some compassion and resolve these cases? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are always sad to hear stories like this in the House where people face difficult situations. EI is there to help those people. I would like to ask the Honourable Member to share with my office any information he has so that we can ensure that the proper situation is carried out. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, since the Norsat situation arose, what we're seeing is that Canadian diplomacy is facing difficulties here. Yesterday at the Senate committee, the Canadian ambassador to the U.S. confirmed, and I quote, that he thought that the Americans had been consulted, but then he retracted those remarks and said, I don't know anything more than what the Prime Minister said during question period. Can the Minister finally set the record straight for Canadians on this important issue? Sure. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the record is very clear. Under the Investment Canada Act, all transactions are subject to a national security review. We have enormous confidence in our national security agencies and the advice that they give us. And the advice that they gave us is the advice that we followed, Mr. Speaker. We never have and never will compromise on national security. The member opposite is creating allegations, innuendo. We're focused on growing the economy. We're focused on the middle class. We're focused on making sure those working hard to join the middle class have every opportunity to succeed.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Well, what's clear is that the company has confirmed that it's never undergone undergone a review, and what's clear is that CSIS has stated that, Cabinet made the decision. And the U.S. is concerned about their national security and national security here. When will the government set the record straight on this important issue? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, you know what is clear? It is clear that Canada's national security agencies examine the deal. You know what else is clear, Mr. Speaker? That the government followed the security agencies' recommendations. Those are the facts. Our security agencies have all the relevant information. They did their due diligence. They did the homework. They followed the process. They made a recommendation, and we accepted that recommendation and that advice. That is how the process works under the Investment Canada Act. We've always followed the process. We've done our homework, Mr. Speaker, and we always will advance Canada's national interest.
The honourable member for Haldimand Norfolk.
Well, Mr. Speaker, under the previous government, we launched a full national security review into the sale of military-grade technology to China. It warned that if approved, China could produce Western military technology, significantly reducing our and our allies' military advantage. Right. Now, with the Norsat sale, this Liberal minister has completely ignored that warning, putting Canadians and our allies' security at risk. Mr. Speaker, when will the minister stop butting up with China and start standing up for Canadians and our allies?
Here, right.
The Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, we're always focused on advancing our national interest. That is why we listen to the advice and feedback given by our national security agencies. They examine all the relevant facts. They actually have access to all the relevant facts. They also engage with our allies as well, Mr. Speaker, and in doing so, they make a recommendation to us. And based on that recommendation, we agreed with their assessment. We took their advice. We followed their advice because we understand it's always important to make sure that we advance our national interest and never compromise on national security.
For Haldimand Norfolk.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's clear that the Liberals didn't do their homework when approving the sale of Norsat to Hytera Communications from China, because Hytera is currently being sued by Motorola for committing massive intellectual property theft. And protection of IP rights is crucial for successful innovation. So my question to the minister is simple. How can we believe that the Liberals are sincere about wanting to promote innovation when they go ahead and approve the sale of Norsat to a Chinese company that has been accused of stealing intellectual property rights?
Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, we've been very clear that we respect our national security agencies. We respect the capacity that they have to do their due diligence, to be able to examine all the relevant facts, and to make sure they advance our national interest. And they did exactly that. They followed the process. They made a recommendation to myself. Based on that recommendation, we followed their advice and proceeded with the transaction. We've been very clear. We've been very transparent with Canadians. There's a clear process. We followed it under the Investment Canada Act, and we will always advance our national interest, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the sell-off of BC-based Norsat to China-based Hytera raises significant national security concerns here in Canada and with our closest ally, the United States. Norsat is developing military technology for drones and F-35 fighter jets, and putting it in the hands of the Chinese military is a betrayal. We know that the Prime Minister is an admirer of the communist dictatorship of the People's Republic of China, but how can he possibly justify selling out our national security for these 30 pieces of silver?
Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, let me be absolutely clear. We never have and we never will compromise on national security. You know why, Mr. Speaker? Because we listen to the advice of our national security agencies. They have the ability to examine all the relevant information, all the relevant facts. They examine the situation very thoroughly. They made a recommendation. They gave us advice. We followed that advice, Mr. Speaker. We never have and we never will compromise on national security.
Order. I would ask the member for Vital River Crowfoot and others to try to restrain themselves and listen to what people say during the question period. And let's listen now to the member for Chilliwack Hope.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member already has compromised national security. Norsat is a world leader in portable satellite communications terminals with customers that include the U.S. Marine Corps and the U.S. Army, allowing the transfer of such advanced military technology to Hytera, a company already accused of stealing proprietary technology from the West, jeopardizes the national security of Canada and our allies. Such a deal demands a full, formal national security review. Will the Prime Minister order such a review on this deal, or is he more concerned with pleasing his Chinese friends and backers than protecting the national security of Canadians?
Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know why the member opposite is attacking our national security agencies. We have full faith in our agencies. We understand that they have the capability, the resources to do the appropriate job. We understand that they are always going to advance our national interests. I don't know why the members opposite continue to attack our national security agencies. We have full confidence in them. That is why we followed their advice, and that is why we proceeded with the transaction, because we support our civil service and we support our national security agencies.
Honourable Member for Disnethi, Missinippi, Churchill River. Order.
The Ontario Superior Court found Canada liable for failing to protect survivors of the 60 scoop. When the NDP stood in this House and asked the Minister to uphold the judgment, she said, quote, "We will not be appealing." And the Liberals would resolve this, quote, as quickly as possible. 4 months later, and government lawyers are stopping the case from moving into the next phase. So why, despite all their talking points, are Liberals still fighting Indigenous people in court?
And the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Taking action on the outstanding childhood claim, and I have a mandate to negotiate with all 60 scoop plaintiffs. As the courts have clearly laid out, no two experiences are the same, no two voices are identical. We believe that each individual deserves the justice they're entitled to. This goes beyond what the courts can prescribe, with revitalizing and restoring language and culture through community programs. Resolving these cases is an important step in our journey of reconciliation with Indigenous peoples.
The Honourable Member for.
Indigenous children were taken from their parents and placed within non-Indigenous families. They were denied their rights and stripped of their identity. When the court ruled in their favour, the Ministry of Indigenous Affairs said she would never appeal, and many felt redeemed, Mr. Speaker. Now the Minister of Justice continues to deny those survivors justice by appealing this decision, while she withdraw her appeal and repair the serious breach of human rights against these survivors. There cannot be no reconciliation in this country, Mr. Speaker, in the absence of justice.
Honourable Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I am not interested in going back to court on this file. Instead, we have the mandate to negotiate, and that is what we want to do. Let's be clear. The government is resolved to work with First Nations to resolve this issue. That is why we have already launched negotiations with a view to concluding a settlement at the national level for the 60 scoop. The negotiations will make it possible for all parties to work together with a view to providing a solution to this situation.
Victoria White Rock.
In an interview, the Prime Minister's special advisor on the Infrastructure Bank was asked how would the bank protect taxpayers from high user fees imposed by private investors. He replied, that's not the role of the bank. When asked how will the bank protect taxpayers if an investor abandons the project or defaults, he said, I don't really understand how it's an issue. If it's not the role of the bank to protect taxpayers and the Prime Minister's special advisor doesn't even understand why taxpayers need to be protected, how can the Liberals continue to support the development of the bank?
Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we put forward a very ambitious agenda to build and rebuild Canadian communities, and Infrastructure Bank will allow us to do that. And today, Mr. Speaker, we made $1.2 billion investment in the province of Quebec to build Montreal's public transit system that will create 34,000 jobs, Mr. Speaker. And our partner partnership with the province of Quebec and the leadership of Quebec, our Quebec caucus, is achieving tangible and real results for Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Clérable. Mr. Speaker, on the Infrastructure Bank file, the government is once again showing how arrogant it is. Neither House has finished studying C-44 and the position of bank president's been posted. And today, the Prime Minister has said that a bank that doesn't exist yet could potentially invest $1.3 billion in Quebec and I think it's time to take a step back, Mr. Speaker. Will the Prime Minister finally allow parliamentarians to speak on this bank for Liberal friends, and will it split this off Bill C-44?
Let me state this again, Mr. Speaker, how proud we are about our partnership with the province of Quebec and the City of Montreal to support this project. That's the largest infrastructure project, largest public transit project in the recent history of City of Montreal. I'm so proud to be working with my Quebec MPs to have this project become a reality so we can keep on building the infrastructure that our communities need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Foothills. Order.
Mr. Speaker, in 16 days, Canada will turn 150 years old, and Canadians will be celebrating across the country with friends and family. And many of those celebrations will include some of the world's best beer, wine, and spirits, made right here in Canada. Unfortunately, the Liberals are looking at this as an opportunity to increase taxes on Canadians. This year and every year after, the Liberals will be increasing taxes on beer, wine, and spirits. Can the Minister please explain why the Liberals are so intent to tax the fun out of Canada Day?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
It's always a pleasure to rise in this House and to speak about the good work that our government has been doing. Our government's first action that we took when we formed government was increase taxes on the wealthiest 1% so that we could lower them for middle-class Canadians. We've also introduced a Canada Child Benefit Program that has lifted hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. Mr. Speaker, we are moving ahead with our plan to provide fairness, grow the economy, and strengthen the middle class by creating jobs and giving people the skills that they need for the economy of tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Well, Mr. Speaker, whoever came up with that answer and whoever proposed a never-ending tax hike was certainly drinking something. Or smoking something. In fact, our Canadian craft alcohol producers are already on the hook to pay some of the highest taxes in the world. In fact, an escalating tax was tried once before by the previous Trudeau government. It failed miserably. Many businesses closed, costing us thousands of jobs. It's not too late for the minister to put this policy in the drunk tank. Will they stand up for Canadian craft alcohol producers, the thousands of jobs they create? Will they cork this tax?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we know that when we have an economy that works for the middle class, we have an economy that works for Canada as a whole. Our government has cut taxes for 9 million middle-class Canadians, Mr. Speaker. We have introduced a Canada Child Benefit Program that has lifted hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. Mr. Speaker, our plan is working, we're moving forward, and we will continue working for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Alors,
the Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. In 2006, this government cut funding by 33% to organizations caring for people living with HIV all across Canada. In April, the Minister of Health said in committee she had cancelled the cuts by putting $30 million in new money into the federal initiative on HIV. But strangely, her deputy minister later said that the minister had misspoken. Why is the minister so muddled when it comes to her own department? And is she going to cancel the cuts to these organizations, yes or no? The Honourable Health Minister.
this question. Responding to the needs of people affected by HIV and preventing new HIV infections is something that's very important to us. We did, in fact, put new investments in the budget. There will be an additional $35 million into the Canadian Federal Initiative on HIV and Hepatitis C prevention. That's in addition to the money that we're putting through the First Nations and Inuit Health Branch to also prevent new infections and treat those already affected by HIV. We will work through the Public Health Agency of Canada to address the needs of Canadians affected by HIV.
Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, I have in front of me the department spending documents that prove there isn't a single extra dime in extra funding for the Federal Initiative on HIV. These documents prove there isn't an extra nickel for the Community Action Fund, the very program that funds the groups providing HIV care. The minister stated that she secured, and I quote, investments in the budget to expand the Federal Initiative on HIV of $30 million of new funding. This is demonstrably false, so will she apologize to the organizations she misled?
Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I will be very happy at some point to sit down with the member opposite and clarify to him that, in fact, the Federal Initiative on HIV/AIDS is expanding in the order of over $30 million. I have been speaking with the Public Health Agency of Canada. We are making sure that good community organizations are going to get expansion to the programs and continue those good programs. We're also expanding programs like the Know Your Status program in Saskatchewan that has demonstrably decreased the rates of new infections. We will work with those agencies to make sure we protect Canadians.
The honourable member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Mr. Speaker, Canadians understand the importance of transportation when it comes to reliable and efficient commuting to work, visiting friends or family, or getting back home after a long day. In the Greater Montreal area, it's important, more important than ever, to have a world-class public transit system so that our city can prosper. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities tell us how the government supports the expansion of public transit in Montreal? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Pierrefonds-Dollard for his question. Today, I was proud to be beside the Prime Minister in Montreal, where he announced an investment of $1.3 billion by the federal government in the REM network in Montreal. This investment will create jobs for the middle class and support a modern and efficient public transit system for Montrealers and people in the area. It will cut commuting times and allow them to spend more time with their families. I'd like to thank the Quebec Liberal Caucus for their involvement in this file. Long live Montreal.
For Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, the Innovation Minister assured this House the government had done their due diligence regarding the billion-dollar Chinese takeover by Ongbong Insurance of seniors' homes in British Columbia. Ongbong is built on risky investments, controlling over $250 billion in assets worldwide. The minister claimed he had done his homework and there was no reason for Canadians to be concerned. But now, with the imprisonment of the company chairman on allegations of corruption and the ownership of Ongbong's assets now in question, does the minister still think that this is a good idea?
The Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister reiterated yesterday, BC, British Columbia, has a strong, robust regulatory regime, and it imposes rigorous standards on care on operators, Mr. Speaker. Under the Investment Canada Act, when we reviewed it, we made sure that we were able to obtain strong commitments on employment levels, and more importantly, we wanted Cedar Tree to have the additional financial resources to create more jobs and more growth in British Columbia, Mr. Speaker. Like I said before, we're focused on growth and jobs, and that's how we did our analysis under the net benefit process.
Honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
You gotta love that, Cedar Tree. I love that. Hey, the chairman of Ongbong, Wu Zhihua, was escorted by police out of his office last week, and no one knows where he is. Mr. Wu is the company's mastermind, and 92% of Ongbong is owned by him or his relatives. With Wu's arrest, the Chinese regime could seize control of seniors' care facilities in BC. Mr. Speaker, what does the minister say to BC seniors who may end up with the People's Republic of China as their new landlord, and why did he put Liberal Party interests ahead of vulnerable Canadian seniors?
Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to vulnerable seniors, our government understands the importance of investing in them. That is why we increased the guaranteed income supplement for seniors. That is why we changed the old age security levels from 67 to 65, Mr. Speaker. That is why we're focusing on investing in seniors. With respect to the specific transactions, we did our due diligence, we followed the process. It was done under the Investment in Canada Act, Mr. Speaker. And with regards to the regulatory requirements, British Columbia is responsible for that, and they're overseeing that process.
Far too much noise. Member Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, the only thing that this minister has done is sold our seniors down the road. Mr. Speaker, once again, we find ourselves talking about the Liberals' open, transparent, merit-based appointment process. We know that the Halifax Port Authority, 5 of the 7 board members are appointed by the federal government. Can you guess what all 5 Liberal-appointed board members have in common? Every single one of them is a Liberal donor. The evidence is overwhelming. Will the Prime Minister finally admit that when it comes to appointments, only Liberals need apply?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I totally reject the premise of that question. We have always been very clear that in our new, open, transparent, merit-based process that also looks at diversity, including gender diversity, that we are looking for the best and most qualified people to occupy these important positions in our port authorities. And I'm very proud of the selection that we have made for the fine port of Halifax.
Order. It's not appropriate to keep on bellowing and heckling throughout the answer to a question, so we're going to go on. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Violence against women in the Northwest Territories was 9 times the national rate, according to StatsCan. 80% of Northwest Territories communities don't have access to victim services. 85% don't have domestic violence shelters, and some women don't even have access to phones. If this self-described feminist government truly believes in equality and ending violence against women, how will Liberals ensure every woman has support? No woman is ever turned away from a shelter, no matter where she lives.
For the status of women.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for her question and for her advocacy. I can assure her that not only do we put gender at the heart of the work that we do, no relationship is more important to our government than that with First Nations, Inuit, and the Métis peoples of this land. To that end, Mr. Speaker, we will very soon be announcing the gender-based violence strategy, which aims to do exactly what the member opposite wishes for it to do. Thanks to the committee for their work. This morning, we announced a significant investment in an organization that will be doing great work in northern communities across our country.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. The saga of the Catherine Spirit is getting to be a real farce, and the Liberals are making taxpayers pay for their mismanagement. The Transport Minister said in November 2016 that work would start after a call for tenders in the spring of 2017. It's now mid-June and still nothing. What's worse, according to the Journal de Montréal, work won't start till 2018 and finish perhaps by 2019. Will ministers quit jerking around the people of Beauharnois? Will they agree to meet with the mayor and me next week to give us an update on the situation? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, our government committed to protect the health and safety of Canadians as well as our water. We're taking all necessary steps to ensure that the ship in question is permanently removed in an efficient and safe way. Between June of last year and June of this year, a number of assessments were conducted. Proposals will be publicly advertised call for tenders this summer, and the work should begin in the fall. Thank you.
An explosive report shows that in the last 18 months, Canada has seen a massive spike in asylum claims that will cost taxpayers a staggering $2.97 billion in welfare payments that have not been budgeted for. By doing things like lifting the Mexican visa requirement and turning a blind eye to the illegal border crossing crisis, the Liberals have created a huge processing backlog, failing both taxpayers and the world's most vulnerable alike. How is the Prime Minister going to pay for his #Welcome to Canada, #fail?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Immigration Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I'm very proud of our government's commitment to shelter those fleeing war and violence. The Commission recently announced new steps like more robust hearings that will lead to more productivity and more security for claimants. We plan to do more to speed up the processing of asylum claims. We'll be working together to make sure that our refugee system is robust, fair, and efficient. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the air and land blockade of Qatar by Saudi Arabia and other Gulf states is continuing. Saudi Arabia cites Qatari links with militant groups in the embrace of various terrorist entities, including Iranian groups. And Saudi Arabia is demanding that Qatar break all links with the Muslim Brotherhood, Hamas, and Iran. Now, Mr. Speaker, Canadians haven't heard a peep from the Liberals on this dispute, which includes both allies and enemies. Can the Minister explain why?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The stability of the Gulf Cooperation Council and the broader Middle East is certainly of importance to this government and to all Canadians. Canada is following recent developments in the region. We strongly encourage all parties to work together to resolve disagreements. Canada's consular travel advice has been updated to reflect the ongoing situation, and we are advising travellers to exercise a high degree of caution. We hope that issues between the parties will be addressed in a constructive manner. Thank you.
Member for Brandon Souris.
Mr. Speaker, today another two cases of the deadly PED virus have been reported in Manitoba hog barns, yet the Minister of Agriculture has offered nothing more than bafflegab. More talk, Mr. Speaker. This morning we heard from industry pork experts that the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, at the very least, needs to immediately bring back the biosecurity measures the Liberals eliminated, particularly the Trusted Truck Wash protocol. Will the Minister finally listen to these industry experts and stop needlessly putting these Canadian farm families at risk?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, we're determined to protect animal health in Canada. We're working with our partners to ensure that this illness is contained. Our government is supporting Manitoba in its efforts to manage the current PED outbreak, and we will continue to do so. We want to ensure that we have a very effective transportation protocol to protect livestock. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Humber River Black Creek.
Mr. Speaker, late payment of contractors in the construction industry for far too long has been a significant problem. Contractors who complete their obligations deserve to be paid in a timely manner. Too many workers and small businesses in the construction industry face severe hardships while they wait for payment of their work. Can the Parliamentary Secretary please inform this House of recent steps taken to ensure the prompt payment to these contractors?
Good question. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
We have very good news today, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member from Humber River Black Creek for her hard work on this file. Our government strongly supports the prompt payment of contractors and subcontractors, and last week we were able to announce that we will publicly disclose payments to contractors to eliminate this unfair situation. This will provide our subcontractors with the information they need to get paid on time, and of course, along with the honourable member, we will continue to work with our industry partners to find further tangible solutions to bring prompt payment fairness to our trade workers and businesses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the official announcement of the University Vocation of Saint-Jean Military College is long overdue. The first student cohort is slated to get started this fall. Military officials are frustrated by all the delays. Can the Defence Minister confirm the number of announcements that have been cancelled over the past 18 months, and secondly, whether any university students will actually be in the classroom this fall. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, if my colleague read the new defense policy, it's there in black and white. The reopening of the Saint Jean Military College, University College, it's good news, and this has had its effect. Many students have enrolled in the curriculum and will be able to continue their university studies at the Saint Jean Military College.
Mr. Speaker, Churchill, Manitoba is facing a crisis. Almost a year ago, the port was shut down, and now it's the rail line. The community is suddenly isolated. Businesses are hurting. People are worried. We need immediate federal action. What Churchill is facing is a national disgrace. Our North deserves better. So will the federal government step in to address the immediate crisis and finally work to renationalize the port and the rail line and work with Northern and Indigenous communities to get it working again?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Speaker, we, as the government, always stand ready to provide assistance to any province or territory that requests assistance in the event of a natural disaster, such as flooding, and the Minister of Public Safety has been in contact with the Government of Manitoba to make that offer clear to them, and we're monitoring the situation. And from the Transport Canada point of view, we are developing a plan to make sure that both the Port of Churchill and the airport are capable of addressing the needs with respect to resupply for the people of Churchill.
Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, the previous government used every opportunity to attack middle-class Canadians who are part of unions in this country. They undermined the collective bargaining process and made it more difficult for Canadian workers to organize. The
previous government considered unions an obstacle, but our government sees them as partners in building a strong economy with good jobs.
Employment. Provide this House with an update on measures this government has taken to support the labour movement at home and abroad.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from Vaughan Woodbridge for his question and his work on behalf of Canadian unions. Mr. Speaker, this week was a great week for Canadian labour and for Canadian workers. Yesterday, the Senate passed Bill C-4, an act that repeals two Conservative bills that were both egregious and deliberate attacks on organized labor. As well, Mr. Speaker, our minister ratified ILO Convention 98, a bill that guarantees, an act that guarantees workers' rights to organize and bargain collectively. This government ran on a platform of fair and balanced labor laws, and we will deliver that to Canadian workers.
The Honourable Member. The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Heritage Minister claimed that she was part of an exemplary government that shows the way towards respect for official languages. If that's true, how does she explain the fact that complaints to the Official Languages Commissioner have shot up by 40% over the past year, and that her colleague, the Environment Minister, sent me a letter yesterday in English only to my office here in Ottawa about my riding, which is one of the most francophone ridings in the country? Could the Liberals spend less time appointing their cronies to high office? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Obviously, official languages are a priority for this government. When it comes to bilingualism, we're always striving to do better. We have an official languages commissioner. We will respect the process for appointing the next one. It's an important process, and that, of course, is a priority in terms of our government-wide approach. I'd like to remind my colleague that we've already taken action on this in areas of defense, justice, infrastructure, and so on, and I would encourage my colleague to take part in our consultations. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, all of Quebec's TV stakeholders, the actors, technicians, directors, screenplay writers, producers, in short, Mr. Speaker, the entire industry in Quebec is calling on the minister to reverse the CRTC's decisions of May 17th. The Heritage Minister has the power to do that by law, but is she willing to? Is the Heritage Minister going to turn her back on Quebec TV or stand up in the face of this attack on our culture? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind my colleague how important, how significant our investment in culture has been. $9 billion in Budget 2016 is the largest investment in 30 years. We're the only G7 country to invest so much. And when it comes to the stakeholders in the creative industries, the CRTC has now ruled. There's legislation in place that allows for recourse, and so I will await. I'd like to take the time that I now have available to me to listen to stakeholders. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's very disappointing for our artists. After multiple constitutional experts and a unanimous motion of the National Assembly, now it's the UPA's turn to call on members of the House of Commons. Their demand is simple. Split Bill C-44 so that the Infrastructure Bank becomes subject to Quebec law, including legislation that protects farmland. Will this government, who ignores our National Assembly, listen to Quebec's farmers, yes or no?
Mr. Speaker, as often I have assured this House and the Honourable Member that any project undertaken by the Canada Infrastructure Bank will have to abide by all the rules and regulations of every province and municipality. And we will work very closely with the province to ensure that's exactly what happens. The role of the bank is to actually build infrastructure in partnership with provinces and municipalities, and we will respect local jurisdiction.
I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of Michel Koninsk, President of Eurojust and National Member for Belgium. I would also like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Lisa Harris, Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care and the Minister responsible for Celtic Affairs for the province of New Brunswick.
To commemorate Canada's 150th anniversary, the Speakers of the Senate and the House of Commons are hosting a speech writing competition for Canadians aged 12 to 17. Today, we welcome and congratulate the competition finalists, the 6 finalists.
150th anniversary, the Speakers of the Senate and the House of Commons are hosting a speech writing competition for Canadians aged 12 to 17. Today, we welcome and congratulate the competition finalists. I would therefore like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the 6 competition finalists: Armand Barskar, Ophélie Desfacé, Charlotte Lafleur Marcotte, Lindsay Leroux, Braden Marshall, and Asha Mior. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is said that it is one of the foremost responsibilities of parliamentarians to scrutinize government spending. Twice now, the Minister of Health has testified in committee and now before this House that there have been increases in the budget to the federal initiative on HIV. I have in my possession the actual departmental spending estimates that show that this is not the case, not this year, not next year. And so I would seek unanimous consent in the interests of allowing the Minister to prove that this is the case. I'm sure the Minister wouldn't want to leave this.
Unanimous consent? There is no unanimous consent.
The honourable member for Montmagny-Liselet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup is rising on a point of order. Yes, Mr. Speaker. I would like, if you allow, to ask for the unanimous consent of the House to table the letter that I received from the Minister of the Environment, which was sent to me only in English, concerning the respective official languages here in this House of Commons and at all committees. This is completely unacceptable, so I wish the unanimous consent of the House to table this letter. Does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent? There is no unanimous consent. It being 3:10, pursuant to an order made on Tuesday, May 30th, 2017, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at the second reading stage of Bill C-50. Call in the members. The question is as follows. Ms. Gold, seconded by Ms. Bibeau, moved that Bill C-50, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act, political financing, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Jager.
Ms. Jager.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Madame Le Boutilier.
Madame Le Boutilier.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Null.
Mr. Null.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Scroll.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lauzon, Argenteuil-la-Petite-Nation.
Mr. Lauzon, Argenteuil-la-Petite-Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Monsieur
Ms.
Garneau.
Duncan-Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan-Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Kira.
Ms. Kira.
Mrs. Cesar Chavannes.
Mrs. Cesar Chavannes.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Daliwal.
Mr. Daliwal.
Mr. Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon,
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldeg.
Mr. Aldeg.
Ms. Alice Lev.
Ms. Alice Lev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anna de Sangari.
Mr. Nana Sangari.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Bayless.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Boss.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Ms. Dabroussen.
Ms. Dabroussen.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Derowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Essassi.
Mr. Essassi.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Aelfson.
Mr. Aelfson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central.
Mr. Fewer.
Mr. Fewer.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé Avignon le Métis, Matane Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé Avignon, la Métis, Matane,
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest
Mr.
Territories.
Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell, Mr. Oliver, Mr. O'Regan, Mr. Ouellet, Mr. Peterson, Mr. Picard, Mr. Robillard, Mr. Rumi, Ms. Sahota, Mr. Saini, Mr. Sanson, Mr. Sangha, Mr. Sarai, Mrs. Schultz, Mr. Serre, Madame Shanahan, Mr. Sheehan, Mr. Sidhu, Mission Mascri, Fraser Canyon, Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South, Mr. Sorbera, Mr. Spengeman, Mr. Tan, Mr. Vandal, Ms. Vandenbell, Mr. Whalen, Mrs. Zahid, Mr. Rota, Madame Fortier, Madame Lambropoulos, Ms. Ing, Madame Laverdière, Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona, Madame Brosseau, Mr. Davies, Mr. Collin, Mr. Donnelly, Mr. Massey Windsor West, Mr. Garrison, Madame Boutin-Sweet, Ms. Matheson, Mr. Dubé, Madame Quash, Mr. Blakey, Madame Moore, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Duval, Mr. Aubin, Mr. Nantel, Ms. Malcolmson, Mr. Saganache, Ms. Ramsey, Ms. Jolibois, Ms. Benson, Mr. Weir, Mr. Stetsky, Mr. Cannings, Mr. Johns, Ms. Ashton, Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River, Madame Hughes, Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands, Mr. Tutu.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Nicholson, Ms. Finley, Ms. Rampel, Mr. Poiliev, Ms. Leach, Mr. Blaney Bellechasse, Les Chemins Lévis, Mr. O'Toole, Ms. Watts, Mr. Ritz, Mr. Anderson, Mr. Van Loan, Mrs. Gallant, Mr. Tilson, Mr. Doherty, Mr. Clark, Mrs. Block, Mr. Bazan, Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, Mr. Walkerton, Mr. Brown, Mr. Deltel, Mrs. Wong, Ms. Gladue, Mr. Straw, Mr. Reyes, Mr. Broussard, Mr. Sorensen, Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont-Dundas, South Glengarry. Mr. Lokiski, Mr. Trost, Mr. Albrecht, Mr. Poulos, Mr. Carey, Mr. Kent, Mr. Sweet, Mr. Abultaif, Mr. Reed, Mr. Warwa, Mr. Calkins, Mr. Gould, Mr. Lake, Mr. Dreeshen, Mr. Hoback, Mr. Lobb, Mr. Richards, Monsieur Généreux, Mr. Sopak, Mr. Albus, Mr. Zimmer, Mr. McGuire, Mr. Yurdega, Mr. Falk, Mr. Barlow, Mr. Arnold, Mr. Eglinski, Mr. Bertol, Mr. Cooper, Mr. Diot, Mr. Janis, Mr. Godin, Mr. Stanton, Mr. Generou, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kitchen, Mr. Kimmich, Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West, Mr. Nader, Mr. Nuttall, Mr. Schmale, Mr. Shields, Mrs. Stubbs, Mr. Vierson, Mrs. Wagenthal, Mr. Watt, Mr. Weber, Mr. Benson, Mrs. Cousy, Monsieur Sainte-Marie, Madame Posé, Monsieur Beaulieu, Monsieur Barcelou-Duval, Madame Gill.
Yeas pour 194, 194. Nays contre 83, 83.
I declare the motion carried.
I have the honor to lay...
Second reading of this bill. Deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
I have the honor to lay upon the table a document regarding the extension of the parliamentary precinct for the purposes of the celebration of Canada's Day pursuant to Section 79.51 of the Parliament of Canada Act. That the Honourable Opposition House Leader has the usual Thursday questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask the House Leader if she can let us know what the government is planning for the rest of this week, as well as next week, which I'm sure everyone knows hopefully will be our final week. Thank you.
Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This afternoon, we will resume second reading debate on C-51 to remove the outdated provisions from the laws books. Tomorrow, the House will be...
Order. I would ask those having conversations to have them in the lobbies. Perhaps the Ministers of Environment and the Treasury Board, the President and the Minister of Natural Resources could carry on their conversations in the lobby.
The Honourable Government House Leader. Order.
Tomorrow, the House will debate Bill C-49, Transportation Modernization at second reading. Monday, we will debate our changes to the standing orders. Following that debate, we will resume second reading debate on Bill C-51. Tuesday, the House will debate Bill S-3, Indian registration at report stage and third reading. Following that debate, we hope to make progress on the following bills. S2, the bill respecting motor vehicle recalls at second reading. Bill C-17, respecting environmental assessment process in the Yukon at second reading. Bill C-25 on encouraging gender parity on the boards of federally regulated organizations. C-36, the bill to give Statistics Canada greater independence. C-48, the bill to impose a moratorium on oil tankers off the BC coast. And C-34, the bill to reinstate sensible conditions for public service employment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour. Point of order. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move, seconded by the Minister of Transport, that in relation to Bill C-49, an act to amend the Canada Transportation Act and other acts respecting transportation and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration of second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Oh, so I gotta wait for...
Ms. Chagger, seconded by Mr. Garneau, that in relation to Bill C-49, an act to amend the Canada Transportation Act and other acts respecting transportation, and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Conformément à l'article 67.
Pursuant to Section 67.1, there will now be a question period of 30 minutes. I would invite the honourable members who wish to ask questions to rise, to allow the Speaker to have an idea of the number of MPs who wish to participate in this question period.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Calgary. Hold on, give me 1 second here. Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I have to say I'm completely dismayed at the fact that time allocation has been moved on this bill. It needs to be known that this is an omnibus bill. It has received less than 2.5 hours of debate. We are allocating one more day, which is tomorrow, which is Friday. That is another 2 hours to debate a bill that actually changes quite substantively 13 acts in all 3 modes of transport. And so I guess my question to this minister would be, he wasn't in a rush to deal with the measures that were going to be sunsetting in C-30 to ensure that there was not going to be any gap. Why is he in such a hurry to get this debate finished in such a short period of time?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Actually, I've been in a rush for a long time to get this passed, but there was an enormous amount of important consultation that needed to take place in order to put together really a very solid bill that I know that opposition members support. And I should clarify one thing. 90% of the legislative changes, 90% actually deal with one act, the Canada Transportation Act. This is not an omnibus bill. Thank you.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I already had the opportunity to state a few times in this House, the Minister of Transportation is a minister who studies a lot and for a long time. On a certain number of subjects, we're still waiting for answers. I'm thinking of high-frequency trains. I'm thinking of navigation on Lac Saint-Pierre. How is it that the minister has so little respect to require the members of the opposition, after they've had almost 2 years to study the matter, 5 hours of debate for a bill that is going to change no less than 13 acts? It looks like we're going to have about 20 minutes for the 338 members in this House to deal with every issue. It seems to me that this is disrespectful. The Honourable Minister of Transportation. As I said, Madam Speaker, this is a bill that touches on many aspects of transportation, and I'm very proud of it. It talks about passengers' rights, passenger experience. It's a modernization of railway and goods transportation. There's also measures to increase railway safety with the use of recorders. The field of transport is vast. The fact that my colleague is talking about navigation on Saint-Pierre Lake and high-frequency trains and others talked about things like the Canadian Wheat Board clearly demonstrates that they are not concentrating on this bill because they have no objections. That is why it's important for Canadians to go forward as quickly as possible.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the Minister knows, Western Canada, I represent a constituency in Western Canada, the shipment of grains and oilseeds is the lifeblood of our economy, and often there is a strong tension between shippers and the railways and how the railways operate. And one of the policies that our government brought in that was very important was the concept of interswitching, which greatly improved the efficiency of grain transport and reduced the cost for shippers. And I gather from my own consultations the issue of interswitching has not been dealt with by this particular act. And if the Minister could clarify that, I would appreciate it. And does the Minister know how many grain elevators and shippers will lose access to a second railroad once the 160-kilometre regulated interswitching expires?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
With pleasure. I'd like to clarify for the benefit of the member what has actually been done in this act. It's a complex act, but the extended interswitching of 160 kilometres was a temporary measure that was put in the Fair Rail for Grain Farmers Act. And it was a temporary measure because of the exceptional circumstances in 2013 and 14. It's been replaced by something that is more comprehensive called long-haul interswitching, which applies, yes, to grain. It applies out to 1,200 kilometres, not 160 kilometres, but it also applies across the country and to all commodities. This is the kind of approach that we have taken to fix something that has needed to be fixed for a long time. And I do point out that after bringing in Bill C-30 in 2013-14, this government had a golden opportunity to modernize freight rail legislation. Why didn't they do it?
Good question.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well,
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's interesting to listen to the minister because we're asking why they're bringing in closure after such a short debate on such a long bill, a bill that the minister just said in his response is quite complex. And basically his response is, no, it's a really, really good bill. We really like it. Well, I hope the minister thinks it's a good bill because he proposed it. That's his job, to propose good legislation. But it's also our job to debate that legislation, to drill into it, and to actually have time to challenge it. If the House just rubber-stamped every bill that the minister thought was a good bill, well, there wouldn't be much point in the House of Commons. But since I believe there is a point in the House of Commons, because the minister explained, aside from just telling us how much he likes his own bill, why he is shutting after debate after such little discussion and examination here in the House of Commons.
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
The answer to that is very simple, Madam Speaker, because I've been watching what the opposition has been asking about, and instead of talking about the content of this bill, they've been talking about things like carbon pricing. They've been talking about the Canadian Wheat Board, which is part of our past. It's very clear to me that they don't have any substantial items to discuss with respect to this bill. We think it would be much more constructive for it to go to committee, and I want to thank the Committee for Transport, Infrastructure and Communities for agreeing to come back a week early to Parliament in order to discuss this and hear from witnesses and perhaps to make some constructive changes to this bill.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this minister just epitomizes the arrogance of this government and the shame that they bring upon themselves. This is a very serious matter. This affects not only just regards to public safety, it's the economy as well, Madam Speaker. And for only 2 hours, and to listen to the minister, he can't even make sense of his own answers. It's unacceptable to ram this through at this point in time. And if the minister wants specifics in terms of questions, tell us exactly the penalties and the exact content on the airline passenger bill of rights that he has in this legislation. Tell us exactly how it's going to protect consumers. Give us the numbers that they will get back in the compensation they will get back, and the types of things that they will have from this minister in this bill right now.
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Madam Speaker, it is very clear from that sort of feigned indignation that just came from that member that he has not actually read the bill, because the bill very clearly says that we are putting in place a legislation that will ask the Canadian Transportation Agency to go and to specify the specific rights with the numbers in terms of compensation. That's what this does, and it does it through a regulatory mechanism so that if we make changes in the future, we don't have to come back with legislative changes. I wish the member had actually read the bill.
Questions and comments? Sounds like I'm the Honourable Member for Saskatoon University.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened to the minister's answer to the question my colleague from Swan River gave when he asked about the changing from the 160-kilometre regulated interswitching to the new proposal for the long-haul interswitching. And the minister at the time said that this covered all commodities. Now, I could be wrong, Madam Speaker, but according to the notes I have in front of me, fertilizer shippers are going to be excluded from this long-haul interswitching. If that is correct, Madam Speaker, I would like to know why the fertilizer shippers are being excluded, and is there any other commodities that are being excluded, or are all commodities going to be included under the new long-haul interswitching that this bill is proposing?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
I'm very glad to answer that question. And what we're talking about here with long-haul interswitching is specifically to address captive shippers. Those shippers may have commodities such as potash, which is used for fertilizing, also lumber, also coal, also minerals, also grain, of course, very important part of it. Those commodities, and for the full length of Canada, not just the western provinces and applying to grain, but to applying to all those commodities. Imagine if you are a captive shipper in the north of Alberta or Saskatchewan, your province, and you only have one rail line. Now there is a mechanism in place to offer those captive shippers more competitive rates with respect to the moving of their products.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my friend, the Honourable Minister. We're very proud of him, his service in Parliament, his service in space. But it's time for him to come back down to earth, Mr. Speaker, because he was deriding the opposition for not bringing substantive debate to this place. Mr. Speaker, this government in almost 2 years has passed 19 bills. That's it, Mr. Speaker. They've had over 30 time allocation motions limiting debate on a very small record. And in the last few weeks, Mr. Speaker, they're limiting time on a substantive bill, but they put forward motions on Paris and a speech by the Minister of Foreign Affairs that really did not amount to anything, Mr. Speaker. And they have Bill C-51 and Bill C-39 that aren't even substantive legislation either, Mr. Speaker. So I agree with the Minister. There's some serious issues addressed in this bill, and he's limiting debate on the serious issues affecting Canadians, affecting rail safety, affecting our transportation system, while having nothing before Parliament to really justify limiting debate in this House, Mr. Speaker. So I'd like to ask him why they only have passed a small number of bills, and then when bills have an important element like this one, they're not allowing debate in this chamber.
Well, Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, we believe in the process of allowing debate to occur on bills and to allow proper scrutiny of bills. But we also have a responsibility as the Government of Canada to move forward with legislation. And that's why we are invoking closure today. After this bill has been discussed sufficiently, it is quite clear to me from listening to the transcripts of the questions that have been asked over the debate time of this, that the opposition supports this bill in general principles. They may have some exceptions to it, and we welcome their opportunity to come forward when the time comes in committee. And committee has agreed to meet a week before Parliament sits so that we can expeditiously reach the point of royal assent with this bill, which will have an important influence in terms of modernizing freight rail legislation and a host of other things, such as providing a passenger rights bill, which I know that they agree with me all Canadians would like to see as soon as possible.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. There's an old expression that says a lack of planning on your part doesn't make for a crisis on mine. The government, the pace of legislation from this government in its first 18 months is about a third of the average rate for governments, new governments coming into office. So they've passed a little less than 34% of the legislation that a new government typically passes in a year and a half. So what do when they realize this? Well, they hit the panic button.
Exactly.
With all due respect to my friend, the Transport Minister, who I respect and admire, to suggest that he doesn't like the quality of the questions in the first 2 hours of debate on a bill, therefore he's shutting down the debate, reveals a level of intolerance and arrogance that is worrisome to me over such important legislation. If, as he admits, this is vital to rail, air, and marine transportation, then give it the respect that it deserves,
Hear, hear.
which is the scrutiny in a legislative body, which is our job, which is the job of all members of Parliament. I'm sorry if he doesn't like the quality of certain questions or interventions that MPs made. If that was the test for debates of various governments, there wouldn't be Parliament, because government at any point could say, I don't like the quality of your question, therefore we're shutting down the conversation. This is Parliament, by very definition, where we come to speak together as Canadians. He is preventing us from doing our job, to make our rail, air, and marine safety as good as possible. If we can't do our jobs, if we can't scrutinize things, mistakes get made. We saw that in the last government. He was one of the chief critics of both omnibus bills and time allocation. Right. I think he may have studied the last government too closely. 30 time allocations from a government that has a problem moving legislation because they're preoccupied with things that don't actually matter to Canadian safety and the Canadian economy. I think he owes this House an apology for demeaning the level of debate that comes from other members in the House.
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to my honourable colleague, just to make it clear to him, I didn't say I didn't like the kinds of questions that were being asked. I was pointing out that the questions really didn't address the issues that are pertinent in this bill. They were talking about all sorts of other things. I would welcome a series of robust discussions about the issues that are actually in this bill. And I would like to also point out to my honourable colleague that the opposition can't have its cake and eat it too. They're telling us that, you know, we're not passing enough bills, and yet they're trying to hold things up now.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I guess I too was struck by the member opposite addressing the issue of quality of questions. He said he didn't like the quality of them, didn't like the content of them. I have read the bill, and there's a reason why these questions are probably asked the way they are, is because there's a complete lack of detail in the bill. When you talk about the air protection bill, he said, oh, we're just going to set up some sort of regime, but they don't have any answers about what that might be. We can see clearly there that Transport Canada is going to benefit in huge ways from this bill, but very few producers and shippers are going to get any benefit. The changes that we made actually impacted interswitching directly. They provided for minimum movement of grain product and made sure that the system was working. The new changes that they're making, the 1,200 kilometers, for the most part, in the areas they should affect, can't, because they've taken out a section of Lower British Columbia that won't be applicable to that part of the bill. So we need to have debate on this bill. It's a complex bill. It needs to have more explanation from the government side than it's certainly getting, and would like to see some more of that. And he talks about other issues coming into play. Things like carbon pricing should be discussed on a bill that is a transportation bill. I pay a carbon price that's generated in British Columbia because I ship grain. So for him to try to remove all of these other issues from the important parts of a transport bill, I think is just making a mockery of what we're doing here. And he needs to be able to sit down and listen to some of the criticism and then come back in the fall and improve this bill.
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Well, I'm not sure where to start, but this bill has nothing to do with carbon pricing. It is a very specific set of measures that deal with the air traveler experience, with modernizing freight rail legislation, with bringing in locomotive audio and video recorders, and with making changes to the Coasting Trading Act with respect to cabotage. Another example that this member says he's read the bill, and he's saying, where are the specific measures with respect to the Passenger Bill of Rights? Well, if he had read the bill, he would know that what this bill asks, what it does is it mandates the Canadian Transportation Agency to produce the specifics of this passenger rights bill. So if one read that clearly, one would understand that when this legislation passes, the Canadian Transportation Agency will go away, do its homework, and come back with the specifics of the passenger rights bill. It's as simple as that.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
So something to just help the minister out a bit here. Because the government has invoked time allocation, the debate we're having right now is on the procedure of them shutting down this conversation. He seemed to suggest that any of the questions coming from the opposition right now about him shutting down debate aren't warranted, that we should be talking about the bill itself. We'd love to, but his government has just invoked time allocation, which shuts down the opportunity to ask those very questions. And I think it is fair comment for the opposition on behalf of Canadian consumers to say, if all the government has done is simply set up the regime, which can be from zero to anything that the department wishes to see in terms of fines, then that's a worthy conversation to have. The fact is this, that if in less than 2.5 hours, by the way the House of Commons works out, you get 20 minutes plus 10 for questions. So about 4 or 5 MPs have had the opportunity to speak to the bill. If that somehow, that means a couple of government and maybe a couple of opposition, out of 338, how many of our ridings are impacted by marine? How many of our ridings are impacted by rail service, air service? Let me wager a bet here. All of them. So the idea, we haven't even suggested that all of us need to speak, but the idea that 2 or 3 opposition members is sufficient, and the reason they have to close down debate is the Minister of Transport simply didn't like the quality of questions. Really, he must admit that this is just simply the government hitting the panic button, running out of time in the calendar, which they composed, by the way, and their lack of planning is causing this panic and only makes for the possibility of mistakes and errors in important legislation like this.
Before we go to the Transport Minister, I notice there's quite a few people who want to ask questions of the Transport Minister. So if we can make our questions and answers concise, and if we can cut down on the chatter, I think I'll be able to hear, and I think most of us will be able to hear the answer and the question much better. The Honourable Transport Minister.
Well, I just wanted to correct my honourable colleague once again about the statements that he makes. When he talks about the passenger Bill of Rights, he almost gave the impression that the CTA was going to go away and bring it back to the Minister of Transport, who's then going to make the decisions about what is going to actually happen. Actually, there's a very robust process in place where the Canadian Transportation Agency will be consulting with Canadians. In fact, they will be consulting with the airline industry. And I can tell you, since we talked about creating a passenger rights bill, I have never heard as much support from Canadians for something that should have been done a long time ago.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, let's see if the minister likes this question. This bill guts the Competition Bureau's powers to block joint ventures between carriers that would reduce competition on key routes. In 2012, the Competition Bureau blocked the consolidation of 14 routes by Air Canada and United. And if this bill passes, the minister will be able to overrule the work of the Competition Bureau. Why is this minister legislating anti-competition and anti-consumer measures?
Minister of Transport.
Again, Mr. Speaker, I have to explain to my honourable colleague what is actually in the bill. The bill very clearly talks about joint ventures, which is what she is referring to. But what she has failed to understand is that any decisions with respect to joint ventures will be in concert with the Commissioner of Competition. That part of the bill is very clear. It has to take place. We are concerned about anti-competitive behaviour, and that is something that, unfortunately, my honourable colleague somehow seemed to miss.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. Honorable.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The minister would like us to work more quickly, it seems. And we didn't refuse to do so. We even agreed to meet in September before the House starts back up to make progress on the bill. But if we're looking for efficiency, why is it that the minister, one, refused to split the bill into two so that grain shippers could have concrete answers and concrete measures for C30, which ends July 31st. There are grain producers who currently are negotiating contracts, and they're in a position where they've lost any competitive advantage they had for negotiating because the measures won't be extended between the end of C30 and when C49 is adopted. Why does the minister refuse to extend C30's measures in the meantime? The Honourable Minister of Transport. For the following reason, we want to go forward with the new system. It will be in place to regulate grain shipping. This is something that was well received by grain associations, producer associations. And I will quote from an English text from when the bill came out.
Announced that they were pleased to see the federal government has introduced historic legislation that paves the way for permanent, long-term solutions to the rail transportation challenges that Canadian farmers have faced for decades. This is a long-term solution. I hope that all of us here are going to pass this legislation as quickly as possible so that we don't continue to be using Band-Aid measures.
Questions and comments, Honorable Député.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I share my NDP colleagues' comments. On this side, with committee members, we were willing to go forward quickly with C30. I don't think we would have needed time allocation because all parties were agreed to go forward. We could have taken that part that was agreed on by people in the West, people from Calgary, and we could have done things very quickly so that those measures be adopted before August 1st, before the end of C30, so there would be a permanent solution to the problem that has been ongoing for too long. But, Mr. Speaker, that's not what the government has decided to do. The government has decided to time allocate this and to not take into account our suggestions to improve this bill. And today, I found out that the opposition questions are not of good quality, supposedly. Yesterday, I was told that I wasn't worthy of sitting in this House. Mr. Speaker, I think there's a lack of respect from this government toward the opposition. And I would ask the minister, for whom I have a great deal of respect for everything he has done, to take into account the fact that the opposition has a role to play. The opposition must ask questions. And when we are prevented from asking questions on a bill that will affect 13 other ones, that's a lack of respect for the opposition, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Transport. Once again, I must comment on the last sentence from my colleague. He gave the impression that this bill will affect 13 acts. I'd like to remind him that 90% of what's in this bill only affects one act. That is to say, the Canadian Transport Act. The other correction I'd like to make is that I never said I didn't like questions. I called into question whether or not they were relevant to the specific bill that we are debating now. That's the question. Oftentimes, the questions and comments had nothing to do with this bill. And that indicated to me that the opposition is in favor of this bill. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think that it shows that it's actually, when you start to lose your credibility in this House, it's up for the Speaker to decide relevancy. It's not up to a minister or an individual in here. It's up to a Speaker to decide what is part or not part of a debate. And the minister's name-calling, suggesting people didn't read things, really shows his weakness and appreciation of colleagues trying to do the right thing, and the sense when this is dumped down on us that we do have legitimate concerns and issues on a bill and piece of legislation he self-described as complex. So, Mr. Speaker, I would just simply ask and follow up with my colleague asking about the Competition Bureau. It is relative to this bill. With regards to right now the airline industry, many of the issues are enforcement related in terms of the current laws that protect passengers, the new suggested potential laws, because it's all moved, and I've read the bill, it goes to regulations. How much money has the minister provided in this bill for the new regulations for enforcement?
Minister of Transport.
I'm not sure what question was asked there. He talks about money for enforcement. If we establish that there must be enforcement of regulations, which, by the way, is Transport Canada's primary mandate, then we can use the budget of Transport Canada in order to not only produce regulations, but also to enforce them, and that's what we do. Thank you.
We have time for a short question. The Honourable Member for Battleford Lloydminster.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the Minister, there's a number of issues. You quoted the Alberta Wheat Commission saying how much they look forward to this, but they also talk about the devil's in the details. And we see the CTA put back into the negotiations between commercial entities, the shipper and the railways, which is going to drag out the timeline on making those things work. We saw interswitching go from 160 kilometres, which was working, which was being embraced by more and more shippers all the time. The problem with the new 1,200-kilometre interswitch is it doesn't take into effect the southern corridors, where there's a real opportunity to move to other rail lines. So I'm wondering why he left those types of details out, and if there's going to be the flexibility moving forward in this long-term plan to add them in.
Honourable Minister.
It took me a long time to explain the complexity of this bill, and I know I don't have very much time to do it, but the Alberta Wheat Commission, we look forward to them. We look forward to the Alberta Wheat Commission appearing in front of committee and bringing up the devil's in the details. That is part of it. Secondly, I wanted to just finish on a really high note. The President of the Canadian Federation of Agriculture said when this bill came out, the entire package will create a more competitive environment while also providing an increased level of service for farmers. This is good news, Mr. Speaker, for farmers. Thank you.
Il est de mon devoir d'interrompre.
It is my duty to interrupt deliberations and to put to a vote the motion before the House.
As follows. Ms. Shager, seconded by Mr. Garneau, moved that in relation to Bill C-49, an act to amend the Canada Transportation Act and other acts respecting transportation and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, and que 15 minutes avant la fin de la...
That 15 minutes before the end of the period set out for government business on that sitting day set out for second reading of this bill, all business before the House be interrupted. If at the end, afterward, all questions be put forward to dispose immediately, and afterward, without further debate or amendment.
Pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. All those in favor, please say yay. All those in favor, or all those opposed, please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Or sorry, the yays have it. The yays. That was my mistake. It was the yays. Call in the members. Sorry. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Ms. Chagger, seconded by Mr. Garneau, moved that in relation to Bill C-49, an act to amend the Canada Transportation Act and other acts respecting transportation and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted. May I dispense?
Thank you. Just start off with this. All those in favor of the motion, please rise.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Philpott.
Ms. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Morneau.
Monsieur Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Gros.
Ms. Gros.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentin, la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentin, la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Kira.
Ms. Kira.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Ms. Cesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Lemedi.
Mr. Lemedi.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Daliwal.
Mr. Daliwal.
Mr. Shifki.
Mr. Shifki.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Dugan.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldeg.
Mr. Aldeg.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Bayliss.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Ms. Dabrusson.
Ms.
Ms.
Dabrusson.
Damoff.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Derowitz.
Ms. Zawitz.
Mr. Sassy.
Mr. Sassy.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Aelson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscato.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central.
Mr. Fewer.
Mr. Fewer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Graham.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Yakono.
Monsieur Yakono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon-la-Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon-la-Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Wellet.
Mr. Wellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Schulte.
Mr. Seri.
Monsieur Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Masquerade, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Masquerade, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton
Mr.
South.
Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tam.
Mr. Tam.
Mr. Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Vanden Bell.
Ms. Vanden Bell.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mrs. Zahid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
All those opposed to the motion, please rise.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, les Chemins, Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, les Chemins, Lévis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Warkentin.
Mr. Warkentin.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Monsieur Lauzon, Sturmont-Dundas, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lauzon, Sturmont-Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Aboultaïf.
Monsieur Aboultaïf.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Eglinski.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Jenis.
Mr. Jenis.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. General.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton
Mr.
West.
Nader.
Mr.
Mr.
Nader.
Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Ms. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur
Mr.
Aubin.
Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Yeas pour 159, 159. Nays contre 96, 96.
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the day?
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, commons. Commencement of debate at second reading of Bill C-51, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Department of Justice Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts.
We have a point of order. The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
In a debate earlier today, I identified a donation made by a government council appointee by the Conservative Party, and I described it as an illegal donation. It, in fact, is not an illegal donation. It is a donation that the statutes authorize against. They say the statutes explicitly say should not show partisan support or donate to political organizations. And I just want to correct the record that Mark McQueen, while after the appointment did make donations, it's not illegal to make those donations. It's just highly suspect that when you do it, you are showing partisan support when in fact you're government council appointee. I just want to correct the record.
Okay. Very good. Very good. Conformément à l'article numéro 38.
Pursuant to Section 38 of the Standing Orders, I need to inform the House of the questions that will be raised tonight at the time of adjournment. The Honourable Member for Powell River, the budget.
Honourable Member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin, persons with disabilities. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo-Ladysmith, status of women.
Okay, so do Mr. Mono.
Okay, I think we've got it straightened out here. Moved by Ms. Chager for Ms. Wilson-Raybould, seconded by Mr. Morneau, moves that Bill C-51, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Department of Justice Act and to make consequential amendments to another act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is with great pleasure that I take the floor to discuss Bill C-51, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Department of Justice Act and to make consequential amendments to another act. This legislation reflects our government's deep commitment to ensuring that our criminal justice system protects Canadians, holds offenders to account, upholds the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and shows the utmost compassion for victims. By amending the Criminal Code and related legislation, we can contribute to a fairer, clearer, and more accessible criminal justice system. We are committed to changes that will have a positive and lasting impact on victims' experiences in the criminal justice system and that affirm the Charter rights of all Canadians. This bill will do just that. These changes reflect our government's deep respect for the Charter. The bill also represents another deliverable flowing from the ongoing review of the criminal justice system that the Minister of Justice has been mandated by the Prime Minister to carry out. Broadly speaking, the bill's proposals fall into four categories, the majority of which involve amendments to the Criminal Code. First, there are amendments to clarify and strengthen the law of sexual assault. Second, there are amendments to remove or amend provisions that have been found unconstitutional by the courts, building on the amendments set out in Bill C-39, which the Minister of Justice introduced on March the 8th. Third, a number of obsolete or duplicative offences will be removed. Finally, the bill will amend the Department of Justice Act to create a new statutory duty for the Minister of Justice to table a charter statement for every government bill, setting out any potential effects a bill may have on the rights and freedoms of Canadians. Let me begin by addressing the proposed sexual assault amendments. As is well known, in the past few years, we have seen a dramatic increase in public interest in and concerns about sexual assault and how the criminal justice system responds to it. The Minister of Justice and her department continue to collaborate with partners and stakeholders to learn, share, and discuss a broad range of issues and ideas for improving how we as a society address the ongoing problem of sexual assault. One of the most important roles of the federal government is to ensure that we have the best possible legal framework in place to ensure our communities are protected and victims are treated with respect. The measures proposed in this legislation today are one step in this process. They seek to ensure that the law is as clear as it can be in order to minimize the possibility of the law being misunderstood or applied improperly. The bill seeks to amend the criminal code to clarify certain circumstances where consent is not obtained and where the defense of mistaken belief in consent is not available to the accused. It will also introduce stricter rules for the admissibility of a complainant's prior sexual history, as well as their private records. In addition, the bill will provide that the complainant has standing and is entitled to be represented by legal counsel during Rape Shield proceedings. The criminal code already clearly defines consent as voluntary agreement to the sexual activity in question. It also sets out a list of circumstances when consent has not been obtained as a matter of law. For example, the criminal code currently states that no consent is obtained where the complainant is incapable of consenting. One of the proposed amendments in the bill will make it clear that there is no consent when the complainant is unconscious, as set out by the Supreme Court of Canada decision in J.A. As the court reminded us there, consent must be contemporaneous or received at the time as the sexual activity in question. To most of us, it seems obvious that an unconscious person cannot consent to sexual activity. Nevertheless, providing for this additional clarity in the criminal code promises greater protection for victims of sexual assault. While many have welcomed these amendments, some have also expressed concern. Specifically, some have noted that this amendment may pose a risk of being interpreted in a way that would disadvantage victims. They argue that codifying the rule that consent cannot be obtained from an unconscious person could lead to defense counsel arguing in court that the law no longer recognizes incapacity to consent short of full unconsciousness, such as where a complainant is extremely intoxicated or only semi-conscious. While our government shares the viewpoint of these critics, that consent must be ongoing and affirmatively given. Respectfully, the government does not believe that this is a legitimate concern. Our government agrees entirely that the law should remain clear on this point. Consent cannot be obtained from an unconscious person, and the law also remains that consent cannot be obtained from a person who is conscious but incapable of consenting for other reasons. However, this is already clearly reflected in the bill, Mr. Speaker. Unconsciousness is set out in a different subsection from the one that refers to incapacity generally, and new language is proposed to make it abundantly clear that incapacity to consent can be for reasons other than unconsciousness. This demonstrates that the unconsciousness provision is not intended to preclude or replace the many other situations that may be captured by the incapacity provision. Simply put, unconsciousness does not subsume all of the existing circumstances of incapacity to consent. Both would be reflected in the text of the criminal code. The legislation would also amend the defense of mistaken belief in consent. This defense operates where it has been proved as a matter of fact that there was no consent, but the accused asserts that they genuinely, albeit mistakenly, believed that the complainant consented. The law already sets out restrictions on the accused's ability to use this defense. The accused cannot raise the defense if the accused's belief was due to their own recklessness, willful blindness, or intoxication, or if they fail to take reasonable steps to confirm consent. Bill C-51 would amend the law to clarify, in accordance with the Supreme Court of Canada decision in Ewanchuk, that this defense is also not available if the accused's belief is based on a mistake of law. For example, if the accused believed that the complainant consented even though she was unconscious, or if the accused believed that the complainant's silence or passivity meant that she consented, there would be mistakes of law, and the defense, therefore, would not be available. I believe that these changes will help to minimize errors by making the code clearer, more accessible, and easier to apply. Another amendment concerns the Rape Shield provisions, which regulate the admissibility of evidence of a complainant's past sexual activity in a manner that balances the complainant's dignity and privacy interests with the fair trial rights of the accused. These provisions were introduced by then Minister of Justice, the Right Honourable Kim Campbell, in the early 1990s in order to guard against courts relying upon what are known as the twin MIDs. Those being that a complainant's past sexual activity is evidence that she is more likely to have consented to the activity in question, or that she is less worthy of belief. This bill will amend the Rape Shield provisions to clarify that they apply not only to past sexual activity, but also to communications made by the complainant that are of a sexual nature or that are made for a sexual purpose. Just as it would be inappropriate to infer that a complainant was more likely to have consented based on their past sexual activities, it is equally inappropriate to find that they are more likely to have consented because of the sexual nature of their past communications. Some courts are already applying the rape shield process to such communications. Bill C-51 would standardize this procedure. The bill will also fill a gap in the law by introducing a specific procedure for determining the admissibility of private records relating to the complainant, such as private journals or therapeutic records which are in the possession of the accused. Specifically, if the accused seeks to adduce the complainant's private records, they must bring an application under the new provisions. As is the case under the existing rape shield provisions, such records would be admissible if the judge determines that they are relevant to an issue at trial and have significant probative value that is not outweighed by the danger of prejudice to the proper administration of justice. It is worth noting that these changes would implement a recommendation of the Senate Standing Committee on Legal and Constitutional Affairs from their 2012 report on the third-party records regime. Other changes to the sexual assault regime include expressly clarifying that the complainant must be informed of their right to be represented by a lawyer in the course of rape shield proceedings, as well as an extension of the notice period associated with such proceedings to ensure that all parties have adequate time to prepare. Mr. Speaker, I would like to briefly address some comments that have been made regarding these last two proposals and their impact on charter rights. Our government respects the charter rights of all Canadians, including those accused of crimes. This holds no less true in the context of sexual assault proceedings. We believe that these amendments maintain the fair trial rights of the accused, and at the same time, they recognize the privacy rights of victims. Indeed, the amendment's objectives are largely the same as those that underpin the rape shield provisions, which were found to be charter compliant by the Supreme Court. More information on the charter compliance of these changes can be seen in the charter statement, which was tabled in this House on June the 6th. Ultimately, Mr. Speaker, these important amendments to the law of sexual assault will help ensure that victims are treated with the utmost respect and the compassion that they deserve, and that offenders are held to account. Mr. Speaker, I would now like to address the other criminal code amendments proposed in this bill. In keeping with the Minister of Justice's mandate, this diverse set of changes will make the law more relevant, modern, and charter consistent. One cluster of amendments involves the repeal of criminal code provisions that have been found unconstitutional by appellate courts. For instance, the bill proposes to remove the restriction that prevents sentencing courts from giving enhanced credit to those detained prior to trial because they had breached a condition of bail. This part of the provision was found unconstitutional by the Manitoba Court of Appeal last year in a case called Bittern. This amendment would complement the change proposed in Bill C-39 that would remove the restriction on giving enhanced credit to those who were detained due to a previous conviction. This was found unconstitutional last year by the Supreme Court of Canada. The bill also proposes to remove a variety of evidentiary presumptions, including presumptions related to gambling offences, which have been found unconstitutional by appellate courts. Presumptions are shortcuts designed to help the prosecution prove an element of the offence by instead proving a different but related fact. These provisions may sometimes violate the presumption of innocence, which is a fundamental precept of our criminal justice system and one we are committed to upholding. Another set of amendments would repeal what is known as a reverse onus, which is where a burden is placed on the accused to prove a fact. Normally, the presumption of innocence places the burden of proof on the Crown throughout the trial, and any transfer of that burden of proof to the accused may be unjustifiably violate of the presumption of innocence. Some reversals can be upheld constitutionally. For instance, the reversal of the burden of proof associated with the defence of mental disorder. However, numerous other reverse onuses are likely to violate the rights of Canadians and should therefore be removed from the criminal code. This bill would amend 32 offences that contain the phrase, quote, without lawful excuse, the proof of which lies on him. The second part of this phrase, quote, the proof of which lies on him, is generally interpreted to create a reverse onus such that any time the accused wanted to raise a lawful excuse in defence against a charge, they would need to prove it on a balance of probabilities rather than just raise a reasonable doubt. Our government does not believe that accused persons charged with these offences should be put to the task of challenging the constitutionality of these clauses, which present avoidable charter risks. Forcing people to challenge unconstitutional laws or likely unconstitutional laws delays criminal trials and burdens the justice system. This is not in the interests of victims, accused persons, or justice. Instead, our government is committed to continued leadership on proactive criminal justice reform while defending the rule of law. I want to be clear that these amendments will not negatively impact public safety. These provisions being removed are either already found to be unconstitutional or likely to be found so, and as such they would not be operative in any case. The bill also proposes to repeal offences that are outdated or otherwise redundant. It will repeal 20 such offences. Many Canadians may not know that the criminal law currently prohibits conduct such as challenging someone to a duel, posting a reward for return of a stolen item, no questions asked, possessing crime comics, advertising a drug to enhance sexual virility, publishing a blasphemous libel, and fraudulently practicing witchcraft. Canadians are far better served by a criminal code that is focused on conduct that actually causes harms or risks causing harm to Canadians and our fundamental values. Finally, the bill will amend the Department of Justice Act to create a new statutory duty for the Minister of Justice. This duty will require the Minister and future Ministers to table a charter statement for every government bill that is introduced. That statement will set out any potential effects a bill may have on the charter rights and freedoms of Canadians. The Minister of Justice has already been tabling these statements in relation to bills that she has introduced. The proposed amendment to the Department of Justice Act would formalize this practice and extend it to all government bills. This will complement the existing duty on the Minister of Justice to examine every government bill for inconsistency with the Charter. Going forward, Mr. Speaker, charter statements will identify and highlight key charter rights and freedoms that are engaged by any government bill tabled after this legislation comes into force. They will also set out considerations that support the justification of any limits that a bill may have on a charter right or freedom. That being said, charter statements are not the same as the legal advice provided by a Minister of Justice or her officials during the course of a bill's development. That advice will remain confidential and protected by solicitor-client privilege. Rather, charter statements are intended to provide Parliament and the public with legal information about the charter implications of proposed legislation. They are meant to flag key charter issues and to be a resource to Parliament and the public for the purposes of enriching debate. This initiative is motivated by the Minister of Justice's commitment to openness and transparency and is intended to further the commitment in relation to one of our government's core responsibilities, namely enacting legislation that respects the Constitution, including the rights and freedoms guaranteed by the Charter. Mr. Speaker, this amendment is particularly timely as 2017 marks the 35th anniversary of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. This initiative recognizes the essential role the Charter plays in our free and democratic society, and our government is very proud to propose it. I urge all members to support this important legislation, which represents one more step in the Minister's review of the criminal justice system, one more step in our government's commitment to the Charter, and one more step toward ensuring that our laws are relevant, fair, and accessible to all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for speaking to this piece of legislation. I want to ask one specific question. I mentioned one thing. This is, after all, a Justice Omnibus bill, so let's get that first part out of the way. I think many on this side of the House, I think everyone on this side will support the sexual assault provisions that are being proposed by the government. I think those are quite good. But one I wanted to ask about is Clause 14, where the government is proposing to get rid of Section 176 of the Criminal Code, which is a general prohibition against interrupting religious services and to interfere with members of the clergy. I think that's very expansive as a definition. I see it as affecting all, not just clergy in the kind of 150-year-old definition of it, but members of all faiths where they have religious leaders who undertake a rite or a funeral, for instance. That section is not obsolete. It's actually being used right now in a criminal case in Ottawa here. It was June 9th when the charges were laid, 2017. So I just want to better understand, why is the government proposing to go ahead with this? This is actually a portion of a criminal code that's actually quite useful. It gives extra protection for members of all faiths.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his question, and I would take issue with his characterization of this bill being an omnibus bill. This bill is designed to create a judicial system that is more open, more clear, more transparent, and more fair to all of the parties that are involved and engaged in it. With respect to the provisions which are being removed, all of the provisions that are proposed to be removed in this legislation, Mr. Speaker, have either been found to be unconstitutional or redundant or obsolete. So those are the guiding principles which have informed the government's position in this bill, and I urge all members to support it.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his remarks and to say on the record that, of course, we welcome the changes to protect victims of sexual assault, and that the Rape Shield changes that allow a complainant to have a lawyer during the proceedings are very welcome. Unfortunately, this will be an option for those who can afford a lawyer, and many in my riding are not going to be in a position to be able to have access to a lawyer. So I'm wondering if my colleague could comment whether the government will be looking at increasing funding so that folks can get the legal aid or get a lawyer to help them through the process. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for the question, and I am very happy to hear that she is supportive of the measures which have been included in this bill to ensure that victims have a voice in sexual assault trials. That is squarely within the fundamental objectives of this bill. I also want to echo her concerns regarding access to justice. She will recall that last year this government provided additional resources for legal aid in an effort to ensure that we enhanced access for those who are engaged in the criminal justice system, and we continue to have good, productive, constructive discussions with all of our provincial partners. So on both counts, I want to thank my honourable colleague.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Mr. Speaker. Just to get back to the point that the member from Calgary Shepherd had presented, and there was some discussion about a bunch of other things. However, there was no direct answer to the question about the section on 176, which was used earlier this month and is indeed not obsolete. So I'm wondering if there's any evidence that you could show, or whether that they could show, or whether or not the government was indeed aware of the fact that that provision is being used, and if obsolescence is the rationale, that perhaps that should be brought out of that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Well, I want to thank my colleague for the question, and just to return to the fundamental principles which have informed those sections which are being targeted for removal. We have identified two principal categories: those which have already been found to be unconstitutional or are likely to be found unconstitutional, and those that are either redundant or obsolete. And that is not to say that there couldn't be a scenario in which charges are laid and the provisions in questions may fit into one of those two categories. So we're very mindful of the questions which have been raised by our colleagues, but I return to the two principles which have informed those impugned provisions in this bill.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his speech. Certainly there's a lot in this omnibus justice bill that we agree with when it comes to sexual assault and other provisions. But what I found ironic, Mr. Speaker, was the member's comments, his, quote, deep commitment to victims and our criminal justice system. At a time in the last week in this chamber, we've highlighted the fact that this government is not funding a registry that would protect victims and families from some of the most dangerous criminal sexual offenders, Mr. Speaker. So the rhetoric of this member is certainly not matched by this government's commitment. And if they were being penny pinchers, Mr. Speaker, I might understand. But with $30 billion deficits and a paltry sum for this registry, Mr. Speaker, I'd like this member, particularly with his experience as a Crown attorney and his knowledge of how dangerous some of these offenders are. Why would they not fund this, Mr. Speaker? My question to him, his rhetoric in this House, has he matched that in caucus? Has he been pushing his minister and his government to fund this registry?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I want to thank my colleague for the question, and he knows that I hold him in high regard. I would first of all point out that with regards to rhetoric, it was his government that introduced legislation regarding this registry but refused to fund it with a single penny, Mr. Speaker. And on this side of the House, when we introduce legislation, we put our money where our mouth is every single time. And with respect to those provisions with regards to giving victims a voice, as he well knows, there is $28 million a year in base funding for victims. In addition to that, very recently, Mr. Speaker, this government provided additional resources in Budget 2017 to ensure that judges and members of the court are able to give voice to victims who are engaged in sexual assault trials. In addition to that, we worked very collaboratively with the former leader of his party to ensure that there were even yet more additional resources given to judicial officers to ensure that everyone has a fair trial and that victims get the justice that they deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Ajax.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And just further to the point, I thank the honourable member for his response. Just to further on that, I wonder if he wishes to comment on the fact that despite the fact it was introduced at the end of their 10-year mandate, they didn't provide funding for it, that this registry of which they speak actually is an aggregator of existing data that already exists. Would he agree as well that the police, through the chiefs of police, when they believe somebody is dangerous, already released that information? And that, in fact, there are real concerns, which is one of the reasons why we have to be so careful in not just jumping to rhetorical conclusions, but actually looking at evidence, that a registry such as the one that they're proposing might, in fact, make our communities much more dangerous because individuals would go to ground, not say where they are, or move to jurisdictions that have no such registry in jurisdictions like Quebec and New Brunswick. So would he agree with me that actually what the member is proposing in his rhetorical flourish would actually make our communities potentially more dangerous, and we should be careful?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to begin by congratulating the Parliamentary Secretary and the Minister for Public Safety for their work on this issue. We are an evidence, fact-based government, Mr. Speaker. We will absolutely ensure that that our law enforcement actors have the resources that they need so that our communities and our families can be kept safe. I also agree with my colleague's comments that it is very important that we place the trust, faith, and confidence in our police officers to work with communities to ensure that when offenders are released back into the community, that they are done so in a completely safe manner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to rise in this House to speak to this latest bill introduced by the Minister of Justice, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Department of Justice Act and to make consequential amendments to another act. And I think our colleagues are right when they call this the Justice Omnibus Bill. And this is one of the discussions I've had with my colleague, the member for St. Albert Edmonton, all the different areas that are covered on this. And one of the things I've noticed in question period that any time a Liberal cabinet minister gets up, they always thank the member of the Liberal Party for all their hard work and support. And so I want to use that precedent to thank the honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton for all the work that he has done in the justice area. But I think he's correct, and I think my colleagues are correct when they call this an omnibus bill. I remember, I think it was just in March of this year, the government House leader introduced a paper that on the whole subject of omnibus bills, and one of the quotes in it is that omnibus bills can be defined as a bill that contains separate and unrelated themes packaged in one bill. Members are then forced to vote for or against a bill that could have elements that the members could support or oppose. The only recourse for members has been to seek to divide omnibus bills in committees, but these motions are rarely come to a vote and are agreed by way of unanimous consent. So I think this bill, C-51, I think it fits that description. because rather than dealing with one issue, this bill proposes to tackle at least 4 different matters at once. First, this bill sets out to clarify and strengthen certain aspects of sexual assault relating to consent, admissibility of evidence, and legal representation for the complainant. Second, the bill repeals a number of provisions in the criminal code that have been found unconstitutional by appellate courts, and other provisions that, in their opinion, might likely be found unconstitutional. Third, it repeals several obsolete or redundant criminal offenses. And fourth, it introduces a requirement of a charter statement to go along with any new government bill proposed by the Minister of Justice in the future. In addition, as the Government House Leader's paper reads, members are then forced to vote for or against a bill that could have elements that the members would support or oppose. I think, Mr. Speaker, this bill has elements that we support, but there are some elements that we oppose. First of all, let me be very clear. We strongly support what Bill C-51 does in terms of clarifying and strengthening the sexual assault provisions. I appreciate the comments from the parliamentary secretary when he said that Kim Campbell introduced these in the early 90s. Well, I had the privilege of being her parliamentary secretary. And it was great to work with her. There were so many different elements that we had to move on in the criminal code. And of course, this had the support of the Right Honourable Brian Mulroney throughout in our efforts to stand up for victims and to protect law-abiding Canadians. We support the provisions that the government's put in there that, among other things, clarify that an unconscious person is incapable of consenting, to clarify that the defense of mistaken belief in consent is not available if the mistake is based on a mistake of law, to expand the rape shield provisions to include communications of a sexual nature or communications for a sexual purpose, to provide that a complainant has a right to legal representation in rape shield proceedings. That's an excellent idea. To ensure that an individual's previous sexual history has no bearing on questions of consent, and to create a regime to determine whether an accused can introduce a complainant's private records at trial that are in their possession, are all very important, and I believe they are all they are changes that we as Conservatives support. In addition, we're supportive of Bill C-51 where it repeals and amends a number of provisions of the criminal code that have been found unconstitutional by appellate courts. We have seen before the risks and hurt that can be caused when sections of the criminal code have been ruled unconstitutional and are not removed. One does not have to look any further than the Travis Vader murder in Alberta, during which the judge convicted the accused under an unconstitutional provision. Consequently, and unfortunately, the case had to be retried, causing difficult hardship and unnecessary pain for the victims' families. Removing provisions that have been ruled unconstitutional by the courts is an important measure to take. With all that said, Mr. Speaker, we take issue with some parts of this legislation. For one, we disagree that the government needs to introduce a charter statement for every new piece of government legislation that is introduced by the Minister of Justice and Attorney General. Although the required charter statement sounds like it might be a good idea, Canadians know that many safeguards already exist. First and foremost is the Charter of Rights and Freedom itself. Coming into effect 35 years ago, the Charter's objective is laid out in Section 1. The Charter guarantees the rights and freedoms set out on its subject only to such reasonable limits prescribed by law as can be demonstrably justified in a free and democratic society. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian governments, both Liberals and Conservatives, have been introducing justice legislation since 1982, after the Charter came into effect. And it has never been a requirement that the government create a charter statement for every justice legislation. It's simply not necessary. Any legislation that is controversial can be challenged by citizens or groups in court. This will always happen regardless of this new charter statement. I have no problem with the idea of charter statements in general. In fact, if this minister so desires, I would welcome her to attach this to all the legislation she puts forward. However, to require these as statements by law is another matter. So I think it's unnecessary. But what I'm saying is if she wants to put out a statement that she believes it complies with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, she should also include that it complies with the Canadian Bill of Rights that has been in place in this country since 1960, since John Diefenbaker was Prime Minister. Go ahead. I think she could do that. But it's unnecessary to bind all future governments and justice ministers from having put that in. So lastly and most importantly, the Conservative disagrees with some of the sections that the government claims are obsolete. In particularly, I want to bring to the attention of the House our opposition to clauses 1 and 14 in Bill C-51. First of all, Clause 1 of Bill C-51, they are proposing to repeal Section 49 of the Criminal Code. This is what that section currently says. Everyone who willfully, in the presence of Her Majesty, A, does an act with intent to alarm Her Majesty or to break the public peace, or does an act that is intended or is likely to cause bodily harm to Her Majesty, is guilty of an indictable offense and liable for imprisonment for a term not exceeding 14 years. I don't really get why the Liberals are doing this, Mr. Speaker. I was thinking about this Sunday. I was in Niagara-on-the-Lake for the 225th anniversary of St. Mark's Church. And the sermon was given by Bishop David Ralph Spence, who said there were 3 themes that he wanted to talk about. One of them was the 225th anniversary of St. Mark's Church and all the good that that church has done and all the good that has come out from the people who attend that church. And what an asset that has been. It goes right back, that church goes right back to when Governor Simcoe was the governor of Upper Canada back in 1792. That was one of the themes he wanted to talk about. Then he said he wanted to talk about the 150th anniversary of Canada, that what an asset that our country has been since the Confederation 1867. But then he also made a very interesting point. He says also this year is the 65th anniversary of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth's accession to the throne. And he talked about, and I was thinking about at the same time, what a wonderful individual she has been in terms of public service to this country as our head of state. Why would you decide in her 65th anniversary on the throne, why would the government think this is a good idea to get rid of the section that specifically protects our head of state against anyone threatening or attacking her? It makes no sense, Mr. Speaker, to me. I'm also disappointed about the proposed Clause 14, Mr. Speaker, in C-51, which repeals a number of sections and replaces them with something entitled trespassing at night. In short, what that section does is get rid of Section 176, and one of my colleagues here raised this matter with the Parliamentary Secretary. This section does nothing else other than protect the safety and well-being of religious clergy, ministers against dangers and threats. And this section also deters someone from disturbing or interfering with a religious worship and ceremony. Now, by repealing this section, this government will be removing the only provision in the criminal code that directly protects the rights of individuals to freely conduct the practice of their religion, whatever that religion may be. And in a time when news stories are increasingly reporting attacks on religious communities, this concerns me. I have to stand up for the rights of my constituents and all Canadians to practice their religion without fear, recrimination, violence, or disturbance. Now, the irony of this, Mr. Speaker, is that we had a number of debates here in this House where the Liberals were telling us how concerned they were about people's right to practice their religion without fear, intimidation, hatred, or prejudice. That's what they said. And yet, now, this section is not I didn't get into the debate with the Parliamentary Secretary. This is not obsolete. It's not unconstitutional. It is very, very important, and it's important enough, I can tell you, that just this year in Ottawa, a woman has been charged under this offense for allegedly breaking the statue of Jesus at the St. Patrick's Church downtown here. So that section is being used right now, and so I can't imagine why the Liberals would want to repeal this. I would suggest to the Liberals, when they go home this summer, ask the members of their clergy in their riding. Talk about it with people. Say, hey, guess what? We're removing the section that protects people's right to conduct religious ceremonies, and we're getting rid of the section that specifically outlaws people who disrupt a religious service. I'd be very interested to see what the feedback they will get on this. I know I'm going to be talking to my constituents about this because they have a right to know. This is the proposal from the Liberal Party, and I'm going to look forward in September. I'm going to ask my colleagues, say, what did your constituents say? Did they say, boy, this is something you've got to get rid of? You know, that anybody who causes a disturbance or threatens somebody, that's like a fight in a bar somewhere. It's the same thing, disrupting a bar some night. It's the same. No, I'm willing to bet that they will say that is very, very serious. Anybody who would do that, start threatening a member of the religious community or in any way trying to disturb a religious service. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping that the Liberals will reconsider both those provisions. Both those provisions, I think, are important to continue. And in keeping with the comments that I made earlier with respect to this omnibus legislation about how we support sections and we don't support others, I would like to make the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practices of the House, when Bill C-51, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Department of Justice Act and to make consequential amendments to another act, is referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, it be an instruction to the committee that during its consideration of the bill, the committee be granted the power to divide the bill into 3 pieces of legislation: one bill containing clauses 1 and clause 14, one bill containing sexual assault provisions, and one bill containing the remaining provisions of C-51. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'll read the proposed wording. No, I'm sorry. There we go. Okay, very good. So I won't read it. Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? No, I don't believe we have the consent. No. Questions and comments? The honourable member for. I get the 3 mixed up every time. Lanark, Kingston, Frontenac. Did I get them in the right order?
You got them all right. Just the order was a bit off.
I'm dyslexic on yours, and I apologize.
That's all right. They're all beautiful, and I invite you during the summer to come and visit any one of the areas of my riding, Mr. Speaker. You'll be most welcome, and we will make you have such a good time you'll want to come back every summer. My question to the member is this. We've just recently, this spring, debated and voted in favor of a motion dealing with the issue of Islamophobia. And it occurs to me that this provision of the law to which he draws attention, the disturbance of religious services, while it was designed at a time when, frankly, Protestants and Catholics were bad neighbors and would disrupt each other, is it not the case that today those groups that are perhaps newer to our society and perhaps not as accepted as they should be. I'm thinking here, for examples of Jews, and Muslims who want to practice their religion in peace, whether it's in a mosque, a synagogue, or in a public place where the law of trespass does not provide additional protection? Ought they not to have some form of legislative protection so that they can carry on their religious services, funerals, for example, which happen in public places and other memorials? Should they not have some form of legislative protection for their sacred rights, even when they occur in public places?
Member for Niagara Falls.
Well, of course, I think they should have that, and this is what this section of the Criminal Code does. This section of the Criminal Code protects all individuals performing religious services in our country. It makes a specific reference to anyone who might try to disrupt a religious service. And quite frankly, I've never heard of anyone ever having a problem with this particular section, because I think if you sit down with people and you talk to them about different possibilities of a disturbance or anything like that, I think many people would agree of the seriousness of anybody who would disrupt somebody's religious service or threaten somebody who is practicing their religion. And so you mentioned the motion here, and again, I think my colleagues over there, we heard again and again how concerned the Liberals say they were about people having the right to have their practice their religion without fear, without hate, without prejudice, without any disruption whatsoever. And so I quite frankly was surprised. I picked this bill up here. I think this is after the Queen, this is one of the first things they wanted to get rid of. And so I don't get it. So getting rid of the honourable members, getting rid of the specific protection that our head of state has. I mean, what's the problem with that? And again, the timing of this is terrible, in my opinion. The 65th anniversary of the Queen's reign, this is now they decide to get rid of the specific protection that is accorded to her. Okay, but this is this other section here, where this is the only area of the criminal code that specifically delineates religious services and those who perform those religious services. Why would they get rid of it? I wanted to have a motion here to have these separated out. I hope that they will reconsider this and say, okay, let's get this go, because I think there is great consensus on a lot of the different sections in here. A lot of the sections make the criminal code gender neutral. A lot of the sections are updating the wording, getting rid of sections that have long since have no relevance, and most importantly, the area with respect to sexual consent and the other laws, the rape shield laws, all those are extremely important. They should have had this as a separate bill rather than tossing this all into it. But again, we on this side of the House aren't running the show. But again, I've invited my colleagues to certainly mention to their constituents, say, how do you feel about us in the Liberal Party getting rid of the section that protects people, the practice of their religion? And I'm going to look forward to getting some feedback from them in the fall.
I just want to remind the honourable members when they're speaking, if they don't mind, just glance at the chair once in a while, just to kind of, so that I know we get very engrossed and we get impassioned about what we're doing and get carried away, and we just want to make sure that everybody gets a chance to speak, and you'll see me giving signals to maybe slow down or cut it off or wrap it up. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Ottawa South.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his remarks. I wanted to come back to a theme he touched on earlier, which is the theme of anniversary. This is the 30th anniversary of Canada's Charter of Rights and Freedoms. One of the things that our government has been practicing, which I think he would admit in fairness as a former Minister of Justice, his government did not do. Our Minister of Justice, since becoming the Minister, has been tabling with every single Justice bill a requisite government, or I should say a statement of the bill's potential effects on the rights and freedoms guaranteed by that very Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. In fact, this bill will codify it, will formalize it. It will require, going forward, any government actually to provide that statement so that we can get a better sense as Canadians, as legislators, to what extent the bill is or is not at variance with the Charter rights that are guaranteed and, of course, that evolve through our court system. Can you take a minute to explain what his party's position is with respect to this, because in the past, Mr. Speaker, the party's position, the Conservative Party's position, was not to do so. I remember asking on repeated occasions to this member, the Minister of Justice, why he would not do so, to give Canadians assurances that when justice matters come forward on the floor of the House, they are in fact in compliance with the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms.
Honourable member for Niagara Falls.
That's a fair comment. Mr. Speaker, we were very cognizant, very aware, and very compliant with all the laws, including the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the Canadian Bill of Rights. I mean, again, the Minister of Justice is always advised on these, and we certainly took that advice. And yes, the details of it are solicitor-client privilege, and the parliamentary secretary to the Justice Minister mentioned that. And I said right here that if what the minister wants to do, she wants to put out a charter statement, go right ahead and say that it complies with the charter. I have no problem with that. Say it complies with the Canadian Bill of Rights. That's a wonderful thing. But to make this a part of every piece of legislation is absolutely unnecessary. And so, again, I don't see why the Liberals are doing this. There's some sort of a statement or something, but nonetheless, and I pointed this out, that if anybody feels that the bills are unconstitutional for whatever reason, they have that ability to challenge that. This has been going on for the last 35 years, and John Diefenbaker's Bill of Rights has been here for almost 60 years now. So, Mr. Speaker, the rights of this world, or this country, have been protected by every Conservative government. Nobody has a better record of standing up for rights and freedoms of Canadians than the Conservative Party.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
In this debate, but it's a matter that is troubling me deeply in the 8 years that I've been elected, almost 9. And there was a concern in the last government, the Harper Conservative government, that they would come forward and say, well, we have reviewed these bills for charter compliance, but in fact, as I understand, the rule that was put in place by the Liberals was, the policy was, so long as you think there's 2% chance that it's charter compliant, well, then you can say it's charter compliant. So if this provision, the intention of this provision is actually to make available the analysis by the Department of Justice on whether it's charter compliant, I'm all for it.
Member for Niagara Falls.
That would be very fascinating. I'd like to hear from the Liberals. They're going to now provide the solicitor-client advice that is given to the Justice Minister and table that. That would actually be fascinating. But again, under the Conservative government, yes, we were very consistent. We were very compliant with the constitutional provisions. All the constitutional provisions, and yes, it's true, we always were worried about victims of crime and worrying about law-abiding citizens who have the right to live in this country and not be victimized. And so I'm very proud of that record, because Stephen Harper was always consistent. Anything that was brought before this House in the area of justice, he was interested, of course, in whether it's to protect, whether their victims are being protected, whether law-abiding Canadians and their interests are being heard. And yes, we did get, I am confident that all the bills that we had were legitimate, compliant with the rules. And again, people can challenge these things if they like, but I say to the Minister of Justice, start putting this extra thing into every single bill is not necessary. I'm not quite sure why they're doing it, but if this minister wants to put out a statement that she's confident that complies with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the Canadian Bill of Rights, I say go right ahead. But to having this as part of every piece of justice legislation, I think is completely unnecessary.
It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Business. Resuming debate at third reading of Bill C-311, an act to amend the Holidays Act Remembrance Day in the name of Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure, Mr. Speaker, to rise to support this bill, although I'd have to admit that I'm deeply disappointed that the member has relented and reduced his bill substantially. Initially, as I understand, Bill C-311 was actually proposing that Remembrance Day be a statutory holiday. And Mr. Speaker, Remembrance Day is already a statutory holiday in my province of Alberta and in every province except Manitoba, Ontario, Quebec, and Nova Scotia. And my experience, Mr. Speaker, is, and those of the experience of those in my city, that making this Day of Remembrance a statutory holiday actually enables and encourages families to participate in memorial services. Events are well attended in Edmonton at cenotaphs located across the country, across the city. Schools do host events, and there is no conflict, has been raised, I think, by some veterans. Most schools actually host their November 11th activities days before November 11th, and I have regularly participated in events in both McNally High School and Vimy Ridge High School, and they are a pleasure to participate in. While the largest service held with the Lieutenant Governor is hosted at the University of Alberta in my riding, for the past few years I've been honoured to be invited to join the Premier and the Southern Alberta Light Horse Regiment in a very special service at Holy Trinity Anglican Church. We then march with the soldiers to the cenotaph at the now renamed Light Horse Park. I've also had the privilege of working with a committee of Edmontonians determined to refurbish the old Strathcona Cenotaph, an effort led by the South Alberta Light Horse Regiment Foundation, nicknamed Sally Horse. I'm joined on this committee by our local MLA, the Premier of Alberta, the Rector for Holy Trinity Anglican Church, the Royal Canadian Legion, our City Councillor, the Old Strathcona Foundation, the Strathcona Community League, Fringe Theatre Adventures, and the Old Strathcona Business Association, and finally the Youth Empowerment and Support Services, or YES. YES is located, an organization that supports youth who are homeless, is located in the adjacent Connaught Armory, the oldest in the province, and they kindly each Remembrance Day host all who attend the ceremonies at our cenotaph. This joint initiative to refurbish the cenotaph has been inspired by the growing interest in participating in this community-based ceremony and in recognizing the deep connection of the light horse to Old Strathcona. The official birth date of the Salties was July 1905, and Old Strathcona was their regimental headquarters until 1964. Their flags still fly in Holy Trinity Church. The regiments were horse-mounted in the early days, and Albertan regiments are famous for their horsemanship, going back to World War I, when Albertans were tasked with breaking in new mounts at Southampton's Remount Depot because of their natural horsemanship. Members of the then called Dragoons were dispatched from the Old Strathcona train station in 1914 during World War I, and also in 1939 during World War II. Their current Colonel-in-Chief is Her Royal Highness the Countess of Wessex, who has attended some of the November 11th services and ceremonies and honoured us at the groundbreaking of the new Cenotaph Park, Light Horse Park. The 31st Battalion was one of the key Alberta battalions, and it drew approximately 50% of the men from Edmonton and its surrounding area. It was active in all major campaigns throughout World War I and was awarded many battle honours, to name only a few: Ypres, Mount Sorrel, Somme, Arras, Vimy, Hill 70, Passchendaele, and Flanders. The 15th Light Horse continues to serve as cavalry on horseback and trained regularly as part of the 5th Canadian Cavalry Brigade alongside the 19th Alberta Dragoons. In 1942, the unit was converted to a tank regiment, redesignated as the 29th Armoured Reconnaissance Regiment, and fighting in France, Belgium, the Netherlands, and finally Germany, with continuous action from 1944 to 1945. In 1954, the Southern Alberta Regiment merged with the 15th Light Horse to form the South Alberta Light Horse. Planned additions to the memorial will commemorate the Alberta Light Horse history and its strong links to the community, creating a place of interest and gathering year-round. The changes will provide new educational materials for students, families, and community members, helping bring the local military history alive. The Light Horse Park Cenotaph Rehabilitation Project is an important legacy project, not just for November the 11th, but benefiting the community year-round, including for our famous Fringe Festival and for the Community League. We're hopeful it will soon be completed so that all may gather in a beautiful location in Edmonton Strathcona to observe Remembrance Day. And again, I am very grateful that everybody, every family in my city has the opportunity to come and celebrate with us on Remembrance Day.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I rise today in support of Bill C-311, an act to amend the Holidays Act. Before I begin, I'd like to thank the member from Central Nova for bringing this forward. And it's long overdue, and it's an issue that we need to discuss in the House today. Growing up in Manitoba, Remembrance Day was always a holiday. I can still recall my confusion upon arriving in Ontario to find out that it wasn't recognized as a holiday. This bill would ensure that from coast to coast to coast, Canadians will have the opportunity to reflect and remember the sacrifice of the fallen. Remembrance Day holds a special significance to all Canadians, whether or not they're serving members of the Canadian Armed Forces, relatives of those who have fought, or even new Canadians. Because all Canadians enjoy the rights and freedoms fought for and preserved by those who fought, and all Canadians who continue to fight. Guelph knows the importance of remembrance because of our strong history and connection to Canada's military past. With the arrival of the First World War, 3,300 people enlisted at Guelph. Local union and business leaders spearheaded campaigns to raise money for war bonds and charity efforts. Soldiers who enlisted would arrive at the freshly constructed armory completed in 1908, which is now almost 110 years old. The armory is home to Guelph's 11th Field Artillery Regiment, affectionately known as the Gunners, and is Canada's oldest artillery regiment. Thousands of troops were accommodated and trained at the armory during the First World War, and the local militia unit was renamed the 1st Howitzer Brigade, Canadian Forces Artillery. After their training, new recruits were sent east to Sydney or Halifax, Nova Scotia on their way to France. Lieutenant John McCrae, the celebrated war poet, was just one of the dedicated volunteers from Guelph, and thousands of Canadians who shared the experience of war. His poem, In Flanders Field, is inscribed in the memorial chamber of this place and has earned worldwide recognition as a symbol of the costs of war and the duty of those who have been left behind to remember the fallen. His contribution was by no means the only made by people in Guelph in support of the war effort. The University of Guelph, then known as the Ontario School of Agriculture, was charged with doing what it could to offset food shortages. The war attracted many faculty, staff, and students as recruits, and the War Memorial Hall at the University of Guelph was opened in 1924 in honor of the 109 who died. In total, Guelph lost 281 men and one nursing sister. The end of the war in 1918 brought peace, but it would not be long before Guelphites were called upon again to serve. When war was declared in 1939, Guelphites once again answered the call. By the end of the Second World War, Guelph had lost 173 citizens. This included Isaiah Acker, who died while on duty serving with the RCAF. As a tribute to his service, the Jewish community in Guelph named their synagogue after him in 1949. Guelph contributed to the war effort in many ways, whether it was manufacturing furnaces and fridges for the Navy men or women pitching in as constables due to labor shortages. Madam Speaker, today the spirit of remembrance is alive and well in Guelph. Every November 11th at the Guelph Cenotaph on Aramasa, the Legion, the 11th Field Artillery Regiment, the 121st Red Arrow Air Cadet Squadron, and community members gather to pay their respects. But remembrance in Guelph is by no means confined to just one day a year. Our local Legion and the regiment participate in charitable events such as the United Way campaign kickoff barbecue for Guelph. They also hold Decoration Day and do many other events within the community. These events remind the community of the active role the military and Legion play for us. This year, thanks to the MP from Scarborough-Guildwood, the Vimy Oaks Legacy Corporation, members were able to adopt oak saplings, descendants of the original oaks brought over from Vimy Ridge by Lieutenant Leslie Miller. Guelph was able to acquire 2 of these living memorials to the First World War. The first sapling was planted last week at the Guelph Legion, which will be celebrating its 85th anniversary next week. Fittingly, the second tree was planted at the home, now museum, of Lieutenant Colonel John McCrae, who also fought at Vimy. Even foreign governments have seen fit to recognize the contributions and accomplishments of Guelphites during wartime. Earlier this year, the government of France bestowed one of its highest honors to a pair of Guelph veterans, Frank Taylor and Donald Sutherland. In a ceremony with the French consul, they were both named Knights of the French National Order of the Legion of Honor for their contributions during World War II in the liberation of France. I was deeply honored to participate in this ceremony. Madam Speaker, Guelph has always had a strong connection to Canada's military past and present. However, this connection is not unique. It's mirrored in communities from coast to coast to coast. It's for this reason that Remembrance Day should be listed as a national holiday under the Holidays Act. This will ensure that all Canadians are free to gather at local cenotaphs and participate in remembrance ceremonies. I'd like again to once again to offer my thanks to our colleague from Nova Scotia for bringing this important bill forward. And in closing, I encourage all my colleagues in this House to support this legislation as it means to further unite Canadians in the spirit of remembrance. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise au débat, the honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleagues as we get later into this day. It's an honor to rise on behalf of the great residents of Barrie-Innisfil, and as the opposition critic for Veterans Affairs, I'm pleased again, Madam Speaker, to speak on Bill C-311 in this, its third reading. And today we speak to address really only one amendment to the Holidays Act for Remembrance Day, and all that we are doing is adding the word legal. I also want to commend the honourable member from West Nova for his inspiration for this bill, and to recognize his work on behalf of the men and women of our armed forces, not only for this bill, but also for his work as a member of the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs. And I know we have some spirited discussions on that committee, Madam Speaker. I'd also like to state that the previous Conservative government and the current government continue to show the respect due to our veterans. And the 100th anniversary of Vimy celebrations in France were outstanding. Thousands of Canadians stood with government and military representatives remembering and reliving the actions of the thousands that fought in those days in the Battle of Vimy Ridge. And the commemoration services in Ottawa were just as moving, with a sunset candlelight ceremony Saturday, April 8th, with a touching passing of the torch to Canada's future military from our veterans. And the Saturday evening service was followed by a full commemoration on Vimy Day, April 9th, in full sun, weather conditions that our soldiers in 1917 certainly would have preferred to the rain and mud they experienced on that April morning. Services in Ottawa and across Canada were attended by Canadians of all ages from all communities. Canadians have shown they have a birth-born respect for our current members of the Canadian Armed Forces and our veterans, to whom we owe so much. And Madam Speaker, these feelings of respect and long-standing admiration are not needed to be legislated to Canadians. From the earliest school day memories of services in our school auditoriums and cafeterias, the presence of Remembrance Day was never a forced obligation. With Bill C-311, there is a forced obligation on Canadians, a forced obligation that is, quite frankly, Madam Speaker, not required. Let me take a few minutes to provide a few examples for this House. Each year, the Canadian Legion launches its Poppy campaign on the last Friday in October, and it runs through until Remembrance Day 85% of all money raised, the 20 million poppies distributed, goes back to veterans and their families into services and programs. And when I think of all the military events we commemorate in our nation's history, I find it hard to think that some people may think we do not honor those who have fallen enough. Last week, we remembered June 6, 1944, D-Day, the raid in Normandy. We have annual services at the National War Memorial and across Canada for the Battle of the Atlantic. July 1st in Newfoundland and across Canada will remember the loss of a generation in the Battle of Beaumont-Hamel. And coming up, we remember the 75th anniversary of Dieppe in August. National Peacekeepers Day is coming on August 8th. And I think if this House and this government really wanted to recognize the sacrifice of our armed forces, there could be another way that we could do this. In 2017, while Veterans Week is taking place from November 5th to the 11th, all MPs will be here in Ottawa, only able to return home on the 9th or 10th of November to attend services for Remembrance Day. I asked that would it not make more sense to have our House leaders agree to permanently reschedule our November break to coincide with Veterans Week so that all MPs can participate in their riding. Now, I don't speak for all members, but I know that I'll miss several important Remembrance Day ceremonies in the communities of Barrie Innisfil while I'm in Ottawa that week, Madam Speaker. Again, I applaud the efforts and sincerity of the member for introducing C-311, but it would have made much more sense to introduce a bill or a motion that could actually make a permanent change that positively affects how we can be with our constituents for Veterans Week, the whole week, not just the 11th, as will be the case this year. What this bill is going to do is only one thing. It'll label Remembrance Day as a legal holiday. I'm not quite sure what impact that will have, Madam Speaker, because it's still up to the provinces to determine whether they will impose statutory holidays. I'd like to restate to the House my comments at Heritage Committee when this bill was debated, where in committee, 2 of the 3 clauses were removed from the bill. When we pass pieces of legislation in this House of Commons, we don't do so because they feel good. We do so because they support the intent to make the lives of Canadians better. Understandably, there can be an argument that this will help elevate the status of Remembrance Day, but as we heard from Mr. White, the Canadian Legion Dominion Command, and from others, and as I can tell you anecdotally from being as involved in Remembrance Day week as I was, the status of Remembrance Day continues to grow in this country without the help and without the need for legislation. We're seeing a significant number of Canadians participate in remembrance of those who gave their lives in sacrifice for the freedoms that we enjoy, Madam Speaker. As I said when we were dealing with this bill in committee, there's not a day that goes by that I or any of us who have the privilege of sitting in this House of Commons don't realize that those sacrifices were real, that blood was spilt, that families were torn apart to allow each and every one of the 338 of us the privilege of sitting in our symbol of democracy, the House of Commons. As I mentioned, and as I think others in committee mentioned to the member from West Nova, if the intent was to emphasize the importance of Remembrance Day to Canadians, we could have easily done that through a motion that would have reaffirmed Parliament's commitment to our veterans and to Remembrance Day. We did not necessarily need a piece of legislation to change an act of Parliament to do that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today and support Bill C-311, an act to amend the Holiday Act and Remembrance Day Act. And Madam Speaker, I think it is important to recognize that the bill will not make this a national holiday for all. Provinces such as my own, as Ontario, will continue to have that as an option, and it is, quite frankly, still much a matter of debate as to the value as to whether having that day as a national holiday or whether some, as the Legion profess, should be a day that is not necessarily so, because expecting and honoring veterans takes place all the time. And they argue, for instance, that in-school campaigns are just as effective, and having the children at the school at that time can be effective. I personally will be supporting it. I do support it as a national holiday for a number of different reasons, because I believe that the work that is done and the argument that is made in the school is very profound and very proficient. I come from an area, Windsor and Essex County, Madam Speaker. This is where the Battle of the War of 1812, many were fought. And we had a number of different interventions with regards to wars, conflicts, and even peacekeepers over the years. So it's not just been World War I, World War II, the Korea War, it's Afghanistan, it's peacekeeping missions. It's a series of encounters across the globe that my constituency, the Windsor and Essex Scottish Kent Regiment, the HMCS Hunter, and as well too the HMCS Windsor, which is now in the field, have all been part of the national construct of why we actually pay tribute and honor. And I think that one of the reasons I support this as a day for us all to reflect and have that opportunity is I look at workers that can't have that opportunity to take a moment. In fact, I know for a fact that some establishments no longer even have the 11th hour, the 11th day, and the minute of silence, or where we're supposed to observe that. I remember that even in being a school that would take place in Ontario, and it still does to this day, but I know for a fact it doesn't take place in other places of business and work at times. And I think that having that day, we have done a lot in Windsor and Essex County over the years to heighten the awareness. And I think, Madam Speaker, it's also important for a diverse culture and community to do so. I've been fortunate to grow up in the shadow of having, these a number of different experiences. In particular, my biological grandfather, John Clifford Addison, perished on the fall of the Burma campaign on the HMCS Scorpion. And I don't know much about my grandfather. I have his medals, I have his war record, I have a photograph of the ship that he served on, and I have a few other things. But my grandmother remarried Fred Atwood. When he came to Canada, he raised me as his own grandson and part of the family. And so I would go over every weekend, and I would talk to my grandmother and my grandfather, and he would share the stories. He served on the McCallum and the Ark Royal. He was a merchant marine as well as in the Royal Navy. Everything from the stories of how he slept at night, making sure that they greased tins and put sugar at the bottom of them to make sure that the different insects wouldn't get passed and out, to the mere fact that the camaraderie he had as an electrician with some of the pilots in the aircraft carrier that he served. So we have all those personal elements that we can share, but how do you transfer that? And I would say that there's been a tremendous effort, and I want to thank that the Windsor Veteran Memorial Services in Windsor in particular. We just recently had a ceremony. For over 100 years, they've provided services for the men and women of good service for Canada who have passed away, coming back from the field of combat to be part of our community. And they have had services where they actually have a number of different support mechanisms for our veterans, and an honor guard for the funeral of my grandfather, Fred Atwood, was one of the recipients of that. And we actually have a service every year especially for that. It's very unique in Windsor and Essex County for this. It's an ongoing thing throughout the year. In fact, the services have reached into the hundreds in the last number of years because of the amount of veterans we've lost most recently. I'm also very proud to represent a region where we already have a connection to Ottawa here. When the Korea was not recognized as a war at that time, it was Mar City Council, and I was proud with Charlie Hotham to make a motion to put the only, city funding and only federal funding into the current memorial. It's in Ottawa for South Korea. Having lost this year Henry Martinick from our veterans this year is very difficult for our thing, and as well as Larry Costello, who passed away from our Windsor Veteran Memorial Services. So the point that I want to draw to, though, and related to this, is that this is just a legal aspect that is added to the current terminology, and so nothing really changes. And I don't understand why the delusion of it took place, diluting it down to what it is, and I wasn't part of the committee, so I don't know, but I will be supporting because I still think because it is an improvement to what we have, but it will just continue to go on with regards to the questions as to whether this should be joining the 6 provinces and 3 territories that currently observe this as a holiday. And I know that, say, for example, we have banks and some others like federal employees observe this as a day off as well, too. And the thing that I really point to is that what's happened in Windsor and Essex County was really unique is that those that are able to attend the ceremonies, and in particular on that day, new Canadians that have come from other parts of the country, of the world that don't have this connection that I referred to in my personal connection that I had, and many others, that gift that we have together. And so this is an opportunity, I believe, to further showcase that and also to be able to teach and learn the real connection of Canadians, because it wasn't just the fact that some people paid the ultimate sacrifice. It's also the fact that so many came back, and what they came back and what they contributed to our communities and their families, which is so critical when you think about the fact that many of the people who returned came back and helped establish unions. They helped establish community groups, organizations. They've led to many diverse ways that Canada has expressed itself so predominantly in the world that the contributions are there. So in terms of this bill, Madam Speaker, I am supporting it. I thank the member for bringing it forward. And just so people are aware, though, that the reality is at the end of the day, we still will have this discussion in places like Ontario, whether that will be a full holiday or not. But until that time, until that discussion, at least for this place, we continue to make the movement towards continuing recognizing our veterans and, most importantly, Madam Speaker, as well as their families and their continued contributions in our community.
Resuming debate, reprise le débat, l'honorable député de Hull.
Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It is my great pleasure to participate in this debate. I would like to highlight the work done by my colleague, the very important work done by my colleague from West Nova. By preparing this private member's bill regarding Remembrance Day. Madam Speaker, what he is doing is very important, and I'm encouraged when I hear my colleagues in Parliament from the other side of the House speak about this bill and participate in this debate. They're voicing their support, some of them. This bill is very important for one main reason. That is, now we are giving the same legal status to Remembrance Day in the framework of a federal law that did not exist in the past. We're giving it the same legal status as Canada Day, as Victoria Day. It gives us the opportunity to say that it is a legal holiday, the commemoration of Armistice Day that put an end to the War of 1914 to 1918. In so doing, there won't be an exception in legislation. I was studying this issue, and it seems to me that it was by chance that Remembrance Day hadn't been included when they prepared that legal framework for statutory holidays in Canada. Unfortunately, we carried on like that with that exception, but now I think it's important for my colleague from West Nova, my colleague from Nova Scotia, who took the initiative to remedy that loophole in Canadian law.
Speaker, to understand not only what this private members bill will contribute to no longer allow for this exception to exist. this exception that we have by having two classes of holidays in Canada. We have one class, the legally recognized legal holiday that is recognized by within the Canadian context, Canadian legal context, parliamentary context, by having the Canada Day and Victoria Day to be recognized. But for some reason, we've taken one of our most, I think, frankly, sacred commemorations that we have, and we put it at a lower level than the other two. And that's just, for me, it's not acceptable. And I really applaud my colleague from West Nova for taking the initiative to making sure that we can do this. And I'd like to thank also other members from across the way for lending their support to this initiative. This is very important for us to do this. Let me also talk, Madam Speaker, about what this private members bill will not do. Because there is a sense sometimes that people feel that this is going to be creating another statutory holiday where people all across Canada will have the day off, and that actually is not the case. What is very interesting that we discover is that holidays in this country are determined in terms of whether or not people have a paid holiday, are determined by the provinces. So when you have a Canada Day, or you have a Victoria Day, or in my province, la fête de dollar, ou it is determined by the provincial body as to whether or not people will have a paid holiday. At the federal level, what we do is that we've just determined whether or not this is just being considered for bodies that are regulated by the federal government, including, for example, the Federal Public Service. This would be considered a legal holiday where the federal government would not be at work. Of course, for all of us here in Parliament, that's a similar kind of thing. So that is where we have that aspect of where it applies. But for other parts for other industries, for other employment situations that is regulated by the provinces, it's up to the provinces to determine whether or not they can take part in this holiday. That's what they do for Canada Day. I mean, I think it would be politically unwise, and I think it would be impossible to do, but a province theoretically could determine that Canada Day would not be considered a statutory holiday where people would be a paid holiday for the purposes of employment, and people in that province would have to show up to work. But that's sort of, I think, beyond what would be reasonably acceptable, and we wouldn't expect that to happen. I think, Madam Speaker, Bill C-311 has been warmly received by Canadians across the country. In my riding of Hull-Elmer, more and more I find that the people of Hull-Elmer are recognizing the importance of what Remembrance Day is about. Even though we move further and further away from, there are no now survivors, no living survivors of World War I, but as we move away from the wars in which Canadian troops have participated in, it's a funny thing. I find that the younger generations in schools, in our communities, are participating more and more in Remembrance Day activities in my riding of Hull-Elmer, and that is centered around either people would cross a river to come to the National Cenotaph here, or they would be going to the Cenotaph in my riding in Elmer, in the Elmer sector of Hull-Elmer. Last year, we had close to 1,000 people who had celebrated that on November 11th. We had women and men who were, of course, serving in our forces who took part. We have veterans who came out in uniform to participate. But what was really encouraging was just seeing regular folks from Hull-Elmer who took part in this, who came out to recognize the importance and the service which the women and men in uniform have made over time, the sacrifices that they've made and that their families have made. It's really touching to see. And I think we owe it to them. I think we owe it to all Canadians to making sure that this day, Remembrance Day, shares the same legal definition that other federally regulated holidays have, such as Canada Day, such as Victoria Day. And that's the reason why, Madam Speaker, I feel it's important for us to recognize the sacrifice that our brave women and men have made, to bring it up to the same level, and to allow Remembrance Day finally to have the same legal status in the Holidays Act.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam Speaker, I'd like to also address a few provisions of this bill. And one of those provisions of this bill is the fact that if November 11th falls on a Saturday or a Sunday, the following Monday would be considered to be a legal holiday and celebrated across the country. And I think it's important to note that would ensure that, like all other legal holidays in Canada, that Remembrance Day will benefit from the same treatment. With this bill. So, Madam Speaker, this is not necessarily the most important part of this bill. I think, I see that I am running out of time, but I would just like to conclude, Madam Speaker, by saying that the fact that the main provision will not only give the holiday legal status, but it will also ensure that the Canadian flag will be at half-mast on Canada's Parliament to recognize the sacrifices of our soldiers.
Debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député, the honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's a privilege for me to rise today and debate on Bill C-311. And in many ways, it's an honour as a parliamentarian, but also as a veteran, Madam Speaker, and as a former Minister of Veterans Affairs. In fact, in many ways, this speech will have elements of my speech in this place in 2014, Madam Speaker, because this issue keeps coming back to the floor of the House of Commons. And I think any time we debate remembrance of those who've served our country, it's worthy of debate in this House, probably the most important debates we can have. So I thank the member from West Nova for bringing this modest contribution. Certainly his bill would really add a word, creating a legal holiday with respect to November 11th. And it builds in part on the bill in the last Parliament, Bill C-597, which I spoke on, brought by MP Dan Harris from the New Democratic Party, then member for Scarborough Southwest, who had a slightly more substantive bill with respect to this, Madam Speaker, which was not successful. He would have also had provisions with respect to the flag. But I can say this, there's been several parliaments that have had this debate. Several members have mentioned that really the statutory holiday elements of this are provincial. In 1982, Premier Bill Davis removed the statutory element for Remembrance Day in Ontario. I'm an Ontario MP. I certainly know that schools and other organizations make an effort to remember. I served in Nova Scotia when I was in the RCAF, Madam Speaker, and certainly I saw the large cenotaph gatherings in that province because of the holiday. So it really is a discretion of the provinces, Madam Speaker. Several members have mentioned that. But I'm going to bring a history of the day to our debate here today because I think that's important. I hope some Canadians want to see how our country has evolved our remembrance, especially in our 150th year, Madam Speaker. We really have to thank the people who served and sacrificed for us. In our 150 years, Madam Speaker, 1.5 million Canadians have served our country throughout our history. So debates about Remembrance Day or Armistice Day are important. I would also like to say that nobody has fought for this issue to come to debate in the House of Commons more than Wilma McNeil from Sarnia, Madam Speaker. I've met Ms. McNeil. I've seen her letters. I know her advocacy, so I thank her for that. She's been doing this for over 27 years, trying to have all provinces recognize it as a holiday, Madam Speaker, and I thank her for that advocacy. And I certainly agree that more Canadians need to remember. It's how we do that that's important. So it was this place, Madam Speaker, in 1919, following the Great War, following the rebirth of this Parliament, when the buildings were reconstructed and our Peace Tower was a reminder of the sacrifice of the Great War. So a motion was brought by MP Isaac Pedlow in 1919 to recognize Armistice Day. The Great War ended at the 11th hour and the 11th day of the 11th month, and November 11th became significant for the peace that was finally secured after the terrible horrors of the Great War. But what was interesting, it was just a motion to acknowledge that, Madam Speaker, in 1919. And it was 2 years later that an act came before this House for the first time, the Armistice Day Act. It was still called Armistice Day at that time, Madam Speaker. And what was interesting was our country's early marking of this remembrance, Armistice Day, was not on November 11th for pretty much the first decade, Madam Speaker. It was on the first Monday of the week of November 11th. And because at that time Thanksgiving was at the discretion of federal Parliament, it was tied together in a holiday alongside Thanksgiving. But in the years that followed that, a lot of Great War veterans did not like the fact that those holidays, Thanksgiving and the remembrance of Armistice Day, were attached to one another, and there was a floating date. And increasingly, veterans, regardless of what day was recognized as the holiday, were gathering at cenotaphs across the country and gathering here in Parliament, and a decade later at the Great War Memorial that was built, to recognize November 11th and moments of silence on the 11th. So it's interesting that in the years after the Great War, all of these veterans organizations, Great War, Empire veterans, finally gathered together into one national organization, Madam Speaker, the Royal Canadian Legion, in 1925. And I know a lot of members of this House, on both sides of the House, are members of that very important service organization. And I thank all of the Legion members and the service officers for the critical work they do. I saw that firsthand, Madam Speaker, as Veterans Affairs Minister. They are the front lines serving our veterans, and they have been since 1925. At their founding convention in Winnipeg, Madam Speaker, the Great War veterans addressed the issue of remembrance, and they did not want the Monday observation of Armistice Day alongside Thanksgiving to be maintained. The Great War veterans spoke, and that led to change, Madam Speaker. I also want to use this opportunity to remind members of this House, remind the Minister of Veterans Affairs and his parliamentary secretary, and I know she's very passionate about her role. She has children serving in uniform. She's very proud of them and should be, Madam Speaker. At that founding convention, veterans put themselves together to help one another and to mark remembrance. And then the next year, this place, Parliament, passed another act in 1926, an act to incorporate the Royal Canadian Legion. And I'll refer members to Section 4, the purposes and objects of the Legion, which was an act of this Parliament. No other service club has its mandate from an act of Parliament, Madam Speaker. And at Section 4F, Remembrance Day and remembrance was actually given to the Legion, Madam Speaker. I'll quote Section 4F, to promote and care for memorials to their valor and sacrifice and to provide suitable burial, to keep an annual Memorial Day, Madam Speaker, end quote. There's a number of other purposes and objectives that I think Canadians, I think parliamentarians should get to know, because long before there was a Veterans Affairs Canada, Madam Speaker, there was the Royal Canadian Legion that was empowered by Parliament to help care for our veterans and help to preserve their service and sacrifice. So it was actually the Legion, Madam Speaker, that wanted November 11th to be held, not a floating holiday, but November 11th to be significant in the history of our nation and to have the moment of silence surrounding the armistice at the 11th hour, Madam Speaker. And from that direction of the Great War veterans, the Royal Canadian Legion, there was finally another motion brought to this chamber by the MP for Comox Alberni. And the motion's intention was to fix November 11th as the permanent armistice day. The interesting part of that debate, Madam Speaker, is most members had heard the Legion loud and clear and said, November 11th it will be. But another Vancouver Island MP added to the debate and to the motion, Madam Speaker, the MP from Nanaimo, and said that the day should no longer be called Armistice Day because it's not just marking that armistice agreement. It should be marked as Remembrance Day. And the member, C.W. Dickey at the time, said, I quote, "We wish to remember and perpetuate," unquote, the armistice and the peace secured at tremendous sacrifice to Canada, Madam Speaker. And what was interesting, in those same years, the formation of what we know now as Remembrance Day was just being formed by our country. The Peace Tower and the Book of Remembrance was being put in place above us, our most hallowed ground in this building, Madam Speaker. Each day a page is turned for the thousands of Canadians who fell in service of our country. And so the debate that comes here today is significant. And I think, as to echo my friend from Barrie, who quoted the executive director of the Royal Canadian Legion, I think we must respect the Legion's opinion with respect to Remembrance Day, Madam Speaker, because this Parliament, not this Parliament, but a previous Parliament, Madam Speaker, empowered the Royal Canadian Legion by an act in 1926 to maintain the memorial to our fallen. And the motion in 1931 created that on November 11th, called it Remembrance Day. And so I'm able to support this Bill C-311 here today, Madam Speaker, but we should adhere to what the Legion, the true safeguard, guardians of this day want with respect to how the provinces handle it. So I want to thank the member, I want to thank the Legion, I want to thank Wilma McNeil, Madam Speaker, and all those Canadians who make sure that we live up to the expression, lest we forget.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for West Nova has 5 minutes for right to reply.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And thank you so much to everyone who has participated in the debate on my private member's Bill C-311, an act to amend the Holidays Act Remembrance Day. I sincerely thank as well all of the members of the Canadian Heritage Committee for their work after second reading and reporting the bill back to the House with constructive amendments. I also want to thank the other members of Parliament over the past number of years who have introduced similar legislation to this bill, but for one reason or another, they did not make it all the way through the legislative process. And these members included members from the Conservative, NDP, and Liberal parties. And I sincerely want to thank as well all of the organizations and individuals, both opponents and proponents, for their thoughtful and respectful contributions to the debate. Most notably, and as the member a moment ago did, I want to recognize Wilma McNeil of Sarnia, Ontario, who has been a champion of this bill and similar ones before it for almost 30 years. Her dedication to the issue of elevating the status of Remembrance Day is an inspiration, and I have enjoyed to get to know Wilma throughout this process. It has been a great privilege to put forward Bill C-311 and work with colleagues in getting this piece of legislation through the various steps in this House. As I have mentioned in my speech at second reading and earlier in the first hour of debate at third reading, the bill affords Parliament the opportunity to do a couple of things. First, it helps to fix inconsistent language in the Federal Holidays Act so that Remembrance Day is put on an equal footing with other days such as Canada Day and Victoria Day in federal statute. This will elevate the status of Remembrance Day to ensure it is being properly recognized in federal law. A motion alone could not add the consistency and elevate the status of Remembrance Day by changing the language in the Holidays Act. Only another bill or act of Parliament can do that. The other thing it would do, Madam Speaker, is it would affirm Parliament's commitment to this important day of November 11th as a solemn day of remembrance in Canada. I believe it is important for us as parliamentarians to shine a light on the significance of this day and state clearly why it is unique and deserving of prominence, while at the same time allowing us to reflect on the way that we mark November 11th across our country. I want to be very clear, as I have throughout this entire process at every single step. This bill does not and cannot make a national holiday right across Canada. That is not within the purview of Parliament to do. It is up to each province and territory to decide for itself whether people get the day off work or the day off school on November 11th. This bill will not give anyone the day off that does not already have the day off, and federal employees that day being determined through the Canada Labour Code. Throughout the debate, the main contention that has been raised against C-311 is that the Royal Canadian Legion Dominion Command does not support the bill. First of all, I have tremendous respect and admiration for the Royal Canadian Legion and the good work they do across Canada, especially in smaller communities, where not only are they a gathering place for veterans, but in many ways they are at the very heart of the community. I have 14 legions in my riding of West Nova, and I am so proud of the work that they do in our communities supporting veterans. I am also proud of the support they have shown me with this bill that I have brought forward and the great relationships that I have built with them in my time as representing them as their Member of Parliament. It was mentioned in debate that the matter of a national holiday for remembrance has been the subject of many resolutions at the National Legion conventions over the years, and there has always been a healthy debate about it. But in the end, the position has been to be against it. But this Bill C-311 does not and cannot make a national holiday, and again, it will remain up to the provinces and territories to make those determinations. At committee, at the Heritage Committee, while studying this bill, a Legion member and former president of Kingston, Nova Scotia branch, Dave Geddes, came before the committee and said, when that came to the floor, it was never brought forward like this bill is, that it would be a federal one, and it would be up to the provinces to enact it as they see fit. I think if it had been brought in that manner, you would have seen a different vote. So this bill and the intention behind it is definitely not what the Legion members were actually voting on in those resolutions. And so while I totally respect the point of view of the Dominion Command on this topic, I do, however, respectfully disagree because this bill does not do what they seem to say it does. With regard to the comments from the member from Edmonton, Strathcona, there was no change to the bill in the first section, and therefore it wasn't watered down. In conclusion, I think we can all agree on the importance of Remembrance Day in Canada. We also share the desire to ensure this day is appropriately honoring the sacrifice, and I ask for passage of this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question is as follows. Mr. Fraser, seconded by Ms. Lockhart, moved that Bill C-311, an act to amend the Holidays Act, Remembrance Day, be now read a third time and do pass. Is
it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those who support the motion, please say yay.
Those will please say nay. Conformément à l'ordre, in my opinions, the nays have it. Conformément à l'ordre adopté le mardi.
Pursuant to the order adopted by the House on May 30th, 2017, the deferred recorded vote will occur on the end of the period for oral questions.
Order, l'honorable député de Laurentides.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labenne. Point of order.
The consent of the House to see the clock at 6:30 at this time.
Does the honourable member have does the House agree with the honourable member that the House should be seen at 6:30? Yes. Agreed? Yep. It's now 6:30. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bill. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-51, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Department of Justice Act and to make consequential amendments to another act.
Debate, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford-Miscamingue. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise. As we've just seen the clock at 6:30, I've always found it fascinating and a little bit magical, the way that we do things in the House of Commons as MPs. I think that there's a link with the bill that we have before us, because when we talk about the bill, it has many sections, but one of those sections would remove measures from the criminal code that have become obsolete. One of them affects magic. And so I think it's very interesting to discuss that. One of the examples of a section of the bill in the criminal, a section of the criminal code to fraudulently practice witchcraft. We see that these are measures that are no longer used. There's been one case in the last few years of a case under our Section 375 of somebody who was fraudulently practicing witchcraft. And that person, when accepted to reimburse their clients, that was how that affair was concluded. That's just one example of obsolete measures in the bill that are going to be withdrawn. There's also challenging someone to a duel. That particular provision will be withdrawn from the criminal code, and so we will be able to challenge people to fight in a duel. For my part, as a former sword fighter, I think it's very interesting to know that now, from now on, I will be able to challenge people to duels. I think that's interesting, but all joking aside, when we look at sections of the criminal code, like that one, that they have not been used for quite some time. They are no longer relevant. Therefore, I think that when we talk about withdrawing these particular articles, it's entirely logical to do so. In fact, it could be done very quickly. Before we move on to debating, just before we were moving on to private members' business, the Justice Minister, or the Justice Critic for the Conservatives, proposed separating the bill to perhaps study the different measures separately. Dividing the bill would perhaps allow us to go through obsolete sections of the criminal code very quickly. For the good of the speech, I will designate a few other sections that are going to be withdrawn. You may not be aware of this. Many of us may have done this, but didn't know we couldn't, was to offer a reward for a stolen item, no questions asked. From time to time, we see it, especially for goods that have a value that's hard to categorize. For example, a camera that has photos of our children's birth, our vacations. Those are very important photos. They're important in terms of what they represent for us and not the monetary value of the camera. Often people would say, I really want those photos back, so if you bring it back to me, I won't ask any questions. All I want is to get my photos back. We didn't know, most people didn't know, that doing that is actually illegal according to the criminal code. I think that withdrawing these provisions is entirely appropriate. Another one is to have crime comics, because at the time it was believed that reading comics about crime could lead young people into criminality. In any case, we've gone much further these days. Young people reading comics, there's some that still exist, but we're well aware that video and other media are much more advanced. I think that all these measures, when we talk about obsolete provisions, it's a good thing to do this. Eliminating these obsolete provisions from the criminal code, unfortunately, will not solve the problem that was revealed with the Jordan decision, that our courts are overwhelmed and we need to move faster if we want to be able to truly offer justice. We need to stop freeing criminals because of excessively long delays. Unfortunately, that situation is not going to be resolved with this, because here we're talking about provisions that are no longer used. Even if we strike them from the criminal code, that doesn't mean there will be fewer cases before our courts, because these are articles that were no longer used. In the bill, the Minister of Justice is going to table an opinion on government bills regarding their compliance with the Charter. I think that it's interesting to have access to that information, and I think it's important. Another measure included in the bill that will occupy the remainder of my speech is clarifying the notion of consent when it comes to cases of sexual assault. I think that is something that is especially important. When it's time to review this in committee, I think we need to really think about whether it's worthwhile to further clarify some other aspects. Currently, in the bill, when it comes to sexual assault, we need to clarify that a person who is unconscious cannot consent. I know that for most people, that is common sense, but this clarifies it explicitly. And in a case recently where a taxi driver was caught with his pants down with an unconscious victim in his taxi, unfortunately, he was able to win his case because he said that at the time when the act started, the person was conscious, and then she became unconscious. By explicitly saying that an unconscious person cannot consent, we will prevent any more victims from having their aggressors being able to get away with this type of argument. This type of argument which is really in bad taste, because any reasonable person would see that it's clearly evident that an unconscious person cannot consent. And a person who becomes unconscious, of course, withdraws their consent because they are unconscious. And then the notion of mistaken belief that will no longer be usable, saying, I was sure that I had consent. It will no longer be a way to defend oneself against a charge. I think that's something that is important, because it's important to say that we need to validate the act and just say, I was sure, and that's that. We're going much further with the idea of consent, and that one must make sure and cannot simply refer to one's own judgment to decide, oh yes, this person is consenting. It broadens the protection of victims of sexual assault. Namely, it prevents using communications of a sexual nature. It's already been demonstrated that in the courts that one cannot use a victim's sexual past to undermine their credibility. But there's also the electronic version of this. For example, producing text messages or messenger exchanges that were sent to their contact or through their email, saying that this person has the habit of sending out these types of messages. What we're doing is we're updating the use of one's sexual past, the interdiction of using a victim's sexual past, by adding new technologies. I think that that's an interesting element. And now I'd like to mention another motion, which is too often ignored, but which really deserves to be well thought out. When we study this at committee, we should perhaps decide to rectify this particular notion. We must understand that we're discussing this idea of consent, and what I'm going to mention is along those same lines. Often, people are not aware that this is a crime, but it is. People are not even aware that it has a name, that it has an expression. And so what I'm going to talk to you about is the practice of withdrawing a condom during a sexual act without the other person's consent, without them knowing. I've read different articles on this, and this is a practice which seems to be somewhat prevalent, and so it's important perhaps to include very clearly that that's a criminal act, that it is not permitted to do this. When a person consents to sexual activity that is protected, with removing the condom without mentioning it is the equivalent of withdrawing consent, and it's a sexual assault. Victims of this act will report this to the police, and their cases are dismissed. They're told, well, look, you're not pregnant. You didn't catch anything. What are you complaining about? You had consented. And the victims feel terrible. They feel dirtied and misunderstood. Regularly, what they are told is that it is not a crime. And so I think it's important to educate police, but I think we should also use this bill to, in committee, make amendments that clarify the notion of sexual consent. It needs to indicate when one consents to sexual activity under certain conditions, in this case, using a condom. If the person withdraws it without their partner knowing, that is a sexual assault. I think it would allow the victims of those types of acts to be better understood and to avoid, for the situation that they've been through, is to be dismissed. It clarifies the notion of consent. When one consents to a sexual act, it must be understood that just because someone consented to a sexual act, that doesn't mean that one has consented to just anything at all. People have a right to set limits. There are some limits that people have. It's not because someone consented to a sexual activity with someone that one is willing to practice sodomy with that person. And if that is done against their will, even though they consented to sexual activity in the beginning, the act that goes beyond the consent becomes sexual assault. Often, unfortunately, this is misunderstood. When victims go to complain to the police, they're told, because you had consented in the beginning, well, it's a little bit your fault, and we're not going to be able to prove it. It's your word against theirs. There's a lot of that going on right now. Because of it, people don't complain, as there's no charges, there's nothing before the courts, and that means we're less aware that that is illegal, even though it is a criminal act.
Last January, someone in France was convicted of rape for having taken off his condom during sexual activity. I didn't find any jurisprudence, but there is some that could apply. The case before us, or the case that comes to mind, is when a couple of men there had been piercing of the condom. A man had put holes in the condom so that his partner would become pregnant. And so in the case in question, the man was concerned about a breakup, and he thought if his partner became pregnant, she wouldn't leave him. So that went before the courts, and they found that it was sexual assault because the person had not consented to having unprotected sexual activity. She had consented to sexual activity with a condom. So when it's a matter of consent, we should take the opportunity of C-51 to really broaden the scope and to bring amendments to really clarify the notion of consent, so there is no doubt when it comes to interpreting the notion of consent before the courts and in cases of sexual assault. If all of those amendments are added, we could really clarify the notion of sexual consent. And I think it would be appropriate to ensure that once those amendments are adopted and we've clarified the notion of consent, sexual consent, that the information be given to police, that they be trained so that they understand that in some cases, even though they might think it's not a sexual assault, it is in fact a sexual assault, and that there is cause for an investigation. And I think training should extend to the Crown as well, to the Crown prosecutor who studies cases from the police. Now, something else that's significant for sexual consent and sexual assault. Even though there may be legal measures to clarify these notions, there must also be funding to assist victims, to enable them to go through the process. We need to be consistent. If we really want to help victims of sexual assault, we must be aware that the question is not merely legal. It's also a matter of funding, access to legal aid, access to support. Sexual assault has a huge impact on victims, on their ability to contribute to society. And I think it's in our interest to invest, to ensure that they receive proper support, that they be able to recover more easily. Recently, we've heard a lot about post-traumatic stress disorder. We must remember that many people who have PTSD are victims of sexual assault. Too often, there's a veil of secrecy and people don't speak much about it. We need to support people, provide assistance. When it's a matter of providing financial assistance to victims, we shouldn't make them go through an administrative process that has no end in sight, because they're already traumatized psychologically. They may not have the energy to fight to be recognized as a victim. And for many of them, just saying that they were sexually assaulted is a very difficult step. So we have a lot of work to do. I hope we will study the bill closely in committee. And I think there should be an openness to accept amendments so that once and for all we can clarify the notion of consent explicitly, so that we could include things like stilting and explain clearly that consent can be withdrawn at any time during sexual activity. Even during the act, consent can be withdrawn if things are not happening as they should be. If there's not respect for that withdrawn consent, that is sexual assault. So, Madam Speaker, I hope we will engage in that work for victims and that we will really clarify that notion to ensure we don't have cases like we saw recently before the court, where I think everyone with common sense would have said, that doesn't make any sense. People can't consent like that. So I think with clarification, we will prevent trauma for victims who go through a legal process, who may be more damaged afterward than before. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for her speech. I think we all agree that the sections in this bill that deal with sexual assault are very good. We are seeking to assist victims of these terrible crimes. I'd like to ask her, when I asked the Parliamentary Secretary of Justice, when he made his presentation on this act, on this bill, I asked him, why take out Section 176 of the Criminal Code? He said one of the reasons for the removal of different sections is that they were no longer used. I gave the example here in Ottawa on June 9th, 2017, in a criminal case, the section had been used for a criminal case that's before the courts right now. So I'd like to know from this member, why does she think the Parliamentary Secretary was not aware of that fact? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm sorry, I don't have a good memory for numbers. Could my colleague tell me what he's referring to? I don't know if you could allow him to add that, because I would like to know which section he's talking about in particular. I don't have a good memory for numbers.
Séance de commentaires. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Oui, donc je vais...
Yes, I should have said what Section 176 was talking about. It's Clause 14. It said it's about interrupting a member of clergy during a service or another activity, and it goes on. So that's my question. Why does she think the Parliamentary Secretary was not aware of the fact that on June 9th, 2017, there was a criminal case that's before the courts in Ottawa? It's on that section that a person cannot interrupt a religious service or a funeral when it's led by a member of the clergy. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Logically, when we look at all of these sections, I think it's good to do some research to see when they were used. In this case, even though in some cases they were used, I gave the example of magic and when it was recently used. What also happens is that at times they are taken out of the criminal code because there's a decision made that there are other sections that can be applied in the same way. For example, for interrupting a member of the clergy from conducting a religious service, there may be certain sections on discrimination, religious discrimination, that could apply. And for that reason, that specific clause may not be necessary. There could be a more generic clause that would apply. That may be the interpretation of the Parliamentary Secretary, but I will admit that I would let the Parliamentary Secretary do his work. I don't know exactly why he wasn't aware of the case in question. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague spoke a great deal about consent during sexual activity and of sexual assault. We know now that in the United States there's a case that's in the headlines, Mr. Cosby, Bill Cosby's case. And he said that the person consented to sexual activity, but the person was drugged. So I'd like to hear my colleagues' comments in a similar situation where the accused said that the person was consenting because the person was in reality drugged. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In the idea of consent, the person needs to be able to give consent at the time that it is requested. I'll give an example that's unrelated, but that shows how much this is important. As a nurse, before a patient goes to surgery, the patient has to sign a sheet to consent to surgery. If ever medication is administered and then they're sent to surgery without having signed, Well, the person can't sign once they're under the effect of medication, so you would have to wait for medication to be out of the system to request consent at a time that we're sure that the patient understands. So when we talk about drugs and wondering if the person was able to consent, well, that makes no sense to me, because at a medical level, we wouldn't accept consent for medical treatment if the patient is under the influence of medication. That wouldn't allow for informed consent.
Questions et commentaires? Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Madam. Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll be splitting my time with the member from Yorkton Melville. I'm pleased to speak in support of Bill C-51 and will focus my remarks on proposed amendments to the Criminal Code that pertain to sexual assault. In light of testimony we heard at our Status of Women Committee during our recent work on violence against women, I can say this is extremely welcome legislation. I'm pleased to see the work of our committee reflected in Bill C-51. At the heart of the legislation is better protection for survivors of sexual assault. These proposed reforms flow from the complex legislative history in this area and must be understood in that context. Major reform of the criminal law's approach to sexual violence began in 1983 and continued throughout the 1990s. These reforms were in response to concerns expressed by women and survivors groups and to certain court decisions that were viewed as failing to adequately protect survivors of sexual assault who were disproportionately women and girls. These legal reforms were intended to encourage reporting, improve the criminal justice system's response to reports, and change discriminatory views of complainants that resulted from myths and stereotypes about survivors of sexual violence and how a, in quotes, true victim was meant to behave. The 1983 reforms introduced a new gender-neutral sexual offences that captured a broader range of conduct, which focused on the level of violence used by the assailant rather than the type of sexual act committed. Specifically, these reforms brought into force the 3 general sexual offences that we have in the Criminal Code today. The 1983 legal reforms also brought into force Canada's first rape shield law that was designed to prevent the admission of evidence of a complainant's sexual history for an improper purpose. Prior to 1983, evidence of the complainant's prior sexual activity was admissible in court to show that she was more likely to have consented to sexual activity or that she was less worthy of belief. Additionally, an accused was permitted to interpret a complainant's passivity as consent. These inferences, which were being applied in the courts, were based on harmful and discriminatory stereotypes about how women and survivors of sexual assault are meant to behave. In 1991, the Supreme Court of Canada struck down the 1983 version of our rape shield law. In 1992, Parliament responded to the court by enacting the charter-compliant rape shield law that we have today. Specifically, then Minister of Justice, the Right Honourable Kim Campbell, amended the rape shield provisions to create 2 distinct rules. One categorically excludes evidence of complainant's sexual history when it is introduced to infer one of the rape myths, and that the other presumptively excludes evidence of a complainant's sexual history when introduced for other purposes other than specific criteria are met. The 1992 amendments also included a clear and affirmative definition of consent as the voluntary agreement of the complainant to engage in the sexual activity in question, as well as a non-exhaustive list of circumstances in which no consent can be obtained in law. For example, where the complainant is incapable of consenting or where she expresses a lack of agreement. The 1992 amendments also limited the accused's ability to advance the defence known as mistaken belief in consent. The law is now clear that the defence is not available where the accused's belief in consent arose from a self-induced intoxication, recklessness, or willful blindness. Nor is the defence available where the accused failed to take reasonable steps to ascertain that the complainant was consenting. In 1997, the Criminal Code was again amended to prevent the accused from engaging in so-called fishing expeditions, by seeking production of complainants' private records in order to undermine their credibility. The third-party records regime was enacted as a specific response to the Supreme Court of Canada's 1995 O'Connor decision, which did not require consideration of sexual assault complainants' privacy rights in determining whether their private records that are in the possession of third parties should be produced in a sexual assault trial. This third-party records regime, enacted by Parliament, limits the accused's access to the complainant's private records. Consideration of the complainant's right to privacy must be considered when determining whether her private records should be produced to the accused, in addition to the accused's right to make full answer in defence. Crucially, the Supreme Court upheld the third-party records regime as constitutional in its 1999 Mills decision. The Supreme Court also clarified our existing sexual assault provisions in its 1999 Ewanchuk decision. In that case, the survivor was a 17-year-old woman who was sexually assaulted in a van by a man purporting to interview her for a job. The accused was acquitted at trial, and his acquittal was upheld by the Alberta Court of Appeal in an infamous decision involving a finding that consent was implied because the complainant failed to resist, she was sexually experienced, and she did not present herself to the accused. In other words, as one of the judges called, in a bonnet and crinolines. Both the lower and appellate courts acquitted the accused of sexual assault, despite the fact that the trial court found that the survivor clearly expressed her lack of consent a number of times. The Supreme Court's decision in Ewanchuk overturned these findings and continues to state the law on sexual assault to this day. Specifically, the court held that there is no defense of implied consent to sexual assault. An accused is not entitled to interpret passivity as yes. Consent requires an affirmative communication of yes through either words or conduct, and no can never mean yes. The Ewanchuk standard of consent is often expressed as only yes means yes. In other words, there's no consent unless it's voluntary and clear and given without coercion, and it can be withdrawn at any time. In clarifying the law in this regard, the Supreme Court found that the lower courts had improperly relied upon myths and stereotypes about sexual assault complainants that are not valid in Canadian law. Finally, in the 2011 JA decision, the Supreme Court held that the consent requires the complainant to provide actual active consent throughout every phase of the sexual activity, and that therefore it is not possible for an unconscious person to satisfy this requirement. Unfortunately, we know that some of these myths and stereotypes have persisted, despite these Supreme Court decisions. The proposed amendments in this bill are therefore aimed at clarifying the law to assist in avoiding its misapplication. Consistent with previous Supreme Court decisions, they would clarify that no consent is obtained if the complainant is unconscious, that the accused cannot advance the defense of mistaken belief in consent, where that belief is based on a mistake of law, for example, because the accused believed that valid consent can be obtained even when the complainant expresses lack of consent. The Rape Shield provisions never allow an accused to introduce evidence of a complainant's prior sexual activity to support either of any of the rape myths. For the purposes of the Rape Shield provisions, prior sexual activity includes communications made for a sexual purpose or whose content is of a sexual nature. This would include emails or text messages that involve sexualized text or images, often referred to as sexting. A complainant has a standing and a right to counsel in Rape Shield proceedings, just as the complainant already has a right in the context of third-party records proceedings. And finally, create a new regime that would apply to the admissibility of the complainant's private records that are in the possession of the accused, just as the current Rape Shield provisions apply to the admissibility of evidence of the complainant's sexual history. These proposed amendments strengthen our already robust sexual assault provisions by clarifying and bolstering the law and facilitating its proper application. This is just one response to a complex issue that has been raised significant concern over the past decades. Complainants continue to lack confidence in the criminal justice system, as reflected in the fact that the vast majority of sexual assaults go unreported, and when they are reported to the police, the vast majority never make it to trial. Recent media reports have brought this critical issue to the forefront, and I urge all members to join me in supporting this important step towards ensuring that the criminal justice system responds effectively and appropriately to this gendered crime by giving survivors of sexual assault the respect and dignity they deserve. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Certainly I want all members of this House and all Canadians to know that Conservatives fully support any changes in this bill that will clarify and strengthen sexual assault provisions in the criminal code. But, Madam Speaker, the Health Committee just recently conducted a study on the effect of pornography, and the Health Committee heard all kinds of evidence that violent and degrading material can result in harm to our children and violence toward women and girls. Yet, this evidence was totally omitted from the final report. And because the evidence was omitted, Madam Speaker, there's also very little in terms of recommendations. In fact, there's a failure to forward meaningful recommendations. So why would the Liberals on this hand talk about strengthening this, and yet at this very same time, just a few days ago, have rejected the evidence and failed to put forward meaningful reports which will actually protect our children from this kind of material? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his question, because it was actually the Status of Women Committee who did the study, and the fact is that we had an abundance of testimony that all forms of violent and degrading sexual images of women contribute to sexual assault. It wasn't just limited to pornography, and in fact, we had one witness who testified to the fact that she had gone through, I believe it was over 300 studies on the issue, and had verified that whether it is a bus shelter ad, whether it is a music video, regardless of where violent and degrading images are seen, that there's an impact on sexual assault. And so, as a result, our recommendations reflected the testimony that we hear about all forms of violent and degrading sexual assault. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for North Island Powder River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for her speech. You know, one of the things that the NDP is very happy to see move forward is the Rape Shield changes that allow a complainant to have a lawyer during the proceedings. That's very welcome. But one of the realities is this doesn't address in any way the disparity, the income disparity for so many women across Canada. And we know that as we move forward, and this government has announced many times, being a feminist government, that we want to make sure that women are safe and protected, but that means making sure that they actually have the resources. So I'm wondering if, through you, Madam Speaker, if this honourable member will tell us a little bit about the investment that I hope to see happening very soon in legal aid for women addressing these issues.
The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the honourable member is absolutely correct that it is difficult for many women to access the legal system. And one of the things that we looked at in our study against violence against young women and girls was the fact that many of the challenges are actually under provincial jurisdiction. So things like the availability of legal aid, things like training for Crown prosecutors, training for police officers, a lot of it falls under provincial jurisdiction. In fact, much of the testimony we heard was outside of the scope of the federal government, and that's why we have asked our Minister of Justice, Minister of Public Safety, Minister for Status of Women to work with their provincial colleagues and provincial and territorial colleagues to pass along the concerns that we found, but also to encourage us to have to encourage them to be looking at making it easier for women to come forward to access the justice system, because we never want a woman to feel that she's unable to come forward and that she won't be fully supported throughout the process.
And for a brief question, the honourable member for Brampton West, or the parliamentary secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague and my friend for her excellent speech and for all the excellent work that she does in the Status of Women Committee. Madam Speaker, as my colleague had just mentioned, in the recent news reports we've heard that many women who actually don't come forward in sexual assault cases. So can the member please elaborate how this extremely important piece of legislation will actually encourage the victims and survivors of sexual assaults to come forward and seek help? Thank you.
Brief answer from the member from Oakville, North Burlington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think I addressed a lot of it in my speech, but there's certainly a perception that I mentioned where things like consent, things like just the fact that no means no, it will allow women to have the confidence to come forward and know that their concerns will be taken seriously by the justice system.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Yorkton Millville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on June 5th, 2017, the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada introduced Bill C-51, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Department of Justice Act and to make consequential amendments to another act. C-51 seeks to make changes to a number of matters within the context of this one bill. This Justice Omnibus Bill seeks to amend or remove or repeal passages and provisions that have been ruled unconstitutional or that raise risks with regards to the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, as well as passages and provisions that are obsolete, redundant, or that no longer have a place in the criminal code. I would suggest that this seems fairly subjective to this government's agenda when we are saying no longer have a place in the criminal code at this point in time. It also modifies certain provisions of the code relating to sexual assault in order to clarify their application and to provide a procedure applicable to the admissibility and to use of the complainant's or witness's record when in the possession of the accused. It would also require a charter statement for any bill tabled in either the House of Commons or the Senate outlining each bill's potential effects on the rights and freedoms guaranteed by the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Madam Speaker, the Government House Leader has called for major reforms on government introducing omnibus bills, and yet here we have the Justice Minister introducing just that. The portion that clarifies and strengthens sexual assault provisions in the Criminal Code, helping to support victims of horrific sexual assault crimes, is certainly the right thing to do. And I'm very pleased with that portion of this bill. Unfortunately, what it does, it puts many of us in an angst situation where, of course, we support that portion of the bill, and yet there are others within it that make it very difficult to do just that. This provision is victim-centric. It is victim-centric. That portion of the bill is good. It's sensible and reasonable, and it's certainly appropriate. It's unfortunate that C-51 is attempting to require a charter statement for all future government justice legislation, which is redundant, and it's a process that isn't necessary. The Charter of Rights and Freedoms has been in force for 35 years now. Many governments, both Liberal and Conservative, have introduced justice legislation without a charter statement. To require charter statements on all new bills would not, and neither should it, preempt controversial legislation from being challenged by everyday citizens and groups in our courts. After all, it is the responsibility of legislators to create law, the courts to interpret law, and the rights of Canadians to challenge that law. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals were very supportive of M103, which protects Muslims from an undefined term, Islamophobia. Yet C-51 proposes to remove the only provision in the Criminal Code that protects all religious communities and all religious officials. I'm very concerned that this government has decided to remove Section 176, which specifically states, everyone who by threats or force unlawfully obstructs or prevents or endeavors to obstruct or prevent a clergyman or minister from celebrating divine service or performing any other function in connection with his calling, or knowing that a clergyman or minister is about to perform, is on his way to perform, is returning from the performance of any of the duties or functions mentioned in the first paragraph, assaults or offers any violence to him or her arrests him or her on a civil process or under the pretense of executing a civil process is guilty of an indictable offense and liable to imprisonment for a term not to exceed 2 years. Everyone who willfully disturbs or interrupts an assemblage of persons met for religious worship or for a moral, social, or benevolent purpose is guilty of an offense punishable on summary conviction. Everyone who, at or near a meeting referred to in subsection 2, willfully does anything that disturbs the order or solemnity of the meeting is guilty of an offense punishable on summary conviction. This section protects the rights of religious clergy and their members to practice their faith at an event or ceremony in safety without interference or disruption. Madam Speaker, last evening I attended the 6th annual Iftar dinner at the Ottawa City Hall, hosted by the Progressive Muslims of Canada. President Mobim, whom I met at an Embassy Connections event earlier on, kindly invited me, and I was really pleased to attend. I'm a Christian, not a Muslim. My faith does not celebrate Ramadan or Iftar dinners. However, we do fast and pray, gather together for mutual encouragement, teaching, worshiping, prayer, and meeting the needs of those marginalized, hurting in our midst, our communities, and the world. My question is this: why would this government want to remove a piece of legislation that speaks to all faiths' rights to freedom to worship and to gather without fear of reprisal? Why would this Justice Minister want to take away legislation that affirms the safety of all clergy and protects from disturbance of those who gather in mosques, gurdwaras, synagogues, sweat lodges, churches, schools, homes, camps, cemeteries, prayer rooms and chapels in hospitals, and in public spaces like Ottawa City Hall, and want to replace it with a singularly focused no trespassing at night law? Madam Speaker, I can't fathom the rationale behind this decision. It makes no sense to me. Have the Liberals consulted their constituents, their faith communities in their ridings, to hear what their feelings are on removing Section 176 from the Canadian Criminal Code? I'm confident, very confident, that this is not what Canadians or our landed immigrants in our country expect from this government. This should not be part of Bill C-51. It should be removed. That being said, to make sure that I'm not just expressing my own views here, I will be sharing this with faith leaders in my communities and through social media, and will make them aware of what this section says and what the government is expecting to do, and will ensure that they have every opportunity to express their concerns over what I see as a dangerous and dismissive decision to remove Section 176 through Bill C-51, and I will be encouraging them to contact directly the Minister of Justice. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The honourable member, I want to thank her for her speech, and she's going to mention to clergy in her community about the repeal of this section. Is she also going to mention that there's already offences related to all of these things, causing a disturbance, hate crimes, assault, uttering threats, intimidation? Section 175 covers impeding or molesting other person, causing a disturbance. Section 264, uttering threats. Section 423, intimidation. Section 319, public incitement of hatred. Wouldn't she agree, Madam Speaker, that it's not necessarily to create a specific offence for clergymen when other offences of general application apply to clergymen, but everyone in our community? Thank you.
Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I am so pleased that you've asked that question, because to me what I'm hearing from the member
is doublespeak. We can't have both ways. And that very argument was specifically used for why we didn't need Motion 103, because so many of these things are already covered in our laws. However, I want to just express that this particular section is actually was used recently on June 9th of this month in a criminal case here in Ottawa. So it has been applied. And there are sins are what the term we use in my faith to represent that you've missed the mark in some way. And there are sins of commission and there are sins of omission. Things that you should have done that you didn't. Things that you shouldn't do that you have. This would be a sin of omission in my books because you're removing something that says very strongly to Canada's values and our democracy that we're celebrating 150 years of, that we value, and it's a statement within our criminal code, that we value those who lead religious communities and their facilities and their rights to share their faith in the public square, just as we did with the Muslim community in City Hall last night. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for North Island Powder River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for her speech. One of the things that we know is true in this House is that there are significant court delays that have had very tremendous ramifications in this country. We also know that for decades now, the justice system hasn't received the amount of resources that it needs, and that is under both Liberal and Conservative governments. So I'm just wondering if the member could talk to us a little bit about what will be the ramifications and what are the ramifications of simply not having enough resources in our justice system.
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not quite sure how the question applies to the topic here. We know that this government is behind in appointing judges. I think that that is a big concern for all of us because there are criminals who are being freed when they should not be. However, my focus here tonight is on the fact that we have a section of the criminal code here that is significant in stating a value in Canada, and it is the only part of the criminal code that specifically protects religious leaders and religious communities, all religious faiths in our country. And to remove it would be inappropriate and I believe cause a great disservice to protecting those in our country who have faith values. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd, a very brief question, please.
Very brief, ma'am. So, Madam Speaker, earlier this session, and it was just, I think, a month ago, this Parliament passed C-305, which actually increased penalties for vandalism motivated by hate of sacred property and property used by religious institutions. And we already had provisions that covered it, but we just felt that that particular crime needed even more protection, a special protection. And I think that's the same point my colleague from Yorkton Melville is trying to make, that Section 176 offers that extra protection for members of the clergy and spiritual leaders. And I'd just like to expand on that. And can she draw maybe further explanation on this C-305 comparison to C-51's provisions on?
We have to give the member a chance to answer, and she only has 10 seconds. So the honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the question, actually, and it's true that that's actually a very good example of why this needs to stay within our criminal code. Thank you.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable.
Simcoe, sorry. I jumped one.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the member for Mégantic-L'Érable, who does such good work for his constituents.
I would like a go at it. And this is a bill that everyone knows the Conservative Party of Canada is supporting. But it's one of those bills that we are told is a question of modernization. We're told to consider it to be somewhat technical. And I was given some good advice long ago when I was a minister. Whenever bureaucrats or officials come to you and they say this is about modernization, start looking quickly because it's a Trojan horse. It ain't all technical. And modernization is designed to wear down the resistance because anybody standing its way clearly is somehow backwards.
Well, this is a bill offered in that fashion, and while there are indeed meritorious aspects of it and are indeed elements that represent a modernization, there are parts that give one cause to wonder why they are necessary or being included. And there's certainly a difference between a conservative and liberal approach. The first of these is the very first provision in the bill, Section 1, which proposes to repeal Section 49 of the Criminal Code. Well, what does this section of the Criminal Code say? It says that everyone who willfully, in the presence of Her Majesty, does an act with the intent to alarm Her Majesty or to break public peace, or does an act that is intended or is likely to cause bodily harm to Her Majesty, is guilty of an offence. Well, it seems to me, why would you want to say that's no longer an offence? And I'm sure the answer is, well, because you see, it's no longer an offence because there's already offences about intimidating people or harming people or assaulting them, and Her Majesty can benefit from their protections, which is an interesting argument, except that in this very same criminal code, they are maintaining, for example, the provisions on the intimidation of Parliament. So one wonders what's the motivation, and it seems clear to many of us the motivation is a hidden agenda of diminishing the very important role of our sovereign, of Her Majesty in this place and in this country, something that does cause us trouble. Another example I find cute when you look at the difference between Conservatives and Liberals is Conservatives say, if something works well, that's good. If Liberals say something works well, clearly it's irrelevant. A perfect example of this is the proposal to eliminate the provisions on dueling. Dueling is not a pressing social ill these days. I think we'd all acknowledge that. The last fatal duel in Canada took place on June 13th, 1833, not too far from here, in Perth, Ontario. So someone like me would say, well, that tells you those criminal code provisions are pretty good at doing what we want laws to do, tell people what's right and wrong, so they stay away from it. Liberals say, hey, since everybody's following the law, we don't need it anymore. I'm not sure that I agree with that. If we went through a great spurt and suddenly nobody was murdered, would they be eliminating the murder provisions from the criminal code? I would certainly hope not. It is a different approach, and as I said, it's not a great pressing social ill this day, but I think it speaks to kind of the odd approach of legislating that we have here from the Liberals. There's another provision, which is the one that my friend from Yorkton Melville was just speaking about, which is a criminal code provision they're proposing to repeal, which deals with threats or force, unlawfully obstructing or preventing, or endeavors to obstruct or prevent a clergyman or minister from celebrating divine service or performing other functions. And it goes on. Now, why would you want to get rid of that? They say there are other provisions that exist. Well, there's been a debate about these things. If we can think of two high-profile examples in recent years, there's one where this group with the interesting name Pussy Riot in Russia launched a protest on stage during a Russian Orthodox service in Russia, protesting, of course, against the way that Vladimir Putin has essentially taken control of the Russian Orthodox Church and made it an agent of government will and policy. And that was generally celebrated in the West as an act of free speech and expression. On the other hand, we have examples here in North America that we condemn. One thinks of the Westboro Baptist Church, a group that has made a habit of protesting, I think very unfortunately, at the funerals of dead servicemen, American servicemen who have been returned, and they've threatened to do the same thing in Canada, it should be said. And their argument is that the death of these military servicemen abroad is evidence of God's anger at the society's acceptance of homosexuality. And so they traumatize families by disrupting these funerals and these services. That, I would think we would all agree, is not necessarily a good thing, and it's a reason to have a good provision like that. My friend on the other side posed the question, well, there are other things that already protect this. But we are going to talk a little bit later about the Charter and the role of the Charter. If you are balancing the general question of disrupting an event, the assault and so on, causing the discomfort, something like the Westboro Baptist Church activity could be protected, as it is in the United States, under their free speech provisions. It could be protected under our Charter provisions. However, if you have a criminal code provision, as we have right now, that creates a specific offense for disrupting a religious service or ceremony at a funeral, at a graveside, for example, that might mean that the Charter threshold is a little bit higher because of the specific nature of the offense that's indicated. The understanding that while free expression is a good thing under the Charter, The right of people to worship is also important, and the Parliament has said that it's important. So what will a future court do? They will say this Parliament expressed its intention by taking away that special protection. And that will no doubt change how that charter argument plays in the future. Again, a reason why I would encourage the government to consider removing those provisions from this bill. There's another one I find interesting, and I'm very puzzled about this. One is the proposal to remove Section 370, which creates an offence for somebody fraudulently publishing a government proclamation or notice of appointment. Seems to me a pretty reasonable thing to do. Somebody creating false government documents that order people to do things as proclamations do. Why would you want to suddenly take away that offence? It just puzzles me. Why would you want to make it legal for people to produce false government proclamations that would mislead people? Again, I'm puzzled by that. And then, of course, there is the one which is Section 365, 365, which is the offence for people fraudulently practicing witchcraft. And we all chuckle and laugh, and I can understand why the party of Mackenzie King would want to make the practice of witchcraft, fraudulent or otherwise, of sorcery, of talking with people who have passed from this world, as Mackenzie King enjoyed doing. I can understand why the party of Mackenzie King might want to make that legal. But the concern here is, and we've all heard stories of this, people who use these kind of fraudulent witchcraft powers to persuade people that, if only you give $10,000 in this envelope, which will be burned, and then they slide it under the table instead of burning it, you will be, if you give that $10,000, you will be saved from whatever curse you are under that I have divined through my witchcraft. These things happen, and they really do in our society, even in this day and age. Does that provision as it exists right now cause any harm? No. But does it give the police an avenue, a resort, in the case of those particular odd and unusual offenses? Yes, it does. So this is why I say, why do you need to, in the name of modernization, just look around for things to change for the sake of changing? And I know some people say it's very simple. The government doesn't have much of a legislative agenda. I can appreciate that might be the case. But the Conservative approach is kind of, if something works, if it's not causing any harm, why do you need to go change it? If it might have in the past provided some demonstrable good and some protection, perhaps it doesn't need to be changed. And absence evidence of some demonstrable harm, why would you need to go there? And now the last thing I want to talk about is this question of the charter statement. And this, as a lawyer, is something I find very, very puzzling. And it's the requirement that the minister shall, for every bill introduced in or presented to either the House of Parliament by a minister or other representative of the Crown, cause to be tabled in the House, in which the bill originates, a statement that sets out the potential effects of the bill on the rights and freedoms that are guaranteed by the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Well, I thought that was the job of the courts. The courts are there to pass judgment on it. And if the government is saying to the courts, we've already looked at this and it complies, and one should hope that they're only introducing bills that they believe comply, does that create an undue pressure on the court to treat it as being charter valid? Is that what we often hear people say, I'm not going to comment on this because it's before the courts. A minister will say that because you're not supposed to, as a government, be interfering and telling people that and weighing in that fashion out of place. Does that do that? Even worse, what happens when a court starts striking that down? What is served by a notice like that if it is then proven repeatedly to be wrong? Does it prove that the Minister of Justice was not very clever, or that the staff of the Justice Department really aren't very good lawyers after all? Is that going to constrain the Supreme Court in its exercise of its judgment, or any other courts in the exercise of their judgment? So I'm very, very puzzled as to what is achieved by something like that. And I know that people want to say good things about the Charter, and we're doing stuff in accordance with the Charter. One presumes that that is the first duty of a government introducing legislation, that they've looked at that. But then to put this statement on top of it is a very, very unusual and out-of-place thing in a place where it's not the minister's job, it's the court's job to pass judgment.
Questions et commentaires. The questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House.
Yes, Madam Speaker, the member across the way is a true Conservative. There's no doubt about that. Mr. Speaker. And, you know, what I see is the member across the way seems to be fixated on the fact that, and I want to go back to his dueling. You know, he says, you know, this dueling, we pass a law, and lo and behold, no more duelings. And as a result, because we passed the law 150 years ago. And now, by retracting it, Madam Speaker, what is the member saying? He has this expectation that we're going to see chaos in our streets. We're going to have dueling taking place all over again. Let me make a suggestion to the member that, in fact, there is a time in the life of sessions and parliaments that you do need to modernize, to update our laws. The member comes a bit across of being a little bit paranoid, possibly, Madam Speaker. Maybe he doesn't quite trust our public service or something of this nature. And I'm wondering if the member across the way can maybe provide a comment on two quick things. One is, does he really believe by us retracting that aspect of the duel that we're going to start to see more duels taking place in Canada? And number two, you know, there's an important aspect to the legislation that says that, you know, that it's not okay to accept consent from someone that is passed out. Does he believe that that is something in which the Conservative Party would support?
The member for York Simcoe.
As I said, Madam Speaker, we support much of what is in this bill. My concern is some of these other odd provisions, such as the ones I mentioned. And in terms of dueling, I cannot assure you that there will be more duels if this section is permitted that legalizes them. What I can assure you is that there won't be any less. So if you're looking for a social evil to solve, I don't know that you're solving one.
Questions and comments? Let's say come on time. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for pointing out that on this side of the House, we do have people who really believe in what they stand for, and they're willing to stand up and talk about it. And I congratulate my colleague on his speech. And I would like him to expand a little bit further, Mr. Speaker, on this Section 176, because at a time in our nation, well, actually in our globe, when we see increasing violence, and especially violence directed against faith communities, religious communities, it seems very unusual that at a time like this we would remove this section, a section like this, from our criminal code. I'd like my colleague just to expand a little bit further on what he thinks might be the motivation behind removing this section from the code. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for York Simcoe.
Well, I think a sort of an optimist would say the objective is to not place favor upon any particular faith, or a cynic might say that it's simply to diminish the role of faith and the role of religious services. But that's just speculating on motive. I would hope that the motive is the view that somehow this does not place favor upon any faith. But there is nothing in the section that actually favors one faith over another. Certainly, I suppose it favors those who are practicing over those who are not, who don't need that kind of protection. But that's not a difference that troubles me. The fact that I don't regularly go to church doesn't mean I need any particular protection. I'm not looking for it. But the concern is for those who do wish to attend a particular service. And in a day and age where we do have, I don't know if the member has noticed, but there are certain religious cleavages at a global level taking place. And they do get exported around. And it's easy to whip up that intolerance. And when we say we want to be tolerant, we want to protect people in that context. But if disagreeing with someone's faith or taking exception to their faith is allowed to be manifested by walking into and disrupting a service or threatening people who are wishing to attend a service, and say that you're doing so in the name of freedom of speech, using the Pussy Riot example, which I think is what some of them would like to, I'm not sure that's a desirable thing. There are so many places in which to conduct and exercise your freedom of speech without having to then infringe somebody else's rights. And when you have a section that right now protects that special place where people are worshiping in whatever faith they are, and right now we protect it, and we are going to have an act of the legislature taking away that protection, That means in judicial interpretation, legislative interpretation by a judge, you say, why were they doing this? Clearly, there was an intention that it should not enjoy special protection. And I don't think that's wise in this day and age. And when it comes time to weighing those competing rights under the Charter, what we are doing is we are diminishing the special protection that that freedom of religion right, it has, thanks to this section.
Resuming debate. Reprise de...
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for an eloquent speech and for his knowledge of the history of the country and his ability to defend his point of view. And I absolutely agree with him on many of the points he raised, especially on issues like, for example, dueling, why you wouldn't eliminate that and why you would eliminate that. So I've learned a lot from him. Now I'm rising to speak to Bill C-51. There are four main sections in this bill. It's a type of omnibus bill. It amends many sections. It repeals many provisions. Some things that we agree with, some things that we don't agree with. And once again, as has been happening since the beginning of this Parliament, when the government wants to amend many things, what it does is do it in a way that really prevents us from supporting them, because the government includes provisions or amendments that won't be supported by the opposition. There are good things in this bill. There are other things that aren't as good in this bill. And I'll have an opportunity to talk about them. I think our justice critic brought forward a motion that, in fact, would have led to reasonable compromises that would have allowed us to support a part of this, because it would have broken the bill into two. So we could have supported that modernization part where we felt it was justified. Now, with respect to provisions on sexual assault, the bill clarifies certain provisions regarding sexual assent and consent, evidence, admissibility, for example, and protection of the complainants. I think these are good steps, and I think we feel that we can support those changes. Now, the second main part in the bill has to do with the constitutionality of certain provisions. So it repeals a number of sections in the criminal code. So these are administrative provisions just to make sure that the criminal code is consistent with the Charter. And once again, Mr. Speaker, there are pros and cons. The third part of the bill deals with obsolete provisions, so it repeals certain provisions of the criminal code that are no longer relevant or no longer necessary, and we had a demonstration of that kind of provision by my colleague earlier. The fourth section deals with charter statements. And this is a rather strange part, I think, because it requires that the Minister of Justice for all bills provide a charter statement that describes the possible effect of this bill on rights guaranteed by the Charter. But to my knowledge, the Charter always applies, and the courts are the ones responsible for ensuring that it applies. So I don't necessarily see why we would have added that additional step in only except maybe to promote the Charter. But the Charter is there. It is in effect, and it already does the work it was intended for and adopted for by this Parliament. You know, the Conservative government is always going to defend victims of crime, and we will always support victims when there are delays in our system, for example. So Bill C-51 does contain certain measures that are perfectly reasonable ones and that we will be able to support. For example, we'll be able to support the elimination of provisions that deal with courts and unconstitutional provisions. So for provisions that are supposedly unconstitutional could be repealed because courts haven't necessarily decided on those provisions or not. But one have to be cautious. We can't just necessarily blindly say yes on all the provisions in Bill C-51. Now, we could support most of the measures with respect to repealing offences that are, for example, redundant. However, one would question the priorities of the Liberals in this. What's more important for the Liberals? Repeal provisions on witchcraft or the, for example, issue of vacancies on superior courts, for example? So I think that's the question. What's their priority?
But before we continue, Mr. Speaker, we can amend as many criminal code provisions as we want. If we have no judges to hear these cases, none of these amendments are going to help anyone. I had the opportunity to read the final report of the Standing Senate Committee on Legal and Constitutional Affairs, which is called The Urgency of Reducing Long Wait Times in Canada's Court System. This is a report that was tabled by the Senate and by my colleague, the Honourable Pierre-Hugues Boisvenu, and he shared some elements of it with me, including delays in judicial appointments. In its recommendation number 17, the committee says that the delays in these appointments are contributing to unreasonable delays in the court system. We need a systematic recruitment system. And rather than waiting for a judge to retire before beginning the appointments and the selections process to replace that judge, I think this is something we need to do to ensure that we don't have such delays, that we don't have Superior Court vacancies, that we don't see situations like Nicolas Sarles, a man who was shot many times, and the person who was accused of that assault saw the charges withdrawn because of unreasonable delays in his case being heard before the court. If you can imagine how the victim feels abandoned and betrayed by the justice system. Mr. Speaker, that is the priority, I believe, for this government, should be for this government, rather. We need to proceed to naming judges as quickly as possible and fill all the vacancies. In that same report, I would like to read another quote, which comes from the Crown Attorneys Association of Ontario. And they were citing the case, a sexual assault case, and said that the delay was caused by the victim, in fact, who had a major health problem and had to have open heart surgery after the arrest. And it took 4 years for her to be well enough to testify during the criminal trial. She was a nice person, a sympathetic person. And this is a strange case because the case was lost because of the victim in this case, Mr. Speaker. That's the kind of situation that is unacceptable. That's the type of situation that must be addressed as rapidly as possible. And that's the kind of situation that the Minister of Justice should be working to correct in order to avoid such situations. In this same report, there are many other recommendations, and I would like to quote those too, but instead I will invite my colleagues to read this report. It's a very good report. It's filled with useful recommendations, and I do hope that we'll be able to benefit from it as much as possible to improve access to the justice system and to make our judicial system more just, more fair, more equal for all the victims. I must mention Liberal doublespeak when it comes to the freedom to exercise religion, Mr. Speaker. Liberals were greatly in favor of Motion 103. And in this bill, it will eliminate the only criminal code provision that protects religious officiants. So in this world where intolerance is taking up more and more space, I do not understand the signal the government is sending here in wishing to abolish these provisions that make it a criminal act to interrupt or to disrupt any religious ceremonies. We saw this in Quebec. We saw that assaults can be against people from any religion. And I do think we must protect people's right to practice their faith where they wish to, in the way they wish to, and demonstrate that it's still okay in our society to practice, to be faithful, to have a religious belief, and to have the freedom to practice one's religion without fear of being assaulted. So as I was saying, Mr. Speaker, this is an omnibus bill. It contains many provisions, or the amendment of many provisions, and I believe that we should divide this bill so that we can express clear opinions on each of the 4 parts of the bill, which should be divided into these parts, as I was saying. And I thank my colleagues for their attention.
For Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his intervention and speech on this subject. As I was doing before, I'd like to bring this conversation back to Article 76, portion B, knowing that a clergy member, and it goes into all the details, the specifics of what it is we are trying to protect in the criminal code. I agree with the member that there are many articles and ideas in this bill on that deal with sexual assault, and I agree that these are good amendments and good ideas, but it's 176 that has drawn my attention. So I'd like to ask the member whether he shares my opinion about what I said, the protections that we should offer clergy members. And we should offer them additional protection, in fact, not just the protection that are found in other parts of the Act. As I said, there was a private member's bill, Bill C-305, which provides additional protection against against vandalism and other crimes that are motivated by hate. Thank you, Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I reiterate that clergy members are easily identifiable and identified victims for people who have bad intentions. So yes, I do share my colleague's opinion. By repealing this section, the government will be removing the only criminal code provision that protects the rights of individuals to practice their religion freely, no matter what that religion is. It's not something that we've come up with or invented ourselves. We can see it in the media. We see more and more of that type of assault across the whole world. So the message that we're hearing across the whole planet is that we must protect clergy members better and better. That's what they're saying on one hand, but on the other hand, the Liberal government is sending the message that this is no longer a criminal act. So I would really like the government to explain exactly why they've decided to abolish this provision.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the additional clarifications that the member brought to the subject I raised. I would, as we heard from other members of the Conservative Party, as well as NDP members, many of the articles that we like in this bill, because there would be additional protection for those who are victims of sexual assault, and the bill does do certain things to clarify the act. So we know, so we would really appreciate it if we could separate the portions of the bill that we agree with so that they can be sent to committee and that they can be enshrined in the law. I'd like to know if the member can comment on the fact that we did not have unanimous consent in this chamber to do just that. Could the member comment on the fact that we have not been able to bring forward the portions of C-51 that we all agree on, that we all agree are good and that should be enshrined in the Act? The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, this isn't the first time we hear doublespeak from the Liberal government, because on one hand, they say that they are an open and transparent government. They're going to be doing things differently. We were often invited to participate in conversations. The government leader often invited us to come and to have conversations about changing the rules, procedural rules in this House, and we've now understood that having a conversation for this government means that they get to dictate a new way of doing things, and if we don't agree, then they're going to do it anyway. There was a unique opportunity proposed by our justice critic to do things differently, to ensure that we could indeed accelerate all these changes in order to help victims of sexual assault. I think it was quite a correct and good way to change our way of doing things here that would have a real impact on victims. Unfortunately, the Liberals' doublespeak blocked those efforts, and it hasn't worked.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, very much. Really appreciate the opportunity to be joining this debate on C-51 this late in the night as well. And before I go too far, I'll be splitting my time with the honourable member for Durham, which I'm very pleased to be hearing from him again today. I'll also mention, Mr. Speaker, I'm so pleased today to hear you mention in this House Yiddish for Pirates by Gary Barwin, who is one of my favorite authors. And everybody knows in this House I'm a big lover of Yiddish proverbs, and I have one also for this piece of legislation. Because I think it speaks to our pinch points, and it's everyone knows where his or her shoes pinch. And of course, I'm going to explain to the House the pinch points I have in this piece of legislation, because many members on the Conservative side, including New Democratic members as well, have mentioned that they agree with the majority of the provisions in this bill having to do with increasing protection for victims of sexual assaults. Nobody disagrees with it. It's a great idea. Clarifying the law is way overdue. But we do have pinch points. There are proposed amendments, there are proposed criminal code provisions that are being eliminated that we simply disagree with. Either we disagree or we think it's not in the right method. So abolishing laws in general, getting rid of criminal code statutes, less government regulation is typically something I am all for. I think the less of it that we have, the better. Not adding new laws to the statute books is, I think, a sign of restraint on the part of parliamentarians. And I think we would show greater restraint if we tabled more laws calling for the abolitions of sections of different laws and reduction of the criminal code. I think that type of behavior is laudable. It should be congratulated when it's practiced in this House. Let's admit another thing, too. This is an omnibus justice bill. And I have concerns about certain parts of it. Now, why would we remove certain sections from the criminal code, like Section 49? Why remove that part in the sesquicentennial of our country? Confederation specifically, because Canada existed much before that. Now, isn't that an odd provision to be eliminating during the 150th year of Confederation? The Crown is just as much part of the history of Canada as the Red Ensign, the Maple Leaf, the Bill of Rights, Vimy, and countless other images, symbols that we have in this country. And Section 49 really only affects a very small, an incredibly small group of people who are intent on committing a malicious act against the Crown in Her Majesty's presence, of course. And now, like I said before, I completely support the amendments that are being proposed in C-51 to strengthen and protect victims of sexual assault. Absolutely. I think they're timely. I think they're needed. And as we saw with the Justice Critic on the Conservative side, we were more than willing to expedite those portions into committee so they could be considered fully. Now, removing the criminal code section on dueling, I have mixed feelings, not because I think dueling is right, simply because there's a long history in Canada of being used as a deterrence tool. And one I'll mention, the last fatal duel in Canada was June 13th, 1833 in Perth, between John Wilson and Robert Lyon, both law students. One was the son of a Scottish officer in the British Army, the gentleman who passed away in this duel. And John Wilson, who actually was acquitted of the crime, later was elected to the Legislative Assembly of the Province of Canada, became a Queen's Counsel, a QC, and was elected 3 times actually to that assembly, and was, of course, a Conservative. Now, there are also other provisions that covered those types of crimes, bodily harm, but there was also that extra prohibition on dueling, and it was a big problem at the time, of course. Nowadays, it's not so much, and as we heard from one of the members from Simcoe, mention his views on dueling. Now, removal of Section 143 of the Criminal Code, I understand, and I'm actually surprised it's illegal. I see these types of ads all the time in my community where people say, stolen bike, I'd like to advertise, no question asked, can you just return it to me? Or there's an open question about, lost cat, lost dog, an RV is stolen. I've actually never known this was an illegal act, and it was a prohibition on advertising the fact you'd give a reward. So ending the prohibition on the use of such words in public advertising and offering a reward is probably very wise to remove it. It's eminently reasonable and wise for this House to do so. Now, the one I want to focus on, the one that's been the source of many questions I've asked in this House, is actually Clause 14, the Criminal Code Section 176, the prohibition against disrupting a religious service or interfering with a minister of a cult, a person who is in the service of others during a religious assembly of any sort. Now, I have serious concerns about removing this section. I've heard other members say, well, we have other criminal code provisions that cover this. But the difference is 176 gives you that extra protection. And I'll make a comparison just a little bit with that and C305 because I think they're very, very much comparable. Now, Section 176 of the Criminal Code protects the clergy and all those responsible for leading members of their faith in a service. And removing this particular provision is my pinch point in C51. It adds extra protection for individuals. It serves as a deterrent. It protects religious services from disruption, including funerals. And I'm concerned that without this, what it could mean for those who are in the businesses of providing funerary services to others. And the incentives therein. I mean, nobody, I think, feels incented to disrupt a funeral. And this type of provision, though, serves as an additional deterrent. Subsections 2 and 3 of Section 176 also protect religious assemblies from willful disturbance and interruptions. It's not talking about something accidental. We're talking about something purposeful and willful when you're aiming to do it for the sole reason of disrupting a religious service. Now, I'm also partly surprised because, like I mentioned before in the previous question, we went through the trouble in this House of passing a mischief improvement provision, C305, where we actually gave additional greater protection to property and communal spaces against vandalism motivated by hate. And very reasonable proposal was a private member's bill that was passed in this House. And in that situation, we already have provisions to disincentivize and deter people from vandalizing property. This was an additional charge on top of that would be separate from it because we said, well, communal spaces and crimes based on hatred, motivated by hate, are special and deserve extra attention paid to them and further punishment should you be found guilty of them. Now, all those provisions on property and protecting property we already have. So that I think the same idea and principle applies to Section 176 of the Criminal Code that Clause 14 proposes to eliminate. My pinch point in this piece of legislation. And yes, we know there are other criminal code provisions to protect the person, the assault provisions in the bill. There are provisions against interfering with persons. There are provisions in there preventing people from just, going into a sports match and disrupting it for the sole purpose of committing some type of mischief. But I believe that clergy, imams, and leaders of any faith deserve special protection. I wonder why the government doesn't believe that as well. Now, disrupting a sports match or an assembly for charity purposes, let's say, or a bingo game, is mischief, most definitely, but I still think it's wrong to do it. But it's not the same thing as interfering with a religious service. It's not the same thing as interfering with a person who is a leader in a faith and are trying to look after members of their congregation, members of their temple, members of their mosque, members of their synagogue. Now, just this week, we had Statistics Canada report back that there has been an uptick in certain hate crimes and crimes motivated against religions. So why would we then, 2 days later, consider C51 Clause 14, which eliminates that additional protection for people of a certain faith and religion who are also leaders in the faith and religion because they actually have rituals that they do, they give services, they conduct funerals on behalf of community members. The Charter of Rights and Freedoms, Section 2, just lays it out. Fundamental freedoms include freedom of conscience, freedom of belief, freedom of religion, freedom of association, freedom of peaceful assembly. Doesn't Section 176 actually grant that extra protection for these freedoms to be practiced in Canada? So why can't we have Section 176 to assure ourselves that there'll be an extra provision in the code to punish those who willfully go ahead and interfere with a leader of a faith conducting a service or a funeral? Now, Mr. Speaker, I know my time is coming to a close, but I just want to bring up maybe just one or two points. It was just this past May that an arsonist in Hamilton who targeted a mosque received 25 months in prison. Now, if this same person had targeted the mosque during a service or had willfully blocked the assembly, then Section 176 could have been used in that particular case. And the last example I want to use, because I think it applies, and it's from my home province of Alberta. Father Gilbert Dasna was a Catholic priest who was murdered at the priest's residence in St. Paul on May 11, 2014. Now, had Father Dasna survived, and had there been an assembly at the local cathedral being done, and had it been disrupted by the gunman who murdered him, that person would have been eligible for an extra charge under Section 176. Why is that so wrong to give individuals like Father Dasna extra protection from criminals? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? La députée de Mégantic-L'Érable.
Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to say that I do appreciate my colleague's speech. We see that the issue of protecting religious officiants is of great concern to him. I'd like to hear him explain what's the motivation of a government repealing that kind of protection for the religious. I don't understand their motivation. I really don't understand why they decided to abolish Section 176, because there is nothing in our writings, nothing in the news, no one ever asked me to do anything about that section, so I'd like to hear my colleague about that.
My colleague from Mégantic-L'Érable for that question. Well, actually, it's one of the main questions we've had, and I heard from the Parliamentary Secretary when he first spoke on this legislation on C-51, and when I brought up the fact that actually he said, well, this section it's an obsolescence. It's not necessary anymore. It's not useful anymore. It's not being used. In fact, it is being used. And there is a case, June 9, 2017, just this month, not too long ago, in which the charge was laid in case right here in Ottawa. And I think that criminal code provisions, my hope would be that we don't have to use them. And there are certain provisions in the code that remain there to serve as a deterrent against those types of activities. And all the door knocking I've done in the past, whether it was for my nomination, whether it was during the general election, and since then, I have never heard anybody say, you know what, that Section 176, that extra protection provided to clergymen, imams, members of all faiths, funerals, that you should really remove that. That shouldn't be there. I've heard individuals talk to me about the blasphemy laws in Canada. That particular point, yes, I've heard that, but not on this particular section. So it is interesting that the government's removing it, but I think they're removing it from a point of they simply haven't done their homework.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In my speech earlier this evening, I explained my concerns about the many judges' positions that are vacant and the impact this can have on victims of crime. I was citing one example, certain sections of Bill C-51 that repeals obsolete sections of the code, truly obsolete, and there's emphasis on repealing sections about abolishing sorcery rather than implement a nomination system that will lead to judges being appointed. Why isn't the government doing something to appoint judges to the bench who will provide protection to victims of crime? I mentioned it, that we do approve new measures about victims of sexual assault to make it even more difficult for those who commit assault to get away with it so that they're truly punished. But if there are no judges to enforce these new measures, we'll end up with a solution with no teeth. So I'd like to hear my colleagues' views on that. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I thank my colleague for his question. And of course, I share his opinion and the comments he made. Vacant judges' positions are a problem, and the Minister of Justice is not replacing judges as quickly as we'd like to see. Many positions are vacant. There are not enough judges to hear all the criminal cases that appear before the court. I think that's a real problem. It's not just a political problem. It's a problem with justice itself, and it's true across Canada. As my colleague said, we don't see a system being put in place to ensure that in the future, judges who are nearing retirement or plan to quit are replaced in a timely manner. This government is just improvising. It improvises every month. Every time there's a new problem, it improvises. There's no plan to replace the judges that are stepping down. They have a bill like C-51 instead.
The Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very proud to follow my colleagues' remarks on Bill C-51 in this House and join the debate today. And I'm going to be expressing my concerns with respect to this bill, Mr. Speaker. And then once again, I can't resist dwelling on the lack of priority to our public policy, specifically justice policies of this government, Mr. Speaker. Their lack of ambition in some areas is striking. Their use of time allocation motions is equally striking. And we have before us a bill here that is much ado about nothing in many ways, Mr. Speaker. It's an omnibus bill that they're using closure on. They're time allocating, they're ending debate on a very large justice bill that contains one very important area, Mr. Speaker, that I think is critical for us to discuss in this Parliament, and it's critical for us as parliamentarians to also discuss the elements contained in this specific part of the bill outside of this chamber, in our communities, in consultations with victims groups, with law enforcement, with students. And that's the zero tolerance towards sexual assault in our society, Mr. Speaker. The clear rules on consent, and that consent cannot be given when someone is intoxicated, Mr. Speaker. I think an approach that most of us think would be common sense, but has been confirmed in this legislation, but has already been confirmed by our common law, Mr. Speaker. And the outrage that occasionally happens when some judges have not followed that approach to our common law. So there are various provisions in C-51 related to the important work on consent, on evidence in sexual assault trials, Mr. Speaker. I would like to, in particular, comment on the MP from Sturgeon River Parkland, our former interim leader of the Conservative Party, for her exceptional work on judicial training, Mr. Speaker. And why I'm highlighting that is because it shows while this bill is well-intentioned on this provision with respect to sexual assault consent and evidence at trial, our common law should actually take care of this, Mr. Speaker. While it's good for Parliament to clearly weigh in and amend the code with respect to this, our judges are on the front lines, and they should be approaching this with a zero tolerance with respect to sexual assault cases where the victim has been intoxicated, in some cases by the person that then perpetrated the attack, Mr. Speaker. So I think all members here have no patience for that type of conduct in our society, Mr. Speaker. Certainly very proud that our government passed the Victims' Bill of Rights and for a time in Canada put victims at the core of our justice system, Mr. Speaker. So that one part of this omnibus bill is important for us to talk about, even though the common law is addressing the issues that this bill purports to address. The other aspects of this are unnecessary. The charter statement to be attached to all bills, there's already opinions given on the charter application with respect to legislation by lawyers, justice lawyers, as part of the legislative process, Mr. Speaker. Other groups outside Parliament can weigh in on their thoughts with respect to the charter, but there is no need for this sort of charter stamp to come with each bill, Mr. Speaker, because Parliament is supreme. If the court determines down the road that there's a provision that needs clarification as a result of the charter, it's up to this Parliament then to provide that clarity, Mr. Speaker. And as you know, better than most, because you're someone who is a champion of our parliamentary democracy, no Parliament is held to the laws of a previous Parliament, Mr. Speaker. So that provision with respect to charter opinions or the charter statements in this bill is unnecessary and is really being done for political posturing, Mr. Speaker. And finally, the last part of this omnibus bill is the so-called removal or amending of no longer relevant criminal code provisions, Mr. Speaker, or seldomly used criminal code provisions. Some would call this a cleanup part of the omnibus bill, Mr. Speaker. Is that so pressing that we're here using closure on debate to ram this through, Mr. Speaker? The last time there's been a duel in Canada, I'm not sure when that occurred, Mr. Speaker. I know there's two sword links separating the government from the opposition, but I don't suspect they are planning on us calling for a duel, Mr. Speaker. Witchcraft, Mr. Speaker. These are provisions that I think are historical curiosities, Mr. Speaker. But what's outrageous is this government, and I'm glad their House Leader is here, Mr. Speaker, this government has passed 19 bills in their time in this Parliament. 19 have achieved royal assent. And they're hitting around the 30th time that they've limited debate in this chamber on such a low record. And I tried to highlight this in a previous speech last week, Mr. Speaker. It's startling, the hypocrisy of this government. You know, the House Leader, who's mildly heckling me now, her deputy was the one that would feign outrage in the previous Parliament if time allocation was used, if omnibus legislation was used. In fact, the member from Winnipeg North, who's now joined in her heckling, Mr. Speaker, called it an assault on democracy. That's what he referred to omnibus legislation, Mr. Speaker, an assault on democracy. The last week in this House, Mr. Speaker, all I've seen is omnibus legislation shepherded by the MP from Winnipeg North. The hypocrisy is stunning. The House Leader for the Liberal government is using closure more than they've passed bills, Mr. Speaker. The denominator is not matching up to show that they're actually being productive, Mr. Speaker. They're limiting parliamentary debate and really getting nothing done. It's startling. And I'll remind my friend from Winnipeg North, because he's so verbose in this place, he just gives me a wealth of information to draw on, Mr. Speaker. And when it comes to time allocation, what did he say? In November of 2012, he said, quote, "Never before have I experienced a government that is so persistent in using time allocation, a form of closure, using it as frequently as this particular government House Leader does."
Well, what goes around comes around.
End quote. Mr. Speaker, his government House Leader is using it far more than the Conservative House Leader did. I hope that at least behind closed doors, Mr. Speaker, he's expressing to her the same amount of outrage and indignation that we used to hear regularly in the last Parliament, Mr. Speaker, between the assaults on democracy and the limitation of debate, Mr. Speaker. It's stunning that he can stand in this place and speak without a smile, Mr. Speaker, because it really is startling. I'll use the remainder of the time I have to show why this is hurting
public policy development in Canada, Mr. Speaker. We have an omnibus bill that's full of removing, critical parts of our criminal code like witchcraft, yet they're not passing S3, the Deschenaux decision of the Quebec Superior Court, Mr. Speaker. Their Indigenous Affairs Minister did not even call Mr. Deschenaux to the Parliament and consult on their bills, Mr. Speaker. They had till July 3rd to pass legislation with respect to that court. Yet this House leader puts omnibus bills full of witchcraft and other historical curiosities. They put a motion on Paris that was meaningless, Mr. Speaker. We're seeing other motions, and they're not getting their own work done, Mr. Speaker. If they want to do an omnibus bill on justice, how about addressing the Jordan decision, Mr. Speaker? Because I'll tell you, victims who've seen accused murderers and accused sexual assault criminals being released as a result of judicial delays, that is the reform we need to see to justice. We've been asking for a year and a half for the minister to appoint judges. We've been pushing to get delays down, Mr. Speaker. They're allowing accused criminals to be released because of their inaction. And their so-called Justice Omnibus Bill, they're addressing dueling and witchcraft, but not the Jordan decision, Mr. Speaker. That speaks to the priorities of the Liberal government, Mr. Speaker. A lot of talk on victims, while they're not funding a registry for dangerous sexual offenders, Mr. Speaker, while they're not addressing the Jordan decision, Mr. Speaker, while they talk about nation-to-nation dialogue with our First Nations, yet don't even call Mr. Deschenaux to help pass important legislation. I hope we all go back to our ridings in the summer, Mr. Speaker, and that the government House leader and her deputy reflect on the decline of our parliamentary democracy under their watch, and we come back in the fall to a full apology from them. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Qu'est-ce que commentaire? Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his very informed comments. I know that he ran out of time in terms of talking about some of the issues relating to the removal of the protection for clergy and for faith groups who are joined for worship or a funeral or those sorts of ceremonial activities. And I just wondered if my colleague would comment on the wisdom of removing that section from the criminal code. Good question.
Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend from Kitchener-Conestoga, a very thoughtful member of this chamber, for raising that. As I said in my remarks, I mocked the historical curiosities of dueling and witchcraft, Mr. Speaker, but they've also been very selective of what else they've taken out. So they're removing specifically, rarely used, but specifically important sections with respect to the freedom of religion and clergy people in the implementation of their faith, their job, their role in the church. Why address that, Mr. Speaker? You know, the member from Niagara Falls just reminded us today there was abuse and vandalism in a church in Ottawa, charges laid just today, Mr. Speaker. They've also removed the action of intending to cause harm against Her Majesty, our head of state, the Queen, Mr. Speaker, in the 65th year of her reign. We know that's rarely, maybe never used, Mr. Speaker. But sometimes the symbolism of what they're doing shows their motive, Mr. Speaker. Their lack of respect for religious freedom. The fact that they eliminated our ambassador for religious freedom in their first months as a government. The fact that they're attacking provisions showing respect to clergy, showing respect to our head of state, while they're not even passing S3 in time and have to go to the court begging for more time, yet they're dealing with witchcraft and dueling, Mr. Speaker. This is a government that is lost. This is a government that is not respecting our democracy. I'm tired of the sunny ways, Mr. Speaker. It's time for them to get serious and pay respect needed to this place.
That's right.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the member talks about respect for this place. The member says big words, but his actions do not demonstrate the same, which is unfortunate because this member just this week articulated such great words about our member, about being by-election buddies, something that our member would never do. And today, just like every Thursday, the official opposition House Leader asked myself the business for the rest of this week as well as next week. Perhaps the member would like to withdraw some of his comments, because my answer on the record was that on Tuesday the House will debate Bill S3, Indian registration, at report stage and third reading. To be in this House and to mislead the Canadian public is a disgrace to democracy. I would encourage the member to perhaps correct the record, because his comments were not the truth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, I have respect for my friend, the Honourable House Leader. I think she's having trouble with my reciting her record to the House here. The Superior Court of Quebec has given the Government of Canada till July 3rd to address that decision. And they are putting witchcraft and silliness and motions like the Paris motion that was meaningless ahead of substantive legislation, Mr. Speaker. So while she might bring it to this House, and I recognize she is bringing it to this House, it will not pass. They're writing the court, Mr. Speaker, to ask for more time because they've put politics and gamesmanship before public policy development. I'll remind that House Leader of something her deputy said in the last Parliament about working with the other side. He said, I quote, "Why has the Government House Leader not recognized the value of sitting down with opposition House leaders and trying to work through House business in a fashion in which the government would not be so dependent in having to use time allocation on virtually every piece of legislation?" End quote. They're using time allocation on virtually every piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker. I think the MP from Winnipeg North should huddle with the House Leader and share his annotated speeches from the last Parliament.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure today to be splitting my time with the member from Kootenay, Columbia. Today I rise in this House to talk about a Justice house cleaning bill. Our courts, our justice system are facing an unprecedented crisis. Before moving to the specifics of this bill, I feel obliged to address this issue because it is through justice that fairness is administered. I say this because I have no difficulty believing that recent events have had victims cast serious doubt on the fairness of the Canadian justice system. Last July, the Jordan ruling unleashed a flurry of uncertainty, confusion, and sheer indignation and outrage. The ramifications are still being felt today. In this ruling, the court said that Jordan's Charter of Rights had been violated due to an unreasonable 49-month wait for a trial. The drug charges against him were stayed. Since then, this confusion has led to hundreds, if not thousands, of criminal cases being stopped simply because they took too long to come to trial. We've seen at least 2 murderers go free. The decisions have widespread implications for victims and their families. These people have had the experience that they will never get the chance to see justice done. This breach of public safety was caused by a number of factors. Recently, a Senate report urged the federal justice minister to take the lead in changing the criminal code to reduce procedural and other barriers to a speedy trial and to fill judicial vacancies as soon as judges retire. This is perhaps the most important step this government could take. It's not normal for criminal cases to take between 5 to 10 times longer to be tried in Canada than in the UK, Australia, and New Zealand. Worse still, the delays are getting longer and the legal costs are going up even as the overall crime rates are dropping. It's time for the minister to get serious about filling judicial vacancies. There are an almost record-breaking number of vacancies on the Superior Courts, 53 at the time of this speech. We also need the Liberals to provide proper resources for support staff and courtrooms. This is so important, Mr. Speaker. The national judicial vacancy rate has more than tripled since this government took office. The lack of judges has increased access problems and court delays that were already posing a threat to a fair process and public safety.
Shameful.
There is no reason intelligent appointments cannot be made in an open way while Ottawa works on a more formalized process. Good government, public safety, and the rights of those caught up in the justice system depend on it. This brings us to the current bill we are debating. The problems addressed are important, but they are comparatively piecemeal changes to the criminal code, knowing the justice system is in a full-blown crisis. Let me be very clear. We should be doing this exercise. Updating the criminal code will lead to less mistakes and a clearer comprehension of the text. Many of these provisions are like a time capsule, chronicling another time, but they certainly don't belong in our criminal code any longer. These are often referred to as zombie provisions that legal scholars have been calling on for a very long time to see removed from the criminal code, and it is past time for Parliament to act. This house cleaning bill is not the government's first. In fact, it's the third. C-32 and 39 precede it. The trouble is they are still in second reading with very little movement, leaving many Canadians wondering, are they a priority? Is this bill even going to be a priority? Mr. Speaker, I'm very encouraged by elements of this bill. It is important that the sections that clarify the sexual assault laws would have significant benefits for survivors and work towards preventing sexual assault. That is so important in this country. However, there needs to be legal aid funding that allows for victims to exercise their rights. The bill would clarify that an unconscious person is incapable of consent. It expands the rape shield provisions to expressly include communications of a sexual nature or communications for a sexual purpose. The Code's rape shield provisions already provide that evidence of a complainant's past sexual history cannot be used to support an inference that the complainant was more likely to have consented to the sexual activity at issue, or that the complainant is less worthy of belief. It will create a regime to determine whether an accused can introduce a complainant's private records at trial that the accused has in his or her possession. This adds to the existing regime governing an accused's ability to obtain a complainant's private records, such as diaries, medical records, psychological counseling records, and school records, when those records are in the hands of a third party. The bill provides that the complainant has a legal right to representation in rape shield proceedings. There has been criticism from legal and feminist groups that have wondered how effective the measures of having a lawyer would be if the complainants cannot afford representation. Legal aid funding needs to be provided, as there is currently simply not enough. As Michael Spratt, Vice President of the Defence Council of Ottawa, said when speaking on this bill, that this, quote, is another half-hearted attempt to reform the justice system by grabbing the lowest of the low-hanging fruit. This crisis that is underway is a manifestation of the need for deeper structural changes within our judicial system. Mr. Speaker, this is one step, but I hope to see some more positive steps that deal with the issues that are greatly inhibiting our legal system in this country. And I most definitely want to see more resources so that the victims of any kind of sexual assault get the support that they need and have the funding to do so. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire? The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to thank the member from North Vancouver Island, Powell River, for her speech, for bringing this forward, and her concerns outlined as she expressed, certainly around legal aid for victims of sexual assault. I'd like to ask the member maybe to speak about the importance of the federal role in terms of legal aid for victims of sexual assault. We know there's some people that believe that there isn't federal responsibility when it comes to the importance and significance of legal aid for victims of sexual assault. So maybe I'll ask the member if she could speak to that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his important question. The reality is we know that a lot of these issues belong under provincial jurisdiction. But when we identify a major issue, when we know that so many people are stepping forward who are facing these challenges and simply don't have the resources that they need, that there's been a continuous call from service providers and from victims across this country, and especially when we have a government that says it's a feminist government, they absolutely could step up, provide some resources for this much-needed plan, and make sure that those people never, never are without the representation that they deserve. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire? Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to start by clarifying for the people of Kootenay, Columbia, and those watching across Canada that this Bill C-51 is not Bill C-51 from the 41st Parliament, which was called the Anti-Terrorist Bill. That bill led to widespread protests across my riding of Kootenay, Columbia, people concerned about the potential of making peaceful protests illegal and the potential impact on their personal privacy rights. So very clearly, because NDP is going to support this Bill C-51 under the 42nd Parliament, I just didn't want there to be any confusion back home. So regarding the bill before us, we're pleased to support this legislation. We believe that it provides many overdue protections, and particularly for victims of sexual assault. One of the most important provisions of this legislation is to clarify the definition of consent. Some of this should be obvious. It should be common sense. In fact, I'm appalled that we need to entrench this in law. But here it is. With this amendment, an unconscious person cannot be considered to have given consent. There it is now spelled out black and white in the Criminal Code of Canada. Someone who is passed out from intoxication or from a blow to the head or for whatever reason is not able to consent to sexual activity. Good. Well, it's outrageous that any other interpretation was ever understood. At least we as lawmakers are now making it perfectly clear. The bill also takes another important step on the issue of consent. A person who is passive during sexual assault, that is, does not scream no or fight or otherwise resist, cannot be considered to be automatically giving consent. This is necessary and it's overdue, Mr. Speaker. Too often, an individual unduly pressured or even physically overcome during a sexual assault will feel fear, confusion, or even peer pressure and will be unable to enunciate their refusal. This amendment shifts the burden to the other person to get clear and active consent. And to quote University of Ottawa Associate Professor of Law Charisma Mathan, passivity is not consent. Consent has to be communicated to you in some meaningful way, not from being quiet. That statement is borne out by statistics. In a global Ipsos Reid poll, the most recent common reason women give for not reporting a sexual assault to the police was feeling young and powerless. 56% of victims said so. 40% of respondents said they stayed silent because of the shame they felt, and 29% said they blamed themselves for the assault. Others worried that reporting would bring dishonor to their families, feared retaliation from their attacker, or said they didn't have faith in the criminal justice system. New definitions will help clarify the term for the courts, Mr. Speaker, but they do not do enough. Too often, victims of sexual assault find themselves isolated by the courts. They have no one to protect them from aggressive questioning by a defense attorney, no one to be their advocate. And sometimes there are poorly trained judges, as we learned last year, when a judge demanded of a victim why she couldn't just keep her knees together while she was sexually assaulted. A horrific and shocking statement that led to condemnation across the country and the resignation, rightfully so, of the judge that made that statement. Rather than treating a victim with care and compassion, our justice system sometimes victimizes them all over again. So the solution to that would be to ensure that victims have access to legal aid as they go through the court process. This Liberal government must not choose to ignore that essential element in protecting victims. This legislation also includes the removal of some so-called zombie laws. Those laws which have become redundant because of other laws that cover the same subject or because they've been overturned by the courts are an interesting collection. And as a former mayor, I know there are many municipalities with zombie bylaws that need cleaning up as well. But federally, we now no longer have to worry about the detrimental effect of crime comics on our youth. We have many other negative influences to worry about. Similarly, a law banning Canadians from offering a reward for the return of stolen property, no questions asked, seems unnecessary and even detrimental in its own right. And I know I personally used that approach to get back my son's stolen mountain bike once without even knowing it was against the law, as is the case, I'm sure, with many Canadians. And one must wonder about the existing laws regarding the practice of witchcraft, sorcery, enchantment, conjuration, in addition to the fact that it impinges on the rights of some religions and would confuse the U.S. president, who is certain that he is the target of a witch hunt. This might also hurt Harry Potter cosplayers, Dungeons and Dragons, LARPers, which I don't know much about, but my staff assure me is a thing, and others for whom sorcery is an entertainment. This is a good law to be rid of. But my favorite, Mr. Speaker, among this group of zombie laws is the prohibition on dueling. After all, we stand in a place where the two sides of the house are separated by two swords, two sword lengths to ensure we fence only with words and not with rapiers. Still, the last public duel in Canada took place not far from here in Perth, Ontario in June of 1833, when 23-year-old law student John Wilson shot and killed his friend Robert Lyon, aged 20, during a duel over the honor of Elizabeth Hughes, a young schoolteacher. Wilson successfully pleaded his case in court, had a lengthy law career, married Miss Hughes, and eventually became a member of the Legislative Assembly of the Province of Canada, the precursor of this House of Commons. In case some members of this House or the public believe that dueling will now be legal, it is worth noting that homicide laws will still apply. Mr. Speaker, this bill offers some good amendments to the criminal code. My biggest concern with the bill is not with its content, but what is missing. Across Canada, the Supreme Court decision known as the Jordan ruling has allowed many indicted suspects to go free because of the length of time it has taken to bring them to trial. Just this week, a judge in Quebec City freed a man accused of sexually assaulting his adolescent stepdaughter. Last November, an Ottawa judge freed a murder suspect under the same terms. And in fact, across Canada, dozens of suspects, people who have been charged with crimes ranging from first-degree homicide to sexual assault, have been freed because our courts do not have the capacity or the will to ensure a speedy trial. So while eliminating zombie laws is important, Mr. Speaker, the government's first priority should be to ensure that our existing criminal laws are upheld by the courts. This means more federal and provincial resources, and it may mean new laws to reverse the Jordan ruling. Another item missing from this bill is a long-promised review of damaging and disingenuous amendments introduced by the previous government. The Conservatives' belief that mandatory minimum sentences will somehow reduce crime has been ridiculed by members of the justice system, from lawyers to judges. And we have seen over and over the mandatory minimums getting tossed by judges as unworkable and unconstitutional, just as the New Democratic Party's justice critic warned them would happen during the debates over those amendments. Let's look at recent news, Mr. Speaker. In 2013, a Manitoba judge heard the case of a young man who lashed out at his bullies. The judge refused to apply the mandatory minimum sentence, saying a 4-year term would clearly place the accused in the heart of the federal penitentiary system, normally reserved for hardened criminals. To say that the conditions of a federal penitentiary would be harsh for someone of the accused background is an understatement. Court of Queen's Bench Justice John Menzies in October of 2013. And in 2016, the Supreme Court of Canada threw out mandatory sentences for drug dealers concerned that the harsh penalties applied to the addict who is charged for sharing a small amount of drugs with a friend or spouse could find himself sentenced to a year in prison because of a single conviction for sharing marijuana in a social occasion 9 years before. And just this week in British Columbia, a judge refused to apply mandatory minimum sentences in the case of a young man who was found employed at a small marijuana farm. All of these decisions took the view that judges must have the flexibility to apply their experience, their knowledge, and their judgment on a case-by-case basis. And so we're glad that the government intends to review these unconstitutional sentences, and we look forward to the day that the Justice Minister keeps her promise. And if only the Liberal Justice Minister would at the same time expunge the criminal records of those who had been convicted of carrying small amounts of marijuana in the past, we could see true justice done. I mentioned the other C-51 when I began speaking. As soon as the election was over, the Prime Minister became silent on Bill C-51 after saying that they would make changes to it. Canadians truly hope that this Liberal government keeps its word and does revoke sections of that Act soon. Thousands of Canadians, including many of my constituents in Kootenay, Columbia, demanded change, and they expect this promise on the former Bill C-51 to be kept. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from Kootenay, Columbia, for rising on this important bill and the important role men play in terms of standing up for victims of sexual violence and making sure that we have laws to protect the most vulnerable. And often it's women that are subject to acts of violent crime. Today I'm wearing the moose hide, and it's a men-led campaign to remind men the important role we play and responsibility in ending violence against women and children. And this bill is just a reminder to me as a parliamentarian about the important role we have when it comes to making sure that victims of crime have the adequate resources to represent themselves when they're victims of crime. And we know that often it's a provincial jurisdiction, but a reminder here in this House that it's all of our duty to fill the gaps and the holes for the most vulnerable and the victims that may not have that protection in the provinces where they live. And maybe the member can speak about the important role that the federal government needs to play to ensure that the most vulnerable are protected and get the adequate resources they need.
The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his consistent, I guess would be a good word, interest in protecting the rights of women, Indigenous groups, and other disaffected groups. And I too have worn the moose hide very proudly on a number of occasions in this House, because we all have a responsibility to make sure that there's adequate protection in place and proper, I guess, behavior and attitude would be other words that I'd use towards these very serious issues. In terms of the court situation, I know legal aid is becoming a real problem in many, many provinces, so we need to make sure that there's adequate funding federally and provincially to ensure legal aid is available.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire? Is the House ready for the question? That was fast. The question is as follows. Ms. Wilson-Raybould, seconded by Mr. Morneau, moved that Bill C-51, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Department of Justice Act, and to make consequential amendments to another act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? On division? I declare the motion carried on division.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Now, I see the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Revenue rising. I don't know what it might be, but perhaps we'll give her the floor right now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you'd canvass the House, I believe you'd find a unanimous consent to see the clock at midnight.
Is it the pleasure of the House to see the clock at 12 a.m.? Yes? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered.
At this time, it is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as followed. That this House do now adjourn.
Hello, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much. I will be very happy when the crowd disperses and the joyousness of being able to leave school early is expressed. Mr. Speaker, last March during budget session, I asked the government why its budget offered so little for seniors. This was not humorous on my part. The Canadian Medical Association said that it failed Canadian seniors. CARP said financial security for seniors not on the agenda. The government told seniors to keep waiting for more funding, waiting for more resource, and last week we learned that seniors will now be waiting indefinitely for a plan, indefinitely for a national seniors strategy. Just weeks ago, there was a glimmer of hope. This House passed Motion 106, the motion from the Liberal MP from Nickel Belt. His motion, now studied in HUMA, states in Part C, ask the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities to study and report back to the House on important issues such as increasing income security for vulnerable seniors and ensuring quality of life and equality for all seniors via the development of a national seniors strategy. The Liberals supported this motion. The Liberals celebrated the passing of Motion 106, and this allowed them to look good. But when I asked point blank if the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development would commit to having a national seniors strategy after this study, the Minister was very non-committal. Seniors are looking for answers, Mr. Speaker. HUMA was asked to study this issue, and for what? Is the member for Nickel Belt and his caucus happy with just another report with recommendations that will go surely unanswered like so many before? Recommendations are already out there, plenty of them. Most simply need to be implemented. Seniors deserve better. They deserve action. This government does not seem to comprehend the considerable consequences of our changing demographic. We need to make sure that our institutions and vital public services are strong and ready to meet the challenge of providing necessary services efficiently and effectively for our seniors. All partners need to be working together on this. The federal government, the provincial government, territories, municipalities, care providers, seniors organizations, and most importantly, seniors themselves. No one in this country should have to age in poverty, insecurity, and in isolation. As the number of Canadian seniors increases, we urgently need a plan in place to meet their needs and ensure that everyone can age with dignity. We fully support the Canadian Medical Association in their reasonable demands for a plan. In fact, the NDP has been proudly fighting this fight in this Parliament for years. Over 50,000 Canadians have added their voice to call for a national senior strategy to meet the growing and evolving needs of our aging population. The Alliance for a National Senior Strategy joins together people with first-hand experience, people we should be listening to. If they are asking for a plan, it's not politics, it's because we need one. This is very serious. My question to you, and I'll ask again, will this government commit to a national senior strategy, yes or no? If you're non-committal, that means no. If so, did you purposely mislead this House when passing M106? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
The answer to whether this government is prepared to step up for seniors in this country and commit to a strategy was evident in the vote that was taken in this House just a few weeks ago. M106 is being studied in committee now, and this government is committed to making sure a national senior strategy comes into existence. But we didn't wait for gestures or symbolic statements or even criticism from parliamentarians who seem more intent on criticizing than producing for seniors based on their voting record. What this government did upon taking office was some significant improvements to the quality of life for seniors right across this country, dealing in particular with vulnerable seniors living in poverty. The first thing we did was we moved towards a guaranteed income supplement increase and targeted in particular for seniors who are single, the majority of whom are women, and we lifted them straight out of poverty with a 10% increase to the GIS. The second thing we did, against all predictions and all expectations, is we negotiated a national framework to improve the Canadian pension plan, not just for now, but for generations to come. And that move is historic and was predicted to fail by all the opposition parties. They told us not even to try, yet we did it. The third thing we did, which I think is just as important, is recognizing that the move by the previous government to change the age of retirement from 65 to 67 with no consultation and no input from Parliament, let alone Canadians and seniors, we reduced that specifically because that particular move put seniors in the most vulnerable category even further into area of precarious income, precarious possibilities to live out their retirement in a positive way with support from the government, support from the country that they helped to build. Those three measures alone would be good enough for most people, but we didn't stop there. The next thing we did, as part of our movement towards a national housing strategy, is we didn't wait for the strategy and the agreement with the provinces. We moved immediately to put $200 million into new seniors' housing. Why? Because seniors need to be cared for and live in safe environments and supported in those safe environments, primarily through shelter support, and that's why this government moved on the seniors' housing file immediately. We didn't wait for 2 years or 10 years. We did it in the first budget. That money was put into last year's budget with the budget of 2016. It was a 2-year commitment that now leads to an 11-year commitment to provide permanent and for the first time in this country's history, a national housing strategy, which is not just extending past the next election, it extends past the next 2 elections and is bound with legal agreements with the provinces. And the parties opposite think that somehow when you sign an agreement with the provinces, some election can rip it all up. The Martin Health Accord showed you how extraordinarily effective provincial federal agreements are at sustaining core funding, base funding, and new funding for the period of a decade. So the National Housing Strategy will also move towards supporting seniors in their vulnerable years. We have also, in this year's budget, committed to renewing the operating agreements for public housing. And we know that, in particular in the co-op sector, that many people who started co-ops 10 and 15 and 25 years ago are now seniors. They're on fixed incomes. As their incomes drop, those operating agreements become even more critical in order to support seniors' lives. We also, through the health accord, again, a health accord opposed by the opposite side, a health accord that guarantees funding for palliative care, for home care, have invested real dollars into housing supports and service supports for home care. Additionally, for mental health care, and we know that seniors with the onset of Alzheimer's and dementia are increasingly finding themselves in that situation. We have also put additional dollars into the health accords targeted specifically, binding provinces to spend in terms of priority areas of requirement, a policy to make sure that those needs are met, not just with medical dollars, but also with housing dollars. When it comes to seniors and taking care of precarious Canadians and taking care of Canadians with low-income dynamics, this government is not just committed to removing poverty, it's also committed to making sure that seniors thrive in our society and that we care for them, because that's our duty as parliamentarians.
Here, here.
Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recently, I had a constituent of mine say that he would like to see this government, and he quoted Elvis, a little less conversation and a little more action. I just want to remind the member that the Canadian Medical Association said it fails Canadian seniors, and it was CARP that said financial security for seniors not on the agenda. That wasn't just our party. That was also legitimate organizations that serve seniors across this country. I had the privilege of traveling across my riding, talking to various sizes of community, did 11 town halls. One of the most shocking things was how many times I heard seniors talk about putting their loved ones to care facilities and then having to legally separate and then divorce them because they couldn't live off the 20% of the pension that they received. So the reality is we need a national senior strategy. I asked the minister point blank, I'm happy to do this research. I can show you all the research, the Senate report that said we needed a national senior strategy. We need a national senior strategy because there are so many gaps, and only through having a national strategy with all levels working together will we fill in those gaps. So a little less conversation and a little more action for seniors, please.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Families, Children and Social Development.
Well, I just spoke for the previous 10 minutes about concrete, real action, real dollars, real investments, real commitment, real progress on the seniors file. The member opposite talks about CARP, but I don't think she's actually read the entire response to the budget that CAR presented. And if you start to read the real response from Wanda Morris, what you'll see is that they were pleased that 5 out of the 7 recommendations they made to the government were acted upon. Not spoken about, acted upon. Real dollars, real delivery, real movement on seniors' issues. The NDP, we'll see if they support the budget or they vote against it. My guess is that when you take real action, the one thing that really bothers the NDP the most in this House is not when you talk about the issues that they think about, it's when you act on them and they fail to get credit because this side of the House is actually delivering real results to seniors. CPP reform, GIS increases, making sure that the age of 65 is the retirement age, seniors housing, real dollars for real houses to house real seniors in real vulnerable situations. We have not only acted, we've delivered, and I'll put my record up against their language any day because we have delivered, they talk.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I've been doing the last few nights, we're going to do this on Facebook Live again, just so that Canadians have a chance to see the discussion going on around the Canadian Autism Partnership. And so we'd ask, of course, people that are watching this and seeing it on Facebook to please share it so that more people can see the conversation. Now, it's interesting. This is the 4th time we've done this in the last week, and we've had 4 different parliamentary secretaries answer questions here. We had the Parliamentary Secretary for Health, the Parliamentary Secretary for Sport and Disabilities. Interestingly, the other night we had the Parliamentary Secretary for Defence, and tonight we have the Parliamentary Secretary for Revenue, which is interesting. And I'm not sure if it's strategic, but the Parliamentary Secretary for Revenue is a very good friend of mine, so it makes it a little bit more interesting in terms of the approach. I'm not sure if that's a strategic thing or not, but it'll be interesting to hear her answer as well today. A little bit of background on the Canadian Autism Partnership in Budget 2015, Mr. Speaker. Our government put together an expert working group, and they did work along with Self-Advocates, Self-Advocate Advisory Group, the Canadian Autism Spectrum Disorders Alliance of organizations from across the country. They heard from almost 5,000 stakeholders during their consultation. They had 19 meetings specifically with the provinces and territories. They had every single province and territory to talk about this. They worked for 2 years on this. And then they came to the government, the Liberal government, with a budget ask of $19 million. $19 million over 5 years, $3.8 million per year. As I say, a dime per Canadian per year. Now, the budget that was put forward by the Liberals is over $25 billion in deficit this year alone, $25 billion. So did a little bit of math there. They rejected the Canadian Autism Partnership in that budget, in a budget with a deficit over 6,500 times what was asked for in the Canadian Autism Partnership. The deficit alone is over 6,500 times the amount that they rejected for the Canadian Autism Partnership, and there wasn't a single mention of autism in that budget. Now, the Canadian Autism Partnership's purpose is to help Canadians living with autism and their families. Many of the challenges are provincial in nature, but what the partnership would do is bring together a true partnership of experts from across the country, of people with autism, of families, of organizations that do work, of researchers, scientists, bring together this partnership of experts to advise governments in their jurisdiction on what the best way forward policy-wise is on issues directly affecting families, like early intervention, like education, like housing, like employment, like transition to those years when the parents have passed on, and one of the biggest concerns for families is what's going to happen to our loved ones once we're gone. They would advise governments to make the very best evidence-based decisions on these. Now, we moved a motion on this on May 30th, and every single Liberal, except for one, voted against it. I've called on Canadians to take some action steps because we live in a democracy, and it's important to note that members from all parties, I think, get involved because they want to make a difference. And certainly the most important thing that Canadians can do right now who are concerned about this is reach out to their Liberal MPs through Twitter, through Facebook, through emails and phone calls to let them know respectfully why the Canadian Autism Partnership is important to their families. Of the member opposite, I'm going to ask the same question that I've asked many, many times during question period, the same question that I've asked 4 times during these late shows. On May 30th, every Conservative member of Parliament, every New Democratic Party member of Parliament, the Green member of Parliament, Green Party member of Parliament, the leader, stood up in this House in favour of the Canadian Autism Partnership. And for once, my hope is today that my good friend, the Parliamentary Secretary, will put the script aside and explain why she and her Liberal colleagues chose to put the political interest of their party ahead of Canadians living with autism.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First and foremost, I want to thank my honourable colleague and a good friend, not just for his question, but for all his tireless work and hard work that he does on behalf of all those affected with autism. And I have a lot of respect for my colleague because of his advocacy for most of the vulnerables in our communities. Mr. Speaker, our government recognizes the complex challenges facing families affected by autism spectrum disorders, also known as ASD. This is why federally we are supporting a range of initiatives that are needed to make a difference for families and that increase the inclusion and participation in society of Canadians with disabilities or functional limitations. Several federal departments and agencies are advancing work on ASD, including the Health Portfolio and Employment and Social Development Canada, as well as the other federally funded organizations that are focused on brain health and neurodevelopmental disorders. The Minister of Sports and Persons with Disabilities has recently conducted Canada's largest ever national consultation on disability and accessibility issues in preparation to introduce federal accessibility legislation. Over 6,000 Canadians participated in this consultation, Mr. Speaker, which ran from coast to coast to coast. The Minister just released a report on what was learned from this rich input that was received. This legislation will ensure greater accessibility and opportunities for Canadians with both visible and invisible disabilities, including Canadians with autism, in their communities and their workplaces. Through this process, Mr. Speaker, our government is embarking on a new era of leadership, collaboration and cooperation, and improving accessibility and increasing the social, economic, and civic participation of 14% of Canadians with disabilities, including those with autism spectrum disorder. Mr. Speaker, as a registered nurse, I'm fully aware of the cost of taking care of an individual with a severe disability. That's why our government continues to provide the Child Disability Benefit, an annual amount of $2,730 per child eligible for the disability tax credit. This is in addition to the $23,000 average increase Canadian families now receive from the recently revamped Canada Child Benefit. Through Employment and Social Development Canada, we've also made a long-term investment of $7.5 billion for early learning and childcare, for which families with ASD, autism spectrum disorders, are eligible. We have also heard from individuals with autism spectrum disorders and their families that supportive housing and employment are key issues of concern. That's why in Budget 2017 includes a commitment to invest $5 billion over 11 years in a new national housing fund that will prioritize support for vulnerable Canadians, including persons with mental health challenges and physical disabilities. In the area of employment, Mr. Speaker, we know that people with disabilities, including those with the autism spectrum disorders, face unique challenges in preparing for and entering the labour market. That is why we're investing $40 million through the Opportunities Fund for Persons with Disabilities, administered through the Employment and Social Development Canada, to support their transition to the workforce. These are examples of the practical and very tangible measures that we have in place to help families living with autism. Within the health portfolio, our government is also making investments in research and improving national data as foundational areas to support autism spectrum disorder. The Public Health Agency of Canada, working with provinces and territories, has established the National Autism Spectrum Surveillance System. This system is collecting and tracking reliable data on ASD and prevalence and incidence, describing the epidemiology of ASD and comparing patterns domestically and internationally. Mr. Speaker, while there are no quick solutions when it comes to challenges with ASD, our government is committed to working in collaboration with the autism spectrum disorder community to ensure that our initiatives support the needs of those that are affected, and we believe and confident that by working together across sectors and jurisdiction, we will continue to make progress. Thank you.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Well, Mr. Speaker, like the parliamentary secretaries before her on several days, like her Prime Minister, the honourable member talks a lot about initiatives that the former Conservative government put in place, and talks about sort of an endless series of consultations and meetings into the future that the Liberal government will have that will have zero impact on Canadian families right now who desperately need it. Now, I know the honourable member to be a compassionate person. I do. And I know that she was whipped to vote the way that she voted on May 30th, and her colleagues were as well. I had several of them assure me that they were going to support the Canadian Autism Partnership and then vote against it down the road. Things do not happen. Things are made to happen. That's a quote from John F. Kennedy. And to Canadians watching, we live in a democracy. And it's very, very important that Canadians right now make their voice heard. Let their Liberal members know that this is critically important to them. To Liberal members, and to this particular Liberal member, these are the moments that matter, Mr. Speaker. And I'm wondering if she'll have the courage to go into the Liberal caucus meeting next Wednesday and tell her Liberal leadership, to tell her Liberal colleagues that they are most clearly on the wrong side of this issue, and that she's not prepared to read the notes she's given any longer to defend this indefensible Liberal position on autism.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I've stated, we remain committed to ensuring that our federal programs are aligned to meet the complex need of people living with autism spectrum disorder and their families. Our investments in the vocational training, research, and in improving data are core to the federal role. I greatly admire the dedication of organizations who work tirelessly, Mr. Speaker, to provide important services and to raise awareness that leads to better understanding of disabilities like autism spectrum disorders. We will continue, Mr. Speaker, to engage with our partners in provinces and territories and the autism spectrum disorder communities on ways to increase the reach and the impact of federal investments and to make a difference to those affected with the autism spectrum disorder. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government owes Canadian women economic justice. Equal pay for work of equal value is a fundamental human right. However, today, women in Canada continue to be paid far less than men for work of equal value. In order to fix this injustice, in February 2016, I moved a motion in this House to create a special committee on pay equity to implement the recommendations of the 2004 Pay Equity Task Force. That was adopted by this House and by the government opposite. A year ago, that Committee on Pay Equity tabled a report called, quote, "It's Time to Act." It called for pay equity legislation to be tabled in June 2017. That's now. I didn't think that a year later the government would still not have legislated equal pay for work of equal value. The effects on women are real. Since 2004, the gender wage gap has cost Canadian women $640 billion in lost wages. That's $640 billion that successive Canadian governments owe Canadian women because of federal and Conservative failures to act. And without pay equity, that amount is growing every day. On average, women working in Canada, working full-time year-round, make only 77% of what their male counterparts do. I'm going to list a bunch more ways that this impacts women. Women have to work 14 additional years to earn the same pay that a man earns by age 65. Women don't earn enough during their working years, so disproportionately when they retire, senior women fall into poverty in Canada. Early childhood educators often don't earn enough, so they either leave the profession or else they have to rely on a spouse to supplement them, support them. Women are expected to take time out of the workforce to care for children and seniors because they earn a lower wage than their male partner. Women are forced to work insecure jobs because they don't have enough savings to wait for that better work. And the low minimum wage means that women often can't get themselves out of poverty. Women who are Indigenous, visible minorities, transgendered, or live with disabilities experience an even wider wage gap. Yet what's the government doing? They're delaying justice again for women for no good reason. As Oxfam Canada told the Status of Women Committee this year, quote, there are no barriers to the government moving forward with pay equity legislation now, end quote. Now, the government could follow the good examples of provinces that have proactive pay equity legislation, like Ontario and Quebec. My Aunt Kim Malcolmson, a social justice activist and feminist, was one of Ontario's first pay equity workers when its commission was established in the early 1980s. I'll keep fighting, as many generations of women did before me, so that women have equal pay for work of equal value no matter where they live in Canada. This government is what's holding that process up, though. 13 years have passed since the Liberal 2004 Pay Equity Task Force report. It was a comprehensive blueprint for pay equity, a 3-year study, 113 recommendations, and it stands up very well. And the House, a year and a half ago, supported it again. As Barb Byers, former Secretary-Treasurer of the Canadian Labour Congress, testified to the Status of Women Committee, the Special Committee on Pay Equity, she said, quote, let us also be mindful that women who have been waiting far longer than 13 years. We've been waiting for decades and decades, and while we wait, the debt owed to those who are caught in the wage gap continues to mount. These are women with children to raise, women who deserve a dignified retirement. So to the government, when exactly will it listen and introduce proactive pay equity legislation so that women will get the justice that they deserve?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Labour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague across the way from the NDP on this for the question on this very important issue, and I know that she's very committed to this issue. When she had asked this question back in March 8th, I believe it was March 8th, and she had asked the question about when the government had intended to pass pay equity, was it indeed in the near future? Mr. Speaker, at the time it was identified, this government is committed to like a whole of government approach to providing opportunities for women in this country. More women in skilled trades, more women in work integrated learning opportunities, science, technology, engineering, math fields. We are committed to providing supports for women in those fields, getting more women on boards, young women, girls taking up coding. Those are the types of initiatives that we are supporting across government to make sure that women and their contributions to society are recognized. Certainly, specifically with pay equity, we are undertaking currently meaningful consultations through stakeholders, all stakeholders. As my colleague had indicated, there are a number of provincial models. Quebec and Ontario both have pay equity models that we are discussing those with and trying to draw best practices from. You know, in the response in the spring when she asked the question in March, we said we would undertake consultations through the spring. And those consultations are taking place with PSAC, with the CLC, the Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses. Those consultations, we are where we said we would be. But, Mr. Speaker, what we're seeing is the NDP just scrambling to try to get ahead of progressive issues again. Because we know in the last election that they had that big shift to the center, and they were going to balance the budget, and you know, they went more Tory than the Tories. So all they can do now in the House, they can just say, when are you guys going to do it? When's the government going to do it? When's the government going to fix CPP? Well, we developed the supplemental CPP plan. When are you going to do something for women on guaranteed income supplement? We fixed it. An additional $1,000 a year for the most vulnerable seniors in this country. Asbestos. When are you going to do something about asbestos, government? We banned asbestos, Mr. Speaker. They are scrambling, trying to get back on the progressive side of the political continuum in this country. And, Mr. Speaker, this is another sign. This is another sign. All we've seen, it may change under new leadership, but all we've seen so far is a battered and bruised party trying their best to get on the best side of progressive issues, Mr. Speaker. They get up and they say, when is somebody going to do something? This government is the somebody, and we are doing something, and we are going to deliver on pay equity for the women of this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
So this government was ready in 2004 with a perfect model that had full consultation. Everybody was delighted. It didn't happen. Pay equity was in the NDP federal election platform. It was not in the Liberal election platform, but I was very pleased when they agreed with our motion to say, let's do this, and they took it on. They promised that they would. The recommendation of the all-party committee, consensus of all parties, was that legislation would be tabled in this House this month, right now. Not a single witness at the whole committee study that was done said anything other than enact your 2004 model. They didn't say you needed to consult. They said get it done. There's no reason in the world for the government to be talking about asbestos or what was in or out of their election platform or ours. Pay equity was in ours. I've asked 100 times this year, when will they act? When will they see? Well, when will we see the legislation that will get Canadian women equal pay for work of equal value?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
100 times she asked, when will somebody do something? We are the somebody, and we're doing something. We're fixing this. 2004, Mr. Speaker, no, nothing's changed since 2004 in Canada. No, you wouldn't want to refresh those stats. You wouldn't want to refresh that data, Mr. Speaker. I think Alexa McDonough may have been the leader of the NDP party at the time. Mr. Speaker, we are consulting with experts in the field. We are consulting with the people on the ground that have dealt with this issue before. We just don't want to pay any pay equity strategy. We want a pay equity strategy that is right for Canadian women. We will get it done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed adopted. The House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10:00 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1. Thank you.